Welcome aboard, friends. You're now tuned into another Harry. We're super excited to share today's story with you. What if Wednesday transferred to Hogwarts at age 11 and made Harry her personal project? If you enjoy what we do here, the best way to support us is by liking, commenting, and subscribing. We read every comment. Ready? Let's go. Chapter 1, The Girl in Black. The Hogwarts Express thundered through the countryside, its windows fogging slightly with the breath of excited children. In the last compartment, a single figure sat alone, separated from the chaos of candy trading and spell practicing that filled the rest of the train. Wednesday Addams stared out the window, her pale face a stark contrast to her pitch-black hair, which was pulled into two severe braids. Her equally dark eyes reflected the passing landscape without interest. The letter from Hogwarts had arrived unexpectedly at the Addams family mansion 3 weeks ago, causing an unusual stir in a household where the unusual was standard fare. Magic school, Wednesday muttered to herself, straightening the collar of her black dress. As if I haven't been practicing the dark arts since I was 5. The compartment door slid open. A boy with red hair and freckles poked his head in. Sorry, everywhere else is. The words died in his throat as Wednesday turned her unblinking gaze toward him. Full. Wednesday finished for him. How unfortunate for you. The boy swallowed hard. I'll just keep looking. A wise decision. Wednesday nodded slightly as the door closed quickly. She returned to her contemplation, fingers absently stroking the small box on the seat beside her. Inside, her pet spider Bathory waited patiently. At least she hadn't been forced to bring an owl like some common postal worker. The train journey continued without further interruptions. Most students seemed to sense something about her compartment that kept them at bay. Wednesday used the time to review what she knew about Hogwarts from the books she'd devoured since receiving her letter. Knowledge was power, after all, and Wednesday Addams never entered any situation unprepared. When the train finally lurched to a stop, Wednesday was the last to exit, stepping onto the platform in Hogsmeade with measured steps. A giant of a man bellowed for first years to follow him, and Wednesday trailed at the back of the group, observing the nervous chatter of her future classmates. First years this way. Mind your step now, the giant called. As they approached the edge of a vast lake, Wednesday noticed a small, dark-haired boy who seemed different from the others. He wasn't chattering excitedly or pointing at everything. Instead, he looked slightly overwhelmed, as though trying to process too much at once. More interestingly, the other children kept glancing at him with poorly disguised awe. For to a boat, the giant instructed, climbing into one that immediately sank several inches deeper into the water. Wednesday deliberately chose a boat with the dark-haired boy, stepping in silently and sitting opposite him. 2 other students reluctantly joined them, casting nervous glances her way. I'm Hermione Granger, said a girl with bushy brown hair, apparently determined to break the tension. And you are? Wednesday Addams, she replied, her voice flat and uninviting. That's an unusual name, Hermione commented. I was born on Wednesday, she explained. My mother believed in naming children after the thing that brought the most pain into her life. My brother Pubert wasn't as fortunate. The boat fell into uncomfortable silence. I'm Harry, the dark-haired boy finally offered, when it became clear no one else would speak. Harry Potter. Wednesday tilted her head slightly. The boy who lived. How fascinating. Do you remember it? The killing curse? Harry shifted uncomfortably. Not really. Just a green light. Pity, Wednesday said. Near-death experiences are so formative. The boats glided across the black lake, and Wednesday noticed the nervous glances her boatmates exchanged. Good. Better to establish boundaries early. When Hogwarts Castle came into view, even Wednesday had to admit it was impressive. The stone fortress rose against the night sky, windows gleaming with warm light. It radiated ancient power. Home sweet home, she murmured, allowing herself the smallest smile. After disembarking, the first years were led up to the castle and handed over to a severe-looking witch who introduced herself as Professor McGonagall. Wednesday immediately appreciated her no-nonsense demeanor. "Welcome to Hogwarts," McGonagall said. "In a few moments, you will pass through these doors and join your classmates, but before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses." As McGonagall explained the house system, Wednesday studied Harry Potter more closely. Something about his energy called to her, a darkness he carried but didn't yet understand. It reminded her of the moment she'd found a half-dead bat in the family cemetery and nursed it back to health, only to release a creature more vicious than before. Potter had potential. Raw, unrefined potential. "I think I've found my project," Wednesday whispered to herself. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall, a cavernous room with 4 long tables filled with older students. Floating candles illuminated the space, and the ceiling above reflected the night sky. Wednesday noted the enchantment with clinical interest while the other first years gasped in wonder. At the front of the hall sat a worn hat on a stool. When it began to sing, several students jumped in surprise. Wednesday merely raised an eyebrow. The sorting began, with Abbott, Hannah, becoming the first Hufflepuff. When Adams, Wednesday, was called, she walked forward with measured steps, aware of the curious stares. Her unusual name and appearance had already made her stand out. She sat on the stool, and McGonagall placed the sorting hat on her head. My, a voice whispered in her mind. "What an interesting mind we have here. I haven't seen one like yours in, well, perhaps never." "Get on with it," Wednesday thought impatiently. "Not so fast. You're not an easy one to place. Such darkness, such potential. Slytherin would nurture that cunning mind of yours." "I don't need nurturing," Wednesday replied mentally. "No, perhaps not. There's intelligence here too, razor-sharp and dangerous. And courage, though of a different sort than most. Where to put you? Wherever will be most useful for my purposes." The hat seemed to chuckle. "Your purposes, is it? Well then, better be Ravenclaw." The Ravenclaw table applauded politely, though Wednesday noticed several students exchanging uncertain glances as she approached. She took a seat at the end of the table, creating a small island of emptiness around herself. She watched with interest as the sorting continued, noting which house each student entered. The red-haired boy from the train, Ron Weasley, apparently, joined Gryffindor, as did Hermione Granger. When Harry Potter's name was called, the hall erupted in whispers. "Potter, Harry." The hat took longer with him than with most others, and Wednesday leaned forward slightly. Finally, it shouted, "Gryffindor," and the red and gold table exploded with cheers. "Predictable," Wednesday murmured, though she wasn't entirely convinced. She'd seen something in those green eyes, something the hat must have seen too. After the sorting concluded, an elderly wizard with a long silver beard stood up at the staff table. Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster. Wednesday assessed him carefully. Power radiated from him in waves, but there was something else, a carefully constructed persona that intrigued her. "Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words, nitwit. Blubber. Oddment. Tweak. Thank you." Food appeared on the tables, drawing gasps of delight from the students. Wednesday selected items carefully, ignoring the attempts at conversation from her housemates. "So, Wednesday, that's an unusual name," ventured a pretty Asian girl sitting nearby. "Yes," Wednesday replied, offering nothing more. "I'm Cho Chang. Second year." The girl smiled tentatively. "Ravenclaw is a great house. We value intelligence and creativity." Wednesday speared a piece of roast beef with her fork. "I value efficiency and results." "Right." Cho seemed to reconsider her welcome efforts. "Well, if you need anything, just ask." Wednesday nodded curtly, turning her attention back to the Gryffindor table. Harry Potter sat surrounded by his new housemates, looking both pleased and slightly overwhelmed. She would need to approach him carefully. After dinner, the Ravenclaw prefects led the first years to their tower. Unlike the other excited 11-year-olds, Wednesday paid close attention to their route, mentally mapping the castle's layout. The Ravenclaw common room was accessed through a door with an eagle-shaped knocker that asked riddles. "What gets wetter as it dries?" the knocker asked. The first years looked at each other in confusion, but Wednesday stepped forward. "A towel," she answered without hesitation. "Correct," the knocker replied, and the door swung open. The Ravenclaw common room was airy and elegant, with blue and bronze silks hanging from the walls and a domed ceiling painted with stars. Bookshelves lined the walls, and comfortable chairs were scattered throughout. "Girls' dormitories are up the left staircase, boys to the right," the prefect explained. "Your belongings have already been brought up." Wednesday headed directly to her assigned bed, ignoring the chatter of her roommates. Her trunk sat at the foot of a four-poster bed hung with blue curtains. She opened it and removed Bathory's box, setting it on her nightstand. "Is that a spider?" one of her roommates squeaked as Wednesday opened the lid to check on her pet. "Yes," Wednesday replied. "Her name is Bathory. She's been trained not to bite. Usually." The girl backed away to her own bed, and Wednesday smiled faintly as she unpacked the rest of her belongings. Books on advanced potions and dark creatures. A set of throwing knives disguised as quills. A small collection of preserved specimens in jars. And a letter from her mother, which she tucked under her pillow without opening. She already knew what it said: "Make us proud. Find your own darkness." "I intend to, Mother," Wednesday whispered. The next morning, Wednesday was the first in her dormitory to wake. She dressed quickly in her school robes, though she kept the white collar of her own dress visible at her throat. After feeding Bathory a dead fly she'd saved from dinner, she made her way down to the great hall for breakfast. Few students were up this early, which suited her perfectly. She selected a seat with a clear view of the entrance and methodically buttered a piece of toast while reviewing her class schedule. Professor Flitwick, the tiny charms teacher and head of Ravenclaw, stopped by to welcome her. "Miss Adams. Delighted to have you in my house. I understand you're a transfer student of sorts. Most unusual." "My family has a private education tradition," Wednesday explained. "But certain talents suggested Hogwarts might be more appropriate." Flitwick nodded enthusiastically. "Well, we're very pleased to have you. Your entrance examinations were quite impressive. If you need anything at all, my door is always open." "Thank you, Professor," Wednesday said, her voice neutral. "I do have one question. Is there a restriction on experimental magic?" Flitwick's smile faltered slightly. "Well, yes, Miss Adams. Students are not to perform spells outside of class without supervision until they've mastered the basics. Safety first." "Of course," Wednesday agreed, though her eyes suggested otherwise. Safety first. As the hall began filling with students, Wednesday spotted Harry Potter entering with Ron Weasley. She observed him throughout breakfast, noting how he responded to those around him, how he held his wand, how his eyes darted occasionally to the staff table. Definitely untrained. Definitely powerful. Definitely her new project. Their first class was potions, shared between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Wednesday arrived early and chose a seat at the front, arranging her ingredients with precision. The dungeon classroom suited her aesthetic sensibilities perfectly: dark, slightly damp, with preserved creatures floating in jars along the walls. Professor Snape swept in, his black robes billowing behind him. He began by taking attendance, pausing when he reached Wednesday's name. "Adams," he said, looking up at her. "Any relation to Morticia Adams?" "My mother," Wednesday confirmed. Something like respect flickered in Snape's eyes. "I see. Her monograph on poisonous fungi was illuminating." "She'll be pleased you thought so," Wednesday replied. She always says the best poisons work from the inside out. A nervous titter ran through the classroom, but Snape merely nodded and continued with the roll call. The lesson involved brewing a simple potion to cure boils. While the other students struggled with their ingredients, Wednesday worked with calm efficiency, her hands moving with practiced precision. She'd been brewing potions in the family basement since she could reach the cauldron. When Snape circulated to inspect their work, he stopped at Wednesday's cauldron, studying the perfect blue smoke spiraling upward. "Adequate," he said, which Wednesday understood to be high praise from him. "Though I notice you've added 3 drops of belladonna instead of 2. It stabilizes the solution," Wednesday explained. "And adds a pleasant numbing effect to the skin." Snape's lip curled slightly, the closest he seemed capable of coming to a smile. "Indeed. 5 points to Ravenclaw for innovation, Miss Adams." After potions came Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall, this time with the Gryffindors. Wednesday entered the classroom and deliberately took a seat next to Harry Potter, who looked surprised at her choice. Hello," he said uncertainly. "Harry Potter," Wednesday acknowledged. "You hold your wand like you're afraid it might break." "It won't. It's an extension of your will." Harry blinked. "Sorry." "Don't apologize," Wednesday said, placing her own wand on the desk. "It shows weakness. You've been chosen for something important. You should act like it." Before Harry could respond, McGonagall entered and transformed from a cat into her human form, drawing gasps from the students. Wednesday merely nodded appreciatively. "Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts," McGonagall warned. "Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back." She demonstrated by turning her desk into a pig and back again, then set them to turning matches into needles. Wednesday succeeded on her first attempt, transforming her match into a perfect silver needle with an eye shaped like a tiny skull. "Excellent work, Miss Adams," McGonagall said, showing the needle to the class. "Though the embellishment was unnecessary. Beauty and function should coexist, Professor," Wednesday replied. Harry struggled beside her, his match remaining stubbornly wooden despite his efforts. "You're thinking too much," Wednesday told him quietly. "Magic isn't about thinking. It's about intent. Look at the match and see what it could become. Desire the change." Harry glanced at her skeptically but tried again, focusing intently on the match. The tip silvered slightly. "Better," Wednesday nodded. "You have power, Potter. You just don't know how to use it yet." "And you do?" he asked, a hint of challenge in his voice. Wednesday allowed herself a small smile. "I was born knowing." At lunch, Wednesday sat alone again, observing the social dynamics of the Great Hall. The houses largely kept to themselves, with predictable hierarchies forming within each table. She noticed Draco Malfoy holding court at the Slytherin table, his pale, pointed face animated as he told some story to his admirers. Her attention was drawn back to the Gryffindor table when she heard raised voices. Harry and Ron appeared to be arguing with Draco, who had approached their table with his 2 large sidekicks. Wednesday watched with interest as the exchange grew more heated. When Draco snatched something from Neville Longbottom, a small glass ball that gleamed in the light, she decided to intervene. This might provide an opportunity to begin her project properly. She approached silently, stopping just behind Draco. "I think you have something that doesn't belong to you," she said softly. Draco spun around, startled by her sudden appearance. "Who are you?" "Wednesday Adams." "And you're Draco Malfoy. Your father collects cursed objects." "Amateur work, mostly." Draco's eyes narrowed. "What do you know about my father?" "More than you'd like," Wednesday replied. "Now return the remembrall, or I'll show you what my family does for fun." "Is that a threat?" Draco sneered, though she noticed uncertainty in his eyes. Wednesday stepped closer, her dark eyes locked on his grey ones. "Malfoys understand self-preservation, don't they?" Look at me and tell me if I'm threatening you. Something in her gaze made Draco take an involuntary step back. He dropped the remembrall on the table. Whatever. It's just a stupid toy anyway, he muttered, gesturing for Crabbe and Goyle to follow him back to the Slytherin table. Wednesday turned to Harry, who was watching her with a mixture of admiration and wariness. You need to learn to handle people like him, she said matter-of-factly. Bullies prey on fear. Show none, and they become the fearful ones. Thanks, Harry said. That was impressive. It was efficient, Wednesday corrected. Meet me in the library after classes. I want to discuss your education. Without waiting for a response, she turned and walked away, aware of the whispers that followed her exit. Phase 1 of her project was underway. That afternoon, they had flying lessons, Ravenclaw with Slytherin. Wednesday approached the broomstick with skepticism. Flying had never appealed to her, she preferred to keep her feet on the ground, preferably in a graveyard. Stand beside your broom, extend your right hand over it, and say, "Up," instructed Madame Hooch. "Up," Wednesday commanded, and the broom leapt instantly into her hand. She noted with satisfaction that she was one of the few to succeed on the first try. When they mounted their brooms, Wednesday found the sensation less unpleasant than expected. There was a certain thrill to defying gravity, though she maintained her usual expressionless demeanor. Draco Malfoy shot past her, showing off with a complex maneuver. "Impressed, Adams?" he called. "By what?" she replied flatly. His face flushed with anger, and he flew higher, attempting an even more daring move. Wednesday watched dispassionately as he nearly lost control before righting himself. 5 points from Slytherin, Mr. Malfoy. Madame Hooch shouted. Return to ground level immediately. After classes, Wednesday went to the library and claimed a table in the most isolated corner. She removed several books from her bag and arranged them precisely, then waited. She wasn't certain Harry would come, but she suspected curiosity would get the better of him. Sure enough, 15 minutes later, Harry appeared, looking around uncertainly before spotting her. "You came," Wednesday observed as he sat across from her. "Good. What did you want to talk about?" Harry asked. "Your survival," Wednesday said bluntly. "You defeated the most powerful dark wizard as an infant, and now you're famous for it. Do you think he's gone for good?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. I don't know. Neither do I, Wednesday said. But I know enough about dark magic to recognize that nothing is ever truly destroyed. Energy transforms. And people like you, people who survive what should have killed them, become targets. Why do you care? Harry asked, a defensive edge to his voice. Wednesday considered the question. Let's call it professional interest. You have power you don't understand. I find that intriguing. So I'm like your science experiment. My project, Wednesday corrected. With potential. Harry frowned. Look, I appreciate what you did with Malfoy, but I don't need, you're afraid, Wednesday interrupted. Not just of Voldemort or whatever remains of him. You're afraid of yourself. I can see it. Harry's eyes widened at her casual use of Voldemort's name. Fear is useful, Wednesday continued. It keeps you alert. But letting it control you is weakness. I can help you channel it, use it. How? Harry asked, his curiosity visibly overcoming his hesitation. Meet me Saturday morning by the lake. Bring your wand. Wednesday gathered her books. And don't tell anyone. Some kinds of education are better kept private. As she stood to leave, Harry called after her, Are you always this, intense? Wednesday paused. No, she replied seriously. Sometimes I'm much worse. The rest of the week passed in a blur of classes. Wednesday excelled in everything, though she found charms annoyingly cheerful. Defense against the dark arts was a particular disappointment. Professor Quirrell seemed terrified of his own subject, jumping at shadows and reeking of garlic. The only thing he could defend against is a vampire with allergies, Wednesday muttered after one particularly useless lesson. She noticed something odd about Quirrell, though. When she deliberately brushed past him in class, she'd felt a strange energy, not coming from him exactly, but around him. Like a shadow with its own heartbeat. She filed the observation away for later consideration. Saturday morning dawned crisp and clear. Wednesday rose early, dressed in her school robes but with her own black dress underneath, and made her way to the lake. She found a secluded spot on the shore and waited, using the time to practice a nonverbal summoning spell she'd been working on. Harry arrived slightly out of breath, as if he'd run part of the way. "Sorry," he panted. "Had to dodge Filch. What are we doing out here?" Instead of answering, Wednesday pointed her wand at the surface of the lake. "Glacius," she said calmly, and a patch of water froze solid. "First lesson," she said, stepping onto the ice. "Control." She gestured for Harry to join her on the frozen surface. He did so hesitantly, nearly slipping. "Balance," Wednesday instructed. "Center yourself. Feel the magic that created this ice, it's still active, still working." "What's the point of this?" Harry asked, wobbling slightly. "Magic isn't just saying words and waving a wand," Wednesday explained. "It's about extending your will into the world. Changing reality through focused intent. Now, draw your wand." Harry complied, looking skeptical. "Close your eyes," Wednesday commanded. "Feel the wand in your hand. It chose you for a reason. Connect with it." "This sounds a bit, I don't know, mystical." Wednesday's expression didn't change. "All magic is mystical, Potter. That's the point. Now close your eyes or I'll seal them shut." Harry quickly closed his eyes. "Good. Now, I'm going to try to knock you off balance. Your job is to stay standing, using only your wand to stabilize yourself. No physical movement." Before Harry could protest, Wednesday sent a gentle pulse of magic toward him, causing the ice beneath his feet to shift slightly. He wobbled dangerously. "Focus." Wednesday snapped. "Feel the imbalance and correct it with your mind. Channel it through your wand." Harry gripped his wand tighter, his face scrunched in concentration. When Wednesday sent another pulse, he remained more stable. "Better," she acknowledged. Again. They continued this exercise for nearly an hour, with Harry gradually improving his ability to maintain balance against Wednesday's magical pushes. By the end, he was able to stand almost perfectly still on the ice while she created small tremors around him. "That's enough for today," Wednesday finally said. "You learn quickly when properly motivated." Harry opened his eyes, looking surprised to find himself still standing. "Was that actual magic?" "I didn't say any spells. Intent precedes incantation," Wednesday explained, stepping off the ice. "Most wizards rely too heavily on words. Words are a crutch." She flicked her wand without speaking, and the ice melted back into the lake. "That's advanced magic," Harry said, impressed despite himself. "We're not supposed to learn nonverbal spells until 6th year. Rules are for those who lack conviction," Wednesday replied. "Same time next week. Practice maintaining your center when distracted. It will help with everything else." As they walked back toward the castle, Harry asked, "Why are you helping me?" Wednesday considered her answer carefully. "I recognize potential. You survived something that should have killed you. That makes you either very lucky or very powerful. I don't believe in luck. So you think I'm powerful?" Harry looked skeptical. "I can barely turn a match into a needle." "Power and skill are different things," Wednesday said. "You have the former. I'm helping you develop the latter." "And what do you get out of it?" Harry pressed. Wednesday allowed herself a small smile. "The satisfaction of molding raw material into something dangerous. Back in the castle, they parted ways in the entrance hall. As Harry headed toward Gryffindor Tower, Wednesday made her way to the library. She had research to do. The Hogwarts library was extensive, with sections on everything from mundane herbology to restricted books on the darkest magic. Wednesday had already managed to talk her way into the restricted section once, claiming a special interest project for Professor Snape. The librarian, Madame Pants, had been suspicious but couldn't argue with the note Wednesday had produced, a perfect forgery of Snape's spidery handwriting. Today, however, Wednesday was researching something specific in the main collection, surviving the killing curse. No one in recorded history had done it except Harry Potter, and Wednesday wanted to understand why. She found little concrete information. Most books treated Harry's survival as a miraculous anomaly, attributing it vaguely to his mother's sacrifice. Wednesday wasn't satisfied with this explanation. Love as a protective force was a known magical concept, but it shouldn't be powerful enough to deflect the ultimate unforgivable curse. There must be more to it, she murmured, flipping through a tome on magical protection. Something in his blood, perhaps. Or in Voldemort's casting. After several hours of research yielded few results, Wednesday decided to take a different approach. If she couldn't find information about surviving the killing curse, perhaps she could learn more about the night Harry's parents died. She located a historical account of Voldemort's rise and fall, scanning for details about the Potter family. The book mentioned that they had been in hiding, protected by a Fidelius charm, but had been betrayed by their secret keeper, Sirius Black. Interesting, Wednesday noted. Black was currently in Azkaban prison for murdering 13 people with a single curse. The book described him as Voldemort's most loyal follower, though Wednesday found it odd that he hadn't attempted to harm Harry before being captured. As she was making notes, a shadow fell across her table. Looking up, she found herself face to face with Hermione Granger. "Hello," Hermione said, sounding nervous but determined. "Mind if I join you? All the other tables are full." Wednesday looked around the largely empty library but decided not to comment on the obvious lie. "Free country," she said, returning to her book. Hermione sat down, arranging her study materials neatly. After a few minutes of silence, she spoke again. "What are you researching?" "Death," Wednesday replied without looking up. "And its exceptions." Hermione glanced at the book in Wednesday's hands. "That's about you-know-who's defeat. Are you researching Harry?" Wednesday fixed Hermione with her unblinking stare. "Does that bother you?" "Well, he is my friend," Hermione said defensively. "And you've been. I've seen you two talking. Are you worried I'll corrupt him?" Wednesday asked, her voice neutral but her eyes sharp. Hermione flushed slightly. "I just want to make sure he's okay." "You're a bit different," Wednesday suggested. "Intense," Hermione finished. "And Harry's been through a lot." Wednesday considered the bushy-haired girl thoughtfully. She clearly cared about Harry, and her intelligence was obvious from her class performance. She might be useful. "I'm helping him," Wednesday said finally. "He has power he doesn't understand. I'm teaching him control." "You're a first year too," Hermione pointed out. "What makes you qualified to teach anyone?" Wednesday closed her book. "My family has practiced magic for generations outside the ministry's oversight. What Hogwarts teaches in 7 years, I learned before I was 10. "That's not possible," Hermione argued. "Underage magic is monitored." "Only if you use a wand," Wednesday replied. "There are older ways. Ways the ministry has forgotten or chosen to ignore." Hermione looked both skeptical and intrigued. "What kind of ways?" Instead of answering, Wednesday placed her hand palm down on the table. She closed her eyes briefly, and when she opened them, a small flame danced on her palm, flickering with an unnatural black edge. Hermione gasped. "That's wandless magic. That's incredibly advanced." "No," Wednesday corrected, closing her hand to extinguish the flame. It's incredibly old. There's a difference. She gathered her books and stood. If you're truly Harry's friend, you'll help him embrace what he is, not limit him to what others think he should be. As she walked away, Wednesday heard Hermione call after her, "What exactly do you think he is?" Wednesday paused without turning. "Something like me," she said softly. "Whether he knows it yet or not." Over the next few weeks, Wednesday continued her Saturday training sessions with Harry while excelling in her classes. The teachers had mixed reactions to her abilities and methods. Flitwick was delighted by her skill but sometimes unnerved by the modifications she made to standard charms. McGonagall appreciated her precision but frequently reminded her to follow the curriculum. Snape alone seemed to genuinely approve of her unconventional approach, awarding Ravenclaw points whenever she demonstrated particularly creative potions work. During one potions class, they were tasked with brewing a forgetfulness potion. Wednesday completed hers quickly, then spent the remaining time experimenting with the proportions of ingredients. When Snape approached her cauldron, she explained, "I've adjusted the recipe to target specific memories rather than creating general forgetfulness. More useful that way." Snape examined her modified potion with genuine interest. "The Ministry regulates memory charms quite strictly, Miss Adams." "How fortunate that this is a potion, then," Wednesday replied evenly. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched. "Indeed. I would be interested in seeing your notes on this variation." "Of course, Professor," Wednesday agreed. "Though I should mention the effects haven't been tested on humans yet. Just mice." "Where did you acquire test subjects, Miss Adams?" Snape asked, raising an eyebrow. "I never lack for test subjects, Professor," Wednesday said, her expression unchanging. News of Wednesday's unusual abilities and demeanor spread throughout the school. Most students gave her a wide berth, whispering when she passed in the hallways. The Weasley twins tried to prank her once by enchanting her chair to collapse during dinner. When she sat down, nothing happened, until the twins' own chairs disintegrated beneath them, leaving them sprawled on the floor. Wednesday had merely continued eating, but as she passed them on her way out of the Great Hall, she paused to say, "Amateur work. My 7-year-old cousin could do better." After that, even the twins treated her with wary respect. Harry continued to improve under her tutelage. He'd mastered the balance exercise and moved on to more practical applications of magical control. Wednesday taught him to sense magic around him, to identify signatures of different spells, and to shield his mind from outside influence, a rudimentary form of occlumency. "Your thoughts are vulnerable," she told him during one session. "Any competent legilimens could read you like a children's book." "Legili what?" Harry asked. "Mind readers," Wednesday simplified. "The magical world has them. Some need eye contact, the best ones don't. Either way, an unprotected mind is a liability." She taught him to visualize shields around his thoughts, not perfect protection, but better than nothing. Harry struggled with this more than the physical exercises, finding it difficult to maintain mental barriers while performing other magic. "It's like trying to do two things at once," he complained. "Life rarely attacks one vulnerability at a time," Wednesday replied unsympathetically. Again. To her surprise, Hermione began joining their practice sessions occasionally. After their conversation in the library, the bushy-haired girl had approached Wednesday with a proposition. "I want to learn what you're teaching Harry," she'd said firmly. "And I can help with research." Wednesday had considered refusing but recognized the advantage of having someone as studious as Hermione assisting with her project. Besides, the girl was one of the few at Hogwarts whose intelligence Wednesday actually respected. "Acceptable," she'd agreed. "But understand that my methods aren't in any textbook." Hermione had proven to be an apt pupil, though her reliance on established magical theory sometimes limited her progress. She excelled at the academic aspects but struggled with the intuitive elements that came naturally to Harry. During one session by the lake, Wednesday had them practicing controlled magical outbursts, channeling raw magic through their wands without specific spells, directing the energy through intent alone. Hermione produced neat, contained bursts of blue light that followed precisely the pattern Wednesday had demonstrated. Harry, however, created wild, powerful explosions of energy that he could barely direct. Too much power, not enough control, Wednesday observed as Harry accidentally scorched a nearby tree. Granger has the opposite problem. What do you mean? Hermione asked, looking affronted. Perfect control over limited power, Wednesday explained. You're constraining yourself with rules. Potter isn't constrained enough. So what's the right balance? Harry asked, examining his smoking wand tip. That, Wednesday said, is the project. One evening in late October, Wednesday was returning from the library when she noticed something unusual. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were huddled in a corridor, speaking in urgent whispers. Normally, Wednesday would have ignored such typical student behavior, but something about their body language, tense, vigilant, caught her attention. She approached silently, catching fragments of their conversation. Third floor corridor, 3 heads, standing on a trapdoor, Wednesday cleared her throat, causing all 3 to jump guiltily. Planning an adventure, she asked, her dark eyes moving from one face to another. Wednesday! Harry exclaimed. We were just discussing a 3-headed dog guarding something in the forbidden corridor, Wednesday finished for him. How interesting. The 3 exchanged alarmed looks. How did you know that? Ron demanded. I didn't, Wednesday replied. But I do now. Hermione sighed. You tricked us. Information is power, Wednesday said with a slight shrug. Now, tell me about this dog. After some hesitation, they explained how they'd accidentally discovered a massive 3-headed dog in the forbidden third-floor corridor. According to Hermione, it was standing on a trapdoor, clearly guarding something. Fascinating, Wednesday said when they finished. A Cerberus at a school full of children. Dumbledore's idea of security is questionable. We think it's guarding whatever Hagrid took from Gringotts the day it was broken into, Harry explained. Something small in a grubby package. And you want to find out what it is, Wednesday deduced. Why? The 3 looked at each other. Because it must be really valuable or dangerous, Ron said. Or both, Harry added. Wednesday considered this. And you think someone is trying to steal it? Snape, Harry said firmly. He tried to get past the dog on Halloween, that's how he got that bite on his leg. And I think he let the troll in as a diversion. Wednesday raised a skeptical eyebrow. Snape is many things, but subtle thievery doesn't fit his profile. Besides, if he wanted to steal something from Hogwarts, why create a public diversion that would put the entire staff on alert? Well, who else could it be? Ron challenged. Wednesday thought about the strange energy she'd sensed around Professor Quirrell and his peculiar behavior. There are other possibilities. Will you help us? Harry asked. You know more about magical creatures than any of us. Wednesday tilted her head slightly, considering. This wasn't part of her original project plan, but it presented interesting possibilities. If someone was attempting to steal a powerful magical object from Hogwarts, the situation could provide valuable practical experience for Harry. Yes, she decided. But we do this methodically. No reckless Gryffindor charging ahead. What's that supposed to mean? Ron asked indignantly. It means, Wednesday said coldly, that bravery without strategy is just a faster path to the grave. She turned to leave, then paused. Meet me in the library tomorrow after dinner. Bring everything you know about the dog and whatever it's guarding. And Potter, yes? Harry asked. Work on your occlumency. If someone dangerous is at Hogwarts, your mind needs better locks. The next evening, the 4 students gathered at Wednesday's usual isolated table in the library. They had pushed several chairs together and were speaking in hushed tones. A Cerberus can be put to sleep with music, Wednesday informed them, placing a thick tome on magical creatures on the table. But approaching it would still be unnecessarily risky without knowing what we're after. Hagrid let slip that whatever it's guarding has to do with Nicholas Flamel, Hermione said. But I can't find anything about him in any of the books I've checked. Wednesday's eyes lit up with recognition. Flamel, she repeated. The alchemist. You know who he is? Harry asked eagerly. My great-aunt Calpurnia corresponded with him in the 1940s, Wednesday explained. He's famous for creating the Philosopher's Stone. The what? Ron and Harry asked simultaneously. Hermione gasped. Of course. Why didn't I think of alchemy? The Philosopher's Stone, Wednesday continued, transforms base metals into gold and produces the elixir of life, which grants immortality. Flamel is over 600 years old. That's what's under the trapdoor, Harry realized. The Philosopher's Stone. A logical conclusion, Wednesday agreed. Which means whoever wants to steal it is after either unlimited wealth or immortality. Possibly both. So it could be anyone, Ron said gloomily. No, Wednesday replied. It would require exceptional magical ability to get past Hogwarts security and whatever additional protections are in place. That narrows the field considerably. She pulled out a piece of parchment and began making notes. We need to approach this systematically. First, confirm it's actually the stone. Second, identify who might be after it. Third, determine what other obstacles exist besides the Cerberus. How do we do all that? Harry asked. Research, observation, and deduction, Wednesday replied. Granger, focus on finding information about the stone and its properties. Weasley, use your family connections. Your brother works with magical creatures, correct? See if he can provide any insights on getting past a Cerberus. And me? Harry asked. Wednesday fixed him with her intense gaze. You're going to watch. Every staff member, every unusual occurrence. I've been teaching you to sense magic, use that skill. Look for anomalies. What about you? Hermione asked. I'll be examining the third floor more thoroughly, Wednesday said. The dog is unlikely to be the only protection. As they left the library, Harry hung back to speak with Wednesday privately. Do you really think Snape isn't behind this? He asked. He seems to hate me, and he was definitely trying to get past that dog. Hatred doesn't equate to criminality, Wednesday replied. And obvious suspects rarely turn out to be the guilty ones. Then who do you suspect? Wednesday considered her answer carefully. I find Professor Quirrell interesting. Harry looked surprised. Quirrell. But he's terrified of his own shadow. Yes, Wednesday agreed. And doesn't that strike you as strange for a defense against a dark arts teacher? Fear can be a disguise, Potter. Remember that. Over the following weeks, the 4 students pursued their assigned tasks while continuing their regular classes and, in Harry's case, Quidditch practice. Wednesday had little interest in the wizarding sport but recognized its utility in developing Harry's reflexes and aerial awareness. She continued their private training sessions as well, increasingly focused on defensive magic and detection of dark curses. If someone at Hogwarts was after the Philosopher's Stone, there was a high probability they wouldn't hesitate to harm students who got in their way. November brought colder weather, forcing them to move their practice sessions indoors. Wednesday discovered an unused classroom in the East Wing that suited their purposes. She enchanted the door with a subtle repelling charm that discouraged anyone from entering while they were using it. During one session, she was teaching Harry and Hermione a shield charm well beyond first-year level. Protego, Wednesday demonstrated, creating a shimmering barrier that deflected the stinging hex she'd instructed Hermione to cast. That's not in Standard Book of Spells Grade 1, Hermione noted, looking both disapproving and intrigued. Hence its utility, Wednesday replied dryly. Standard defenses lead to standard defeats. Harry tried the charm next, producing a weak shield that fractured when Wednesday sent a mild hex toward it. Again, she instructed. Feel the boundary you're creating. It's not just words and wand movement, it's an extension of your will to remain unharmed. Harry's next attempt was stronger, the shield holding against Wednesday's hex. Better, she approved. But still lacking conviction. Imagine someone is casting something truly dangerous, not a practice hex, but a curse meant to kill you. How badly do you want that shield to hold? Are you ever going to tell us where you learned all this? Hermione asked as she practiced the movement. It's clearly beyond first-year material. My family library is extensive, Wednesday replied. And my mother believes education should be comprehensive. Meaning what exactly? Harry pressed. Wednesday gave a small, cold smile. Meaning I could brew poisons before most children learn to ride a bicycle, and cast curses before I learned to write cursive. That's, Hermione started. Practical, Wednesday interrupted. The world is dangerous. Preparation isn't optional. As November waned, they made progress in their investigation of the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione had confirmed through additional research that the stone could indeed produce unlimited gold and the elixir of life. Ron had cautiously questioned his brother Charlie about Cerberus handling, learning that music was indeed the standard method for calming them. Harry, meanwhile, had been observing the staff closely. He reported that Snape and Quirrell seemed to be at odds, with Snape often appearing to threaten the nervous defense teacher. I overheard them in the Forbidden Forest, Harry told Wednesday after Quidditch practice one evening. Snape was asking Quirrell if he'd found a way past it yet, and talking about where his loyalties lie. Wednesday nodded thoughtfully. Interesting. That could support either hypothesis, Snape as thief or Snape suspecting Quirrell. You still think it might be Quirrell? Harry asked skeptically. I find his fear too consistent to be genuine, Wednesday explained. Real fear has variations, moments of forgetfulness. His never wavers. That suggests performance rather than authentic emotion. Harry didn't look convinced but didn't argue. The first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs. Slytherin, provided an unexpected development in their investigation. Wednesday attended at Harry's insistence, though she found the entire affair tediously tribal. She sat in the Ravenclaw section, apart from the cheering students, observing with detached interest. When Harry's broom began behaving erratically, attempting to buck him off high above the ground, Wednesday immediately recognized it as magical interference. She scanned the crowd, noting that both Snape and Quirrell were maintaining unwavering eye contact with Harry's broom, both muttering continuously. Without hesitation, Wednesday slipped away from the stands and made her way beneath the teacher's section. There, hidden from view, she produced a small vial from her robes and unstoppered it. The contents, a mixture of powdered wart cap and salamander blood, ignited upon contact with air. She tossed it upward, creating a controlled flash of fire that caught the hem of both Snape's and Quirrell's robes. The resulting confusion broke the spell on Harry's broom, allowing him to regain control and, ultimately, catch the snitch in a rather unorthodox manner. Later, when Hermione proudly confessed to setting Snape on fire to break his curse, Wednesday didn't correct her assumption. Let them continue suspecting Snape, it provided useful misdirection if Quirrell was indeed the culprit. As Christmas approached, Wednesday received a letter from her mother, inquiring about her return for the holidays. She replied that she would remain at Hogwarts to continue her studies, a decision that aligned with Harry's plan to stay and search for more information about Flamel. On Christmas morning, Wednesday awoke to find several packages at the foot of her bed. This was unexpected. The Addams family didn't typically exchange gifts on Christian holidays, preferring to celebrate the winter solstice with traditional blood offerings and ancestral rituals. The largest package was from her parents, a handsomely bound grimoire of family spells and potions, along with a vial of acromantula venom labeled, for special occasions only. There was also a small, elegantly wrapped box from her brother Pugsley containing a selection of modified exploding snap cards that produced significantly more dangerous explosions than the standard version. Most surprising was a small package from Harry, containing a silver brooch in the shape of a raven with obsidian eyes. The accompanying note read simply, "Thought this suited you. Happy Christmas." Wednesday examined the brooch carefully before pinning it to her collar. The gesture was unexpected and suggested Harry was beginning to see her as more than just a useful instructor. This could complicate her project but might also enhance it. Personal connection often facilitated more effective influence. She had, with uncharacteristic forethought, acquired gifts for her 3 research partners. For Hermione, a rare book on magical theory she'd ordered from a specialist shop in Knockturn Alley. For Ron, a set of enchanted chess pieces that whispered strategic advice when no one else was listening. And for Harry, a small obsidian pendant enchanted with a subtle protective charm of her own creation. The Christmas feast was elaborate and noisy. Wednesday ate sparingly, observing the revelry with her usual detachment. She noticed Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together at the Gryffindor table, clearly discussing something important. Later that evening, Harry sought her out to share what they'd discovered. "I got an invisibility cloak for Christmas," he told her excitedly. "It belonged to my father." Wednesday raised an eyebrow. Genuine invisibility cloaks are extremely rare. "Well, this one works perfectly," Harry assured her. "I used it last night to check out the restricted section, looking for information on Flammel." "Find anything?" Wednesday asked. "Not about Flammel," Harry admitted. "But I found something else. A magic mirror that shows, well, not your reflection. It showed me my family, my parents." Wednesday's interest sharpened. "Where is this mirror?" "In an unused classroom. It's called the Mirror of Erist. Dumbledore said it shows your heart's deepest desire." "Interesting," Wednesday murmured. "Such artifacts are powerful but dangerous. They've been known to drive people mad with longing for what they cannot have." "Dumbledore said the same thing," Harry agreed. "He's moving it somewhere else soon." But Ron saw himself as head boy and Quidditch captain, and Hermione saw, "That's not how the mirror works," Wednesday interrupted. "If it truly shows your heart's desire, each person sees something uniquely personal. Not something they could describe to others so easily." Harry looked confused. "What do you mean?" "I mean," Wednesday explained patiently, "that your friends likely saw something far more private than they admitted. As would anyone. Would you look in it?" Harry asked curiously. "If you could." Wednesday considered this. "Perhaps. Knowledge is rarely disadvantageous, even knowledge of oneself. But I suspect what I would see might be unexpected." "What do you think you'd see?" "That," Wednesday said, "is a private matter." Harry nodded, accepting her boundary. "Anyway, we're no closer to figuring out who Nicholas Flamel is, at least Ron and Hermione aren't. And we still don't know for sure who's after the stone." "Patience, Potter," Wednesday advised. "Investigations take time. Meanwhile, continue practicing your defensive magic. I have a feeling you'll need it before the year is out." As January gave way to February, their search for information about Flamel finally bore fruit, ironically, through a chocolate frog card that Ron had forgotten he had. The card, featuring Dumbledore, mentioned his work with Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. With this connection established, Hermione quickly located the relevant information in a massive tome she'd borrowed for light reading. "The Philosopher's Stone," she exclaimed during one of their library sessions. "That's what's being guarded. It transforms any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal." "We established that months ago," Wednesday pointed out dryly. "Yes, but now we have confirmation," Hermione retorted. "And the book says Flamel is 665 years old. So whoever's trying to steal it wants to be rich and live forever," Ron summarized. "The question remains, who?" Harry said, looking pointedly at Wednesday. "Snape or Quirrell?" Wednesday had been continuing her own observations of both suspects. Quirrell's behavior had become increasingly erratic, with moments of unexplained absence and a deteriorating physical appearance. Snape, meanwhile, seemed to be watching Quirrell as much as Harry was watching Snape. "I maintain that Quirrell bears watching," Wednesday said. "His fear is too perfect, and fear makes an excellent disguise for other emotions. But Snape is trying to frighten him into helping steal the stone," Harry argued. "Or," Wednesday countered, "Snape suspects Quirrell and is trying to determine if he's already made an attempt." "There's one way to find out," Ron suggested. "We could ask Hagrid. He's involved in guarding the stone, and he's terrible at keeping secrets." This proved to be an effective strategy. A visit to Hagrid's hut revealed not only that multiple teachers had contributed protective enchantments to guard the stone, but also that Hagrid himself had recently acquired a dragon egg, an illegal and dangerous possession. A Norwegian ridgeback, Wednesday identified when they were shown the egg warming by the fire. Aggressive breed. Venomous by 3 months old. Interesting choice. "Isn't it beautiful?" Hagrid said dreamily. "It will be 50 feet long and breathing fire within a year," Wednesday noted. "Your hut is made of wood." This practical observation didn't dampen Hagrid's enthusiasm, but it did lead to another complication in their already complex term. When the dragon hatched, they were faced with the problem of helping Hagrid keep it secret while also convincing him to give it up before it grew too large, or before he was caught. The solution came through Ron's brother Charlie, who worked with dragons in Romania. After a tense couple of weeks during which the dragon, named Norbert, grew alarmingly fast and bit Ron, they arranged for some of Charlie's colleagues to take Norbert away under cover of darkness. The plan almost went perfectly, except for a small oversight. They left the invisibility cloak at the top of the tower after sending Norbert off. While returning to their dormitories, Harry and Hermione were caught by Filch and given detention, along with Neville Longbottom, who had been trying to warn them, and Draco Malfoy, who had been attempting to catch them in the act. Wednesday, who had declined to participate in what she termed the dragon extraction, was spared this punishment. She did, however, take an interest in their assigned detention when she learned it would take place in the Forbidden Forest. "Something's been attacking unicorns," Harry told her the day before the detention. "Hagrid found one dead a few weeks ago, and now there's an injured one in the forest. We're supposed to help him find it." "Interesting," Wednesday murmured. "Unicorn blood has powerful magical properties. It can keep you alive even if you're an inch from death. But there's a price. The moment the blood touches your lips, you live a half-life, a cursed life." "How do you know that?" Hermione asked. "Family library," Wednesday replied simply. "My great-grandmother's journals contain extensive research on magical creatures and their uses." She was thorough. "So you think whoever is after the stone is killing unicorns too?" Harry asked. "It makes sense," Wednesday said. "Someone desperate for immortality might use unicorn blood as a temporary measure while seeking the stone. It suggests they're in a weakened state, perhaps even dying." "Snape looks healthy enough to me," Ron muttered. "As does Quirrell, despite his apparent anxiety," Wednesday pointed out. "Which suggests either there's a third party involved, or one of them is supporting someone else, someone we haven't seen." This theory gained terrifying credence when Harry returned from his detention, pale and shaking. He had encountered something drinking unicorn blood in the forest, a cloaked figure that had crawled across the ground and then advanced on him, causing his scar to erupt in blinding pain. Only the intervention of a centaur named Firenze had saved him. It was Voldemort, Harry told Wednesday privately the next morning, having slipped away from breakfast to find her. Firenze said that's who's after the stone. He's out there, in the forest, weak and waiting. And Snape's helping him get the stone so he can come back. Wednesday considered this revelation carefully. "Or Quirrell," she said finally. "You still think it's Quirrell?" Harry asked incredulously. "After everything?" "I think," Wednesday said precisely, "that Quirrell's fear is a performance, while Snape's unpleasantness is genuine. One of these is more suspicious than the other." Harry looked frustrated but didn't argue further. What do we do now? We prepare, Wednesday said simply. If Voldemort is indeed at Hogwarts, in whatever form, the situation has become significantly more dangerous. I'll intensify your training. True to her word, Wednesday expanded their practice sessions to include more advanced defensive magic. She taught Harry the stunning spell, various shield charms, and even a few more aggressive hexes that weren't in the standard curriculum. But we should tell Dumbledore, Hermione insisted when Harry shared Wednesday's response with her and Ron. If you know who is in the forest, the teachers need to know. Dumbledore already knows, Wednesday said, joining their conversation unexpectedly. Why do you think the stone was moved from Gringotts to Hogwarts in the first place? He's using it as bait. That's mad. Ron exclaimed. Why would Dumbledore use the stone to lure you-know-who into a school full of children? Because Hogwarts is where he can control the situation, Wednesday explained. Where he has the home advantage. The question is whether his plan includes sacrificing Harry to achieve his goal. Dumbledore wouldn't do that, Harry said, but he sounded less certain than his words suggested. Everyone is capable of calculation when the stakes are high enough, Wednesday replied. Even Dumbledore. As exams approached, their investigation of the stone took a back seat to studying, for the others, at least. Wednesday continued to excel in her classes with minimal effort, using her free time to monitor both Quirrell and Snape more closely. She noticed that Quirrell was looking increasingly ill, with dark circles under his eyes and a grayish tinge to his skin. His stutter seemed to worsen in public but occasionally vanished entirely when he thought no one was listening. Once, passing his classroom after hours, Wednesday heard him apparently arguing with himself, his voice alternating between his usual nervous stutter and a cold, high whisper that made the hair on the back of her neck stand up, an unusual sensation for a girl who normally found comfort in the macabre. The day of their last exam, Harry burst into the library where Wednesday was reading a book on advanced transfiguration. Hagrid told him how to get past Fluffy, Harry said without preamble. He told the stranger who gave him the dragon egg how to get past the three-headed dog, music puts it to sleep. Wednesday closed her book. When? Weeks ago. We have to check on the stone. Tonight. Not we, Wednesday corrected. You have no experience with whatever other protections exist. I'm going, Harry said firmly. It's me Voldemort wants. I can't hide while he comes back to power. Wednesday studied him for a moment, noting the determination in his eyes. Her project had progressed further than expected. Harry was showing real backbone, a willingness to face danger directly rather than waiting for others to save him. Very well, she conceded. But we do this properly. With planning. That evening, after dinner, the 4 students gathered in their unused classroom to prepare. Wednesday had brought several potions from her private collection, including a healing draught, a solution for temporary invisibility, and a vial of what she described only as last resort. The obstacles will likely test different magical disciplines, Wednesday explained. Based on the teachers involved, we can expect challenges related to herbology, charms, transfiguration, potions, and defense against the dark arts. Don't forget the Cerberus, Ron added. We'll need music for that, Hermione said. I can enchant an object to play continuously. Good, Wednesday nodded. Each of you has strengths that may be needed. Granger's logical thinking, Weasley's strategic mind, Potter's stubborn refusal to die. What about you? Harry asked. Wednesday gave a small, cold smile. I bring perspective. The willingness to do what's necessary when the moment comes. They finalized their plan. They would use Harry's invisibility cloak to reach the third-floor corridor after curfew. Hermione enchanted a small music box to play continuously once activated, which should keep the Cerberus asleep. Beyond that, they would face each challenge as it came. Just before midnight, they met outside the Gryffindor common room. The invisibility cloak barely covered all 4 of them, forcing them to move slowly and carefully through the corridors. They narrowly avoided Peeves and successfully reached the forbidden corridor without being detected. The door to the Cerberus's chamber was already ajar. "Someone's already here," Harry whispered. As expected, Wednesday replied calmly. "Stay alert." They entered to find the massive three-headed dog already asleep, a self-playing harp sitting near its paws. "Quirrell," Wednesday noted. "Or Snape. Either way, we need to move quickly." They slipped past the sleeping beast and approached the trapdoor. Ron and Harry pulled it open, revealing a dark opening with no visible bottom. "We'll have to jump," Hermione said nervously. "I'll go first," Wednesday offered. Without waiting for agreement, she stepped forward and dropped into the darkness. She landed on something soft and yielding, a plant of some kind. Before she could examine it, Harry, Ron, and Hermione came tumbling down beside her. "Everyone intact?" Harry asked. "For the moment," Wednesday replied, already noting the tendrils of the plant beginning to curl around her legs. "This is Devil's Snare. It will strangle us if we struggle. Stay calm and it will relax its grip." "Stay calm." Ron squeaked as a tendril wrapped around his throat. "Or create light and heat," Hermione added, drawing her wand. "Lumos Solum." A bright beam of sunlight shot from her wand, causing the plant to recoil and release them. They dropped through to a stone floor below. "Well done, Granger," Wednesday acknowledged as they got to their feet. Herbology obstacle cleared. They proceeded down a stone passageway, soon arriving at a chamber filled with flying keys and broomsticks. "Flitwick's contribution," Wednesday observed. "We need to find the key that fits that door." She pointed to a heavy wooden door with a silver lock. "There are thousands of them," Ron exclaimed. "Look for an old-fashioned one," Hermione suggested, examining the lock. "Probably silver, like the handle." Harry, the skilled seeker, took to a broomstick and quickly spotted the key, a large silver one with a damaged wing, as if it had already been caught and roughly handled. After a challenging aerial chase, Harry captured the key and they unlocked the door, moving into the next chamber, which contained a gigantic chessboard. "McGonagall," Wednesday identified. "We have to play our way across." "Brilliant," Ron said, his eyes lighting up. "This is my specialty." Ron took charge, assigning each of them a piece and directing a masterful game of wizard's chess. Wednesday, placed as a bishop, observed with grudging respect as Ron sacrificed himself to position Harry to checkmate the opposing king. As the White Queen smashed Ron's knight piece and Ron himself collapsed, Wednesday moved swiftly to check his pulse. "He's alive," she confirmed. "Just knocked out. Granger, stay with him. Potter and I will continue." "No," Hermione said firmly. "We go together." "Inefficient," Wednesday argued. "But your choice." After ensuring Ron was safely positioned against the wall, they proceeded to the next challenge, a troll even larger than the one they had faced on Halloween, already knocked out cold. "Quirrell's contribution," Wednesday noted. "And evidence supporting my theory. How convenient that it's already defeated." The next chamber contained a table with 7 differently shaped bottles and a roll of parchment. As they entered, purple flames sprang up behind them and black flames appeared ahead. "Snape's obstacle," Hermione said, reading the parchment. "It's a logic puzzle." Wednesday examined the bottles carefully while Hermione worked through the riddle. They reached the same conclusion simultaneously. "The smallest bottle will get us through the black flames," Hermione said. "But there's only enough for one person," Harry noted, examining the tiny bottle. "2, if used sparingly," Wednesday corrected. She turned to Hermione. "You should go back, help Weasley, and alert Dumbledore if possible." Hermione looked torn but nodded in agreement. "Be careful," she said, hugging Harry fiercely before taking the round bottle that would allow her to return through the purple flames. Once she was gone, Wednesday turned to Harry. "Ready?" Harry nodded grimly. "Together?" "Together," Wednesday agreed, allowing him to take a sip of the potion before taking one herself. The sensation was like ice flooding her veins. They stepped through the black flames unharmed and found themselves in the final chamber. There, standing before the mirror of Ariste, was not Snape but Quirrell, looking remarkably calm and stutter-free. "You," Harry gasped. "Me," Quirrell replied with a cold smile. "I wondered whether I'd be meeting you here, Potter." "I knew it," Wednesday said quietly, earning a sharp glance from Quirrell. "Miss Adams. How interesting that you've joined this little adventure. Clever girl. Too clever, perhaps." With a snap of his fingers, Quirrell conjured ropes that bound both Harry and Wednesday tightly. "Now wait quietly while I examine this mirror," Quirrell instructed, turning his back to them. Wednesday began working her fingers toward her sleeve, where she kept a small silver blade. As Quirrell muttered to himself about seeing the stone in the mirror but not knowing how to get it, a new voice spoke, high, cold, and seemingly coming from Quirrell himself. "Use the boy," the voice commanded. Quirrell rounded on Harry. "Yes, Potter, come here." The ropes binding Harry fell away, and he was dragged forward to stand before the mirror. "Tell me what you see," Quirrell demanded. Harry stared into the glass. "I see myself shaking hands with Dumbledore. I've won the House Cup." "He lies," the cold voice hissed. "Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, you are not strong enough." Quirrell protested. "I have strength enough for this." Wednesday watched with clinical fascination as Quirrell unwrapped his turban, revealing a second face growing out of the back of his head, chalk-white with glaring red eyes and slits for nostrils, like a snake. "Harry Potter," the face whispered. "See what I have become. Mere shadow and vapor, forced to share another's body. But there have always been those willing to let me into their hearts and minds. Unicorn blood has strengthened me, these past weeks, and once I have the elixir of life, I will be able to create a body of my own. Now, give me the stone in your pocket." Wednesday's eyes darted to Harry's pocket. Somehow, he had acquired the stone while looking in the mirror. Interesting. As Voldemort urged Harry to join him, promising to revive his parents, Wednesday finally freed her hand enough to grasp her hidden blade. With a subtle movement, she severed the magical ropes binding her. When Harry refused Voldemort's offer and turned to run, Quirrell lunged for him. The moment Quirrell's hands touched Harry's skin, they began to blister and burn. Harry, realizing this advantage, pressed his hands to Quirrell's face, causing the man to scream in agony. Wednesday didn't hesitate. While Voldemort screamed at Quirrell to kill Harry, she moved swiftly behind them and drove her silver blade into the base of Quirrell's skull, directly into the junction where Voldemort's face merged with Quirrell's body. Quirrell collapsed, a black mist rising from his body. The mist formed a face, Voldemort's face, which screamed in fury before rushing through Wednesday, Harry, and the wall beyond, disappearing from the chamber. Harry stared at Wednesday in shock as she calmly retrieved and cleaned her blade. "You killed him," he said, his voice barely audible. "He was already dying," Wednesday replied matter-of-factly. "I merely accelerated the process before he could kill you." Harry looked down at Quirrell's body, then at the stone in his hand, then back at Wednesday. His expression was unreadable, a mixture of gratitude, horror, and something else. Something that suggested he was seeing Wednesday truly for the first time. Before either could speak again, Dumbledore burst into the chamber, taking in the scene with a grave expression. "Harry. Miss Adams. What has happened here?" Wednesday met the headmaster's piercing blue eyes without flinching. "We found your bait," she said coldly. "And the trap was sprung." Chapter 2, Lessons in Darkness. Madame Pomfrey bustled around the hospital wing, muttering about dangerous adventures and reckless children as she checked Harry's vitals for the third time that morning. Wednesday sat in a chair beside his bed, perfectly still and unblinking. She'd refused all medical attention despite Dumbledore's insistence. "I'm not injured," she told him flatly. "The blood isn't mine." Now, 3 days after their confrontation with Quirrell and Voldemort, Harry was finally regaining his strength. Wednesday had visited daily, ignoring Madame Pomfrey's attempts to enforce visiting hours. "You need more chocolate," Wednesday observed as Harry picked at his breakfast tray. "It counteracts the effects of proximity to dark magic. My mother always kept a supply after séances." Harry put down his fork. "Can we talk about what happened?" "About what you did?" "I eliminated a threat," Wednesday replied simply. "He would have killed you. But you didn't even hesitate." Wednesday tilted her head slightly. "Hesitation gets people killed, Potter." "But taking a life, Quirrell was already lost," Wednesday interrupted. "His body was being consumed by Voldemort. I merely accelerated the inevitable." Harry fell silent, processing this perspective. Wednesday watched him carefully, noting the conflict in his eyes. Her project was evolving in unexpected ways. Harry Potter wasn't just learning to defend himself, he was confronting moral complexities she'd long since resolved for herself. "Dumbledore wants to speak with you," Harry finally said. "About what happened?" "I'm aware." Wednesday stood smoothly. "I'll be back tomorrow. Eat your chocolate." She swept out of the hospital wing, her black Hogwarts robes billowing behind her. The corridors were relatively quiet, as most students were enjoying the early summer weather outside. End-of-year exams had concluded, and only the looming announcement of House Cup results occupied their minds. Wednesday found the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office and regarded it impassively. "The headmaster is expecting me," she stated. The gargoyle remained motionless. Wednesday sighed. "Cockroach cluster." The gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. Wednesday ascended and knocked once on the wooden door at the top. "Enter," called Dumbledore's voice. She stepped into the circular office, taking in the whirring silver instruments, the sleeping portraits of former headmasters, and the magnificent red and gold phoenix perched near Dumbledore's desk. The headmaster himself stood by a window, his long silver beard gleaming in the sunlight. "Ah, Miss Adams. Thank you for coming. Please, sit down." Wednesday took the offered seat but remained perched on its edge, her posture perfect and alert. "I'd like to discuss the events beneath the trapdoor," Dumbledore said, settling into his own chair. "Particularly your decisive action regarding Professor Quirrell." "You mean my killing him," Wednesday replied bluntly. Dumbledore's blue eyes regarded her over his half-moon spectacles. "Yes. That. He was hosting Voldemort in his body. He was trying to kill Harry Potter. I stopped him." Wednesday recited the facts without emotion. "What specifically would you like to discuss?" "Your lack of remorse, for one thing," Dumbledore said quietly. "Taking a human life, even in defense of another, is not something to be approached so, clinically." Wednesday met his gaze steadily. "My family has a different relationship with death than most, headmaster. We don't fear it. We don't mourn it unnecessarily. We respect its necessity." "A mature perspective for one so young," Dumbledore observed. "Yet I wonder where such an outlook will lead you as you develop your considerable magical talents. Are you concerned I'll become the next Dark Lord?" Wednesday asked, a hint of amusement in her voice. "Dark Lady, I suppose." "I'm concerned," Dumbledore replied carefully, "about your influence on Harry Potter." "Ah," Wednesday thought. "The real issue emerges. Harry Potter needs to learn to defend himself," she stated. "Voldemort isn't gone. We both know that. And you've taken it upon yourself to prepare him?" Dumbledore leaned forward slightly. "Why, Miss Adams?" Wednesday considered her answer. The truth, that Harry had begun as a project, an experiment in molding raw talent, wouldn't serve her purposes now. "Because no one else is," she finally said. "You've kept him in ignorance of his heritage, his enemies, and his own power. That makes him vulnerable. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face, surprise, perhaps, at her directness. "Harry is just a boy," he said gently. "He deserves a childhood." "Childhood is a luxury afforded to those not marked for death," Wednesday countered. "Voldemort won't wait for Harry to grow up." A heavy silence fell between them. Fawkes the Phoenix made a soft trilling sound from his perch, the notes somehow both melancholy and hopeful. "You care for him," Dumbledore finally said. It wasn't a question. Wednesday didn't respond immediately. The concept of caring was complicated in her worldview. The Addams family loved deeply, but their expressions of affection would horrify most ordinary people. "I find him worthwhile," she eventually replied. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled suddenly. "High praise indeed, from you." He stood, signaling the conversation was nearing its end. "I won't forbid your friendship with Harry, Miss Addams. But I will be watching more closely next year. Your methods concern me, even if your intentions appear sound." "My methods get results," Wednesday said, also rising. "Indeed they do. 5 points to Ravenclaw for your role in preventing the stone from falling into Voldemort's hands." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "Though I cannot, of course, reward the specific means by which you achieved this." Wednesday nodded once, understanding the complex position Dumbledore occupied. He couldn't openly condone her killing Quirrell, but he recognized the necessity of it. "One last question, Miss Addams," Dumbledore said as she turned to leave. "What did you see when you looked into the mirror of Erist?" Wednesday paused, her hand on the doorknob. She hadn't actually looked into the mirror during their confrontation with Quirrell, being more focused on the immediate threat. But she'd considered what she might see ever since Harry had described the mirror's powers. "I haven't looked," she answered truthfully. "But I suspect I'd see myself exactly as I am. The Addams family doesn't desire to be different." She left Dumbledore's office, her expression revealing nothing of the half-truth she'd just told. In reality, she suspected the mirror would show her something far more disturbing than her current self, perhaps someone who had found genuine connection with others. Someone who cared. Someone normal. The horror of such a vision didn't bear contemplating. The remainder of the term passed quickly. Harry was released from the hospital wing in time for the end-of-year feast, where Gryffindor was awarded the House Cup thanks to last-minute points awarded to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Wednesday applauded politely with the rest of her house, though she found the entire competition rather trivial. On the Hogwarts Express back to London, Wednesday shared a compartment with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The three Gryffindors had grown more comfortable in her presence over the year, though Ron still occasionally flinched when she made sudden movements. "You must come stay this summer," Ron told Harry. "Both of you," he added with a nervous glance at Wednesday. "Mum would love to have you." "Thank you for the invitation," Wednesday replied, "but I have family obligations. My grandmother is teaching me and my brother advanced curses in July." Ron's face paled slightly. "Right. Well, maybe another time." "I'd like to visit," Harry said quickly. "But the Dursleys might not let me." Wednesday frowned. Harry had mentioned his relatives occasionally throughout the year, and she'd pieced together a concerning picture of his home life. "These relatives," she said carefully. "They mistreat you?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. "They're not great. They don't like magic." "I see." Wednesday's dark eyes narrowed slightly. "Perhaps they need to be reminded that magic exists whether they like it or not." "You can't use magic outside of school," Hermione warned. "You'll get in trouble with the ministry." "There are ways to create discomfort without magic," Wednesday replied. "I could send you some ideas, Harry." Harry grinned despite himself. "Thanks, but I'll manage. I don't think the Dursleys will be as horrible now they know I have wizard friends who might turn them into bats." "Fruit bats or vampire bats?" Wednesday asked seriously. "The latter would be more effective as a threat." The train journey continued with discussions of summer plans and speculation about their second year at Hogwarts. When they arrived at King's Cross Station, Wednesday spotted her mother immediately on the platform, a tall, elegant woman in a floor-length black dress, her waist impossibly narrow and her skin pale as moonlight. "There's my mother," Wednesday said, gathering her things. "I'll write during the summer, Potter. Keep practicing what I taught you." "I will," Harry promised. "And, thanks. For everything." Wednesday nodded once, then moved to join her mother, who greeted her with a kiss on each cheek. "Wednesday, darling," Morticia Adams purred. "How was your first year among the living?" "Educational," Wednesday replied, glancing back at Harry, who was now being collected by an obese man with a purple face and no neck. "I've started a project." Morticia followed her gaze. "The Potter boy?" "Yes, I've heard about him. Survived a killing curse as an infant. Most unusual." "He has potential," Wednesday agreed. "Raw, unrefined potential. The best kind," Morticia smiled, revealing perfect white teeth. "Your father will be delighted to hear you found a worthy subject. Come, Lurch is waiting with the car." As they departed the station, Wednesday cast one last look at Harry, who raised a hand in farewell. Her project would continue, she decided. Harry Potter still had much to learn about survival in a world of darkness. And so did she. The summer months passed in a blur of family activities that would have horrified most conventional households. Wednesday spent hours in the family library, researching magical defenses and obscure curses that might prove useful in Harry's training. She corresponded regularly with both Harry and Hermione, exchanging books and ideas. Harry's letters were concerning. His relatives had locked away his school things and were severely restricting his contact with the magical world. Wednesday suggested several creative revenge tactics, but Harry's responses indicated he was trying to keep a low profile to avoid further trouble. August brought news that the Weasleys had rescued Harry from the Dursleys after he'd been locked in his bedroom with bars on the windows. Wednesday approved of the rescue but found the Weasleys' methods unnecessarily flashy. A simple set of lock picks and a basic understanding of pressure points would have sufficed. As the new school year approached, Wednesday prepared methodically. She'd grown an inch taller over the summer but otherwise remained unchanged. Same severe black braids, same penetrating dark eyes, same expressionless face. Her mother had taken her shopping for school supplies in Nocturne Alley rather than Diagon Alley, allowing her to acquire several items not on the standard Hogwarts list. For educational purposes, Morticia had said with a knowing smile when Wednesday selected a book on blood magic. On September 1st, Wednesday arrived at platform 9 3/4 early, securing a compartment and setting out the books she planned to read during the journey. Her pet spider Bathory had spun a web in one corner of the overhead luggage rack, significantly larger now after a growth spurt over the summer. She waited for Harry to appear, but as the train prepared to depart, there was no sign of him or Ron Weasley. Hermione joined her just before the train pulled away, looking worried. "Have you seen Harry or Ron?" she asked breathlessly. "No," Wednesday replied. "They're late. But the train's about to leave." Hermione peered anxiously out the window at the platform. "What if they miss it?" "Then they'll find another way to school," Wednesday said practically. "Sit down, Granger. Worrying is inefficient." Hermione reluctantly took a seat opposite Wednesday. "I suppose you're right. What did you do this summer? Your letters were a bit vague." "Family activities," Wednesday replied, opening a book titled Defensive Magic, Beyond the Basics. "My brother and I developed a new strain of carnivorous plant. It's showing promise." "That sounds interesting," Hermione said carefully. "Is it for herbology class?" "No, it's for the garden. Our previous Venus flytraps weren't catching enough solicitors." Hermione blinked several times but apparently decided not to pursue that line of conversation. Instead, she pulled out her own book, the collected works of Gilderoy Lockhart, their new defense against the dark arts teacher. Have you read Lockhart's books? She asked. He's done so many amazing things. Wednesday glanced at the smiling, winking photo of Lockhart on the book's cover. I'm skeptical. Why? He's received the Order of Merlin, 3rd class. My father says awards are like hemorrhoids, eventually, every asshole gets them. Hermione gasped, then stifled a reluctant laugh. That's terrible, Wednesday. Perhaps, Wednesday conceded, returning to her own book. We'll see what he's made of soon enough. The train journey passed pleasantly enough, though Wednesday found Hermione's attempts at small talk tiresome. When they arrived at Hogsmeade Station, she noticed immediately that Harry and Ron were still missing. Perhaps they found a more interesting way to travel, she suggested as they boarded a thestral-drawn carriage. Hermione couldn't see the skeletal horses, of course, but Wednesday had been able to see them since she was a child. Death had always been visible to her. I hope they're not in trouble, Hermione fretted. They were, of course. When Wednesday and Hermione reached the Great Hall, rumors were already spreading about Harry Potter and Ron Weasley arriving in a flying car and crashing into the Whomping Willow. Wednesday found this method needlessly dramatic but somewhat impressive in its execution. The sorting ceremony proceeded without them, and Wednesday watched dispassionately as a small red-haired girl, obviously another Weasley, was sorted into Gryffindor. The feast appeared, and Wednesday selected foods carefully, avoiding anything too colorful or cheerful-looking. Harry and Ron eventually arrived, looking disheveled but intact, and joined the Gryffindor table to excited whispers and congratulations. Wednesday caught Harry's eye across the hall and gave him a small nod. He'd shown initiative, if not subtlety. The next morning, classes resumed. Wednesday excelled immediately in Transfiguration, turning a beetle into a button on her first attempt and earning 5 points for Ravenclaw. Charms proved equally straightforward, though she found Professor Flitwick's enthusiasm exhausting. Defense against the dark arts, however, was a disappointment. Gilderoy Lockhart, resplendent in turquoise robes, began the class by handing out a quiz about himself, full of trivial questions about his favorite color and secret ambitions. Wednesday examined the quiz paper with disdain before writing a single sentence at the top. The true defense against dark arts is understanding them, not reading about a fraud's adventures. She handed it in first, ignoring Lockhart's spluttering reaction as he read her response. Miss Adams, is it?" he said, his smile faltering slightly. "I don't think you've quite grasped the purpose of this exercise." "On the contrary," Wednesday replied. "I understand perfectly that you're more interested in self-promotion than actual defense." The classroom fell silent as students stared at her in shock. Lockhart's smile became fixed and brittle. "Well, now," he chuckled nervously. "Someone's been reading too many dark books, I think. 5 points from Ravenclaw for impertinence." Wednesday shrugged, unbothered by the loss of points. She'd made her assessment of Lockhart and found him wanting. When he proceeded to release a cage of Cornish pixies into the classroom and then fled when they caused chaos, her judgment was confirmed. "Predictable," she murmured, watching Hermione freeze the pixies with a well-executed Immobulus charm after Lockhart had abandoned them to the mayhem. That evening, Wednesday found Harry in the library and beckoned him to join her at a secluded table. "Your arrival was theatrical," she observed. "Next time, consider something less conspicuous than a flying car." Harry grinned sheepishly. "It wasn't exactly planned. The barrier at King's Cross sealed itself. We couldn't get through." Wednesday raised an eyebrow. "Interesting. Platform barriers don't malfunction without cause. You think someone did it deliberately?" Harry asked, frowning. "I think coincidences are rare in the magical world," she replied. "Particularly around you." She pulled out a small black book and placed it on the table. "I've developed a training regimen for this term. More advanced than last year." Harry leafed through the book, his eyes widening at some of the spells and techniques Wednesday had outlined. "Some of these look like dark magic," he said quietly. "Knowledge isn't dark or light," Wednesday responded. Intent determines that. Besides, understanding so-called dark magic is essential to defending against it. Harry hesitated, then nodded. When do we start? Saturday morning. Same place by the lake. And bring Granger if you must. Her precision will be useful for some of these spells. Wednesday stood to leave but paused when Harry called after her. Wednesday. Thanks for riding over the summer. It helped. The Dursleys were worse than usual. Something unfamiliar stirred in Wednesday's chest, a protective instinct she usually only felt toward her brother or her spider. Next summer, she said carefully, we'll find a better arrangement for you. Harry smiled gratefully, and Wednesday departed, her mind already cataloguing possibilities for removing Harry permanently from his abusive relatives. The Addams family mansion had plenty of spare rooms, after all, though she'd need to warn him about the quicksand in the East Wing bathroom. The first few weeks of term established a rhythm. Classes during the day, research in the library in the evenings, and training sessions with Harry and sometimes Hermione on weekends. Wednesday found second-year coursework largely unchallenging, giving her ample time to pursue her own studies. During their first Saturday training session, Wednesday led Harry and Hermione to their spot by the lake, now adorned with a small circle of stones she placed to mark their practice area. Today we'll begin with something essential, she announced. Detecting magical signatures. That's advanced magic, Hermione protested. We're not supposed to learn that until at least 5th year. Conventional education is full of arbitrary restrictions, Wednesday replied dismissively. Magic doesn't care about grade levels. She placed 3 identical black boxes on the ground before them. One of these contains a cursed object. One contains a benign magical item. One contains nothing magical at all. Your task is to determine which is which without opening them. Harry and Hermione exchanged uncertain glances. How are we supposed to do that? Harry asked. By extending your magical awareness, Wednesday explained. Close your eyes. Hold your wand loosely in your dominant hand. Then imagine your magic extending outward, like ripples in water, touching each box in turn. Hermione looked skeptical but followed instructions, as did Harry. Wednesday watched them intently, noting their different approaches. Hermione's face scrunched in concentration, her grip on her wand too tight. Harry appeared more relaxed, his breathing steady. After several minutes, Harry opened his eyes. The one on the right has the cursed object. It feels cold. The middle one has something magical but not dangerous. The left one's empty. Hermione opened her eyes with a frustrated huff. I couldn't feel anything. You're trying too hard, Wednesday told her. Magic isn't just about effort and knowledge. It's about intuition. She turned to Harry. You're correct. The right box contains a cursed quill. The middle contains a remembrall. She opened each box to demonstrate, revealing the objects exactly as she described. That's impressive, Harry, Hermione said, looking both proud and slightly envious. Potter has natural sensitivity to magical auras, Wednesday explained. Likely a side effect of surviving the killing curse. Your strengths lie elsewhere, Granger. Precision and knowledge. They spent the next hour practicing magical detection, with Hermione gradually improving her ability to sense different magical signatures. Wednesday then moved on to teaching them a shield charm more powerful than the basic Protego. Protego Maxima, she demonstrated, creating a shimmering blue barrier that completely surrounded her. It blocks physical objects as well as spells, though sustained attacks will eventually break through. By the end of the session, both Harry and Hermione had successfully cast the enhanced shield charm. Wednesday nodded in approval, making notes in her black book about their progress. Same time next week, she instructed as they walked back to the castle. And Potter, work on your wandless magic. Simple levitation to start with. 5 minutes of practice each night before sleep. Wandless magic. Hermione squeaked. But that's necessary, Wednesday interrupted. Wands can be lost or broken. Dependency on a tool is a weakness. As they parted in the entrance hall, Wednesday noticed Draco Malfoy watching them from the shadows, his pale face set in a suspicious scowl. She made a mental note to monitor him more closely. His father's involvement with Voldemort was well documented, and the Malfoy heir might prove either an obstacle or a source of information. The following week brought an unwelcome development. Harry confided in Wednesday that he'd been hearing a voice in the walls, a cold, murderous voice that no one else could hear. "It keeps talking about killing, about blood and hunger," he told her as they sat in a quiet corner of the library. "Am I going crazy?" Wednesday considered this information carefully. "Unlikely. More probable is that you're hearing something others can't." "Like what?" Harry asked anxiously. "There are several magical creatures with voices only detectable to certain individuals," Wednesday replied, already mentally cataloging possibilities. "I'll research it." She did, extensively, spending hours in the restricted section thanks to a forged note from Professor Flitwick. Her suspicions narrowed, focusing particularly on serpentine creatures, given Harry's established ability to speak Parseltongue, a fact he'd shared with her after the incident with the snake at the dueling club. The dueling club itself had been a farce, in Wednesday's opinion. Lockhart's incompetence was on full display as Snape dispatched him effortlessly in their demonstration duel. The ensuing chaos when Harry revealed his Parseltongue ability only confirmed Wednesday's assessment that large group activities were inefficient for actual learning. Being a Parselmouth is merely a rare magical talent, she told Harry afterward, as other students whispered and stared at him in the corridors. Fear of such abilities stems from ignorance. My great-aunt Calpurnia could speak to vultures. Much more disturbing, yet she was celebrated in the family. This reassurance didn't entirely comfort Harry, especially after nearly headless Nick and Justin Finch-Fletchley were found petrified, leading many to suspect Harry as the heir of Slytherin. Wednesday found these accusations illogical. Harry lacked both the knowledge and temperament for such attacks, but the school's ready embrace of the rumor revealed much about human nature's preference for simple explanations over complex truths. As Christmas approached, Wednesday decided to remain at Hogwarts for the holidays again, partly to continue her research and partly because Harry was staying. Hermione had convinced Harry and Ron to use Polyjuice Potion to infiltrate Slytherin and question Draco Malfoy about the Chamber of Secrets. Wednesday declined to participate in this plan, finding it unnecessarily complicated. Veritaserum would be more efficient, she pointed out when Hermione explained their scheme in the library. 3 drops in his pumpkin juice, and he'll tell you everything he knows. That's illegal. Hermione gasped. And we don't have access to Veritaserum anyway. Wednesday opened her school bag and produced a small crystal vial containing clear liquid. I brewed it over the summer. Educational purposes. Hermione's eyes widened. Wednesday. That's a restricted potion. You could be expelled. Only if detected, Wednesday replied calmly, returning the vial to her bag. But since you prefer the more complex and risky approach of physical transformation, carry on. Despite her skepticism, Wednesday did provide some assistance with the polyjuice brewing, particularly during the critical final stages when precision was essential. Her expertise with potions, honed through years of brewing various toxic and mind-altering substances in the Addams family basement, proved valuable. The Christmas feast was elaborate but ultimately failed to provide new information about the Chamber of Secrets. Harry and Ron's Polyjuice expedition confirmed that Malfoy wasn't the heir of Slytherin, which Wednesday had already suspected. The Malfoy family, while prejudiced, lacked the antiquity and magical power of the true Slytherin line. The day after Christmas, Wednesday cornered Harry in the Gryffindor common room, having easily bypassed the fat lady's portrait with a simple Confundus charm. How did you get in here? Harry asked, looking up from a game of wizard's chess with Ron. Unimportant, Wednesday dismissed. I need to show you something. She led a curious Harry through the castle to the second floor, stopping near the site of the first attack on Mrs. Norris. The corridor was deserted, the ominous message about the Chamber of Secrets still visible on the wall. "What are we doing here?" Harry asked nervously. "Testing a theory," Wednesday replied. "Speak Parseltongue." "What? Why?" "The monster in the chamber is likely a serpent of some kind," Wednesday explained. "Your ability to speak to snakes is connected to this somehow. Try saying something, anything, in Parseltongue." Harry looked dubious but complied, focusing on a small chip in the stone wall and imagining it as a snake. A series of hisses and sibilant sounds emerged from his mouth, sounding perfectly natural to him but alien to Wednesday's ears. They both stood silently, waiting for a response. Nothing happened. "Worth attempting," Wednesday said with a slight shrug. "The chamber's entrance is likely elsewhere, with specific activation requirements." "What kind of serpent do you think it is?" Harry asked as they walked away from the scene. "A basilisk would be logical," Wednesday replied. "They live for centuries, can kill with a glance, and respond only to parselmouths. The petrifications rather than deaths suggest the victims saw it indirectly, through reflections or filters." Harry stopped walking, staring at her. "If you're right, that's horrible. We need to tell the teachers." "With what evidence?" Wednesday asked practically. "They'll dismiss it as speculation. We need more information." "But people are in danger." "People are always in danger," Wednesday pointed out. "Knowledge is our best weapon. I'll continue researching while you listen for the voice again. If you hear it, find me immediately." Her research into basilisks proved fruitful, confirming many of her suspicions. The creature's lethal gaze, its fear of roosters, its tremendous size and longevity, all aligned with the attacks at Hogwarts. She compiled her findings in a small black notebook, including possible locations for the chamber's entrance based on the castle's oldest sections. January brought more attacks. Hermione and a Ravenclaw prefect were found petrified near the library, a small mirror clutched in Hermione's rigid hand. Wednesday examined the scene before the teachers shooed students away, noting the mirror's strategic positioning. Hermione had deduced the basilisk's nature and was using the mirror to look around corners. "Clever, Granger," Wednesday murmured approvingly. "But not quite quick enough." With Hermione petrified, Wednesday's training sessions with Harry intensified. He was driven by a new urgency, a desire to master defensive magic that might protect him and others from whatever had attacked his friend. "Channel that anger," Wednesday instructed as Harry's blasting curse shattered a target she'd set up by the lake. "Controlled emotion strengthens magic." Harry's progress accelerated dramatically. His natural talent, combined with genuine motivation and Wednesday's unconventional teaching methods, produced results that would have impressed even the strictest professors, had they known about their extracurricular practice. February brought snow and increased security measures throughout the castle. Teachers escorted students between classes, evening activities were cancelled, and a general curfew was established. This complicated Wednesday and Harry's training sessions, but they adapted, finding a new location in an abandoned bathroom on the second floor. "Moaning Myrtle's bathroom?" Harry asked skeptically as Wednesday led him inside. "Isn't this a girl's bathroom?" "Technically, yes," Wednesday replied. "But no one comes here because of the ghost. It's private and spacious." As if summoned by mention of her name, Myrtle floated out of a toilet stall, her translucent form glimmering in the dim light. "Who's there?" she called petulantly. "Come to make fun of Myrtle again?" "No," Wednesday answered, studying the ghost with interest. "We're here to practice magic. You're welcome to observe if you remain quiet." Myrtle seemed surprised by this direct approach. She floated closer, peering at Wednesday and Harry through her ghostly glasses. "You're that creepy Ravenclaw girl," she said to Wednesday. "The one who asked nearly headless Nick about death experiences." "Correct," Wednesday acknowledged. "And your Myrtle Warren died approximately 50 years ago in this very bathroom." Myrtle preened slightly at being recognized. "That's right. It was awful. I came in here crying because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. I was in that very stall, she pointed dramatically, and I heard somebody come in. They said something funny, a different language, and when I opened the door to tell them to go away, I died. Wednesday's attention sharpened. You heard someone speaking another language? Right before you died? Yes, Myrtle nodded eagerly, pleased to have an interested audience. Sort of hissy and strange. Wednesday and Harry exchanged significant looks. Parseltongue, Harry whispered. Myrtle, Wednesday said carefully, what exactly did you see that killed you? The ghost shrugged. No idea. Big yellow eyes, and then, nothing. Just death. She said this last part with a certain relish, as if enjoying the drama of her own demise. Thank you, Myrtle, Wednesday said. You've been most helpful. May we use your bathroom for practice? We won't damage anything. Flattered by the polite request, Myrtle agreed, settling on a nearby sink to watch as Wednesday began instructing Harry in a particularly complex shield charm. After their session, when Myrtle had floated away to haunt her favorite U-bend, Wednesday examined the bathroom more carefully. Myrtle was killed by the basilisk, she stated. 50 years ago, the chamber was opened before. So the entrance could be here, in this bathroom? Harry asked, looking around. Possible, Wednesday agreed. Look for snake imagery, hidden mechanisms, anything unusual. They searched methodically, checking stalls, walls, and fixtures. Finally, Harry called Wednesday over to one of the sinks. Look at this tap, he said, pointing to a tiny snake etched into the copper. And it doesn't work, the water won't come on. Wednesday ran her fingers over the snake carving. Try speaking Parseltongue to it. Harry focused on the snake image, and a series of hisses escaped his lips. Immediately, the sink began to move, sinking out of sight to reveal a large pipe, wide enough for a person to slide down. The Chamber of Secrets, Wednesday said, satisfaction evident in her usually flat voice. We've found it. They stared down into the dark pipe, considering their next move. We should tell a teacher, Harry said hesitantly. And say what? Wednesday countered. That we discovered a secret entrance that only opens with an ability most consider dark magic. They'll either dismiss us or prevent us from investigating further. So what do we do? Wednesday considered their options. We prepare. Research more about basilisks, gather appropriate tools, then return. The monster has been here for centuries, a few more days won't matter. Reluctantly, Harry agreed. They carefully restored the sink to its original position and left the bathroom, making plans to return better equipped. Their preparation was meticulous. Wednesday obtained rooster feathers from Hagrid's chicken coop, explaining she needed them for a potions experiment. She also procured several small mirrors and a pair of enchanted sunglasses from her personal collection that would theoretically filter the basilisk's deadly gaze to merely petrifying. Harry, meanwhile, practiced offensive spells that might work against such a massive creature. The blinding curse, in particular, seemed potentially useful against an enemy whose primary weapon was its gaze. They planned to enter the chamber the following weekend, but circumstances intervened. On Thursday evening, a new message appeared on the wall where the first had been written: her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Ginny Weasley, Ron's younger sister, was missing. The school erupted in panic. Students were confined to their common rooms while teachers searched the castle. Wednesday slipped away from Ravenclaw Tower using a disillusionment charm and made her way to Gryffindor, finding Harry and Ron in a state of distress. We have to go into the chamber, Harry said immediately upon seeing her. Now. Before it's too late. Agreed, Wednesday nodded. I've brought the equipment we prepared. What are you talking about? Ron demanded. You know where the chamber is? Why haven't you told anyone? There's no time to explain everything, Wednesday said briskly. Your sister has been taken by a basilisk, a giant serpent that kills with its gaze. The chamber entrance is in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Harry can open it because he speaks Parseltongue. Ron's face paled, but he straightened his shoulders. I'm coming with you. That complicates things, Wednesday observed, but your motivation will be useful. We need to move quickly. As they prepared to leave, a new complication arose, in the form of Professor Lockhart, who had been tasked with entering the chamber. He's useless, Ron said dismissively. He was packing to leave when we found him. Complete coward. But he might be useful as a distraction for the basilisk, Wednesday suggested pragmatically. They confronted Lockhart in his office, forcing him at one point to accompany them to Myrtle's bathroom. The professor's fear was palpable, his usual charm entirely absent as they marched him through the deserted corridors. In the bathroom, Harry opened the entrance again, the sink sliding away to reveal the dark pipe. After you, Wednesday told Lockhart, her wand steady. Now really, children, this is, his protest was cut short as Ron jabbed his wand into Lockhart's back, forcing him forward. With a yelp, Lockhart slid down the pipe. The three students followed, landing in a damp tunnel lined with small animal bones. Charming, Wednesday commented, looking around with more interest than disgust. This way, I presume. She pointed down the tunnel stretching before them. They proceeded cautiously, Wednesday and Harry leading with their wands illuminated, Ron keeping Lockhart at one point behind them. The tunnel twisted and turned, descending deeper beneath the school. Remember, Wednesday instructed, if you hear any movement, close your eyes immediately. Direct eye contact with a basilisk is fatal. She distributed the mirrors she'd brought, small enough to be held in one hand while keeping a wand in the other. Use these to look around corners. Indirect sight will petrify rather than kill. They reached a section of tunnel blocked by a massive snakeskin, bright green and at least 20 feet long. Lockhart, confronted with this evidence of the basilisk's size, feigned a fainting fit, only to grab Ron's wand when the boy checked on him. The adventure ends here, children, Lockhart announced, his face twisting with malice. I'll take a bit of this skin back up to the school, tell them I was too late to save the girl, and you three tragically lost your minds at the sight of her mangled body. Say goodbye to your memories. He raised Ron's damaged wand. Obliviate. The spell backfired spectacularly, exploding with such force that the tunnel ceiling collapsed. When the dust settled, Wednesday and Harry found themselves on one side of a rock fall, with Ron and a now genuinely unconscious Lockhart on the other. Ron! Are you okay? Harry called through a small gap in the rocks. I'm fine, came Ron's voice. But this gets not, the memory charm backfired. He doesn't know who he is. Convenient, Wednesday remarked. Start clearing a path while we continue ahead. We need to find your sister before it's too late. But, Ron began. We'll bring her back, Harry promised. Just work on making a way out for us. They continued down the tunnel, eventually reaching a solid wall carved with two entwined serpents. Their eyes were set with emeralds that gleamed in the wandlight. Speak to it, Wednesday instructed Harry. Harry hissed in Parseltongue, and the serpents parted as the wall cracked open, revealing the chamber of secrets beyond. They entered a long, dimly lit chamber supported by towering stone pillars carved with more serpents. At the far end stood a massive statue of Salazar Slytherin, his ancient, monkey-like face stern and imposing. At the statue's feet lay a small figure with flaming red hair, Ginny Weasley, pale and still. They rushed forward, Wednesday checking the girl's pulse while Harry looked around for the basilisk. She's alive, Wednesday confirmed, but barely. Her life force is being drained somehow. How observant, said a soft voice behind them. They turned to find a tall, handsome boy of about 16 standing nearby, watching them with an amused expression. He was slightly blurred around the edges, as if viewed through a misted window. Tom Riddle, Harry said in recognition. From the diary? In the flesh, almost, the boy replied with a cold smile. Wednesday assessed the situation quickly. You're a memory, she deduced. Preserved in the diary. You're feeding on her life force to become corporeal. Tom Riddle's eyes narrowed as he studied Wednesday. You're unusually perceptive. And who might you be? Wednesday Addams, she replied evenly. You're Lord Voldemort, aren't you? Before you chose that name. Riddle's handsome face registered surprise before smoothing into a calculating expression. My reputation precedes me, I see. I recognize the pattern, Wednesday explained. Possession, life force drainage, ancient magic. Classic techniques of the darkest wizards. Unimaginative, really. Anger flashed across Riddle's face. You dare call Lord Voldemort unimaginative? Derivative would be more accurate, Wednesday continued, deliberately provoking him while subtly positioning herself between Harry and Riddle. Herpo the Foul did it better, and with more style. As she'd intended, Riddle's focus shifted entirely to her, his fury palpable. You know nothing of true power, little girl. Let me educate you. He turned toward the statue of Slytherin and hissed in Parseltongue, Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The statue's mouth opened, revealing a dark tunnel within. Wednesday grabbed Harry's arm, pulling him behind a pillar. The basilisk is coming, she whispered urgently. Close your eyes and put these on. She handed him the enchanted sunglasses. They should filter the direct gaze. But don't take chances, use the mirror first. What about you? Harry asked, slipping on the glasses. Wednesday produced a second pair. I came prepared. They heard a heavy body hit the chamber floor. The basilisk had emerged from the statue. Riddle's voice rang out, commanding the serpent in Parseltongue to kill them. Split up, Wednesday instructed. I'll distract it while you get to Ginny and the diary. The diary is key, destroy it and you'll likely save her. Before Harry could protest, Wednesday darted out from behind the pillar, running in the opposite direction. Using her mirror, she caught a glimpse of the enormous serpent, at least 50 feet long, poison green with bulbous yellow eyes. Over here, she called, shooting red sparks from her wand. The basilisk turned toward the noise, its massive head swinging around. Wednesday moved quickly between pillars, keeping obstacles between herself and the creature. She had prepared specifically for this confrontation, pulling a small vial from her pocket and uncorking it with her teeth as she ran. The vial contained a mixture of rooster blood and ground feathers, not as effective as a live rooster's crow, which was fatal to basilisks, but potentially disorienting to the creature. She flung the contents toward the basilisk's face as it rounded a pillar. The mixture splattered across its snout, causing it to rear back, hissing in agitation. Meanwhile, Harry had made his way to Ginny and the diary. Riddle, realizing his target had changed course, commanded the basilisk to ignore Wednesday and kill Harry instead. Potter! Behind you! Wednesday shouted as the basilisk changed direction, slithering rapidly toward Harry. Harry turned, raising his mirror just in time to avoid direct eye contact. Even with this precaution and the protective glasses, the partially filtered gaze of the basilisk knocked him backward, momentarily disorienting him. His wand skittered across the chamber floor, out of reach. Wednesday launched a series of cutting hexes at the basilisk, aiming for its eyes. One connected, causing the creature to thrash in pain and rage. Its tail swept across the chamber, smashing pillars and narrowly missing Wednesday as she rolled away. Harry had recovered enough to scramble toward Ginny and the diary again. Riddle, increasingly solid as he drained more of Ginny's life force, laughed coldly. You can't save her, he taunted. In a few minutes, she'll be dead, and I'll be alive again. Lord Voldemort will return, more powerful than ever. The basilisk, half blinded by Wednesday's hex, was now relying on its sense of smell and hearing to track them. It lunged toward Harry, who dodged behind a pillar just in time. A gleam of silver caught Wednesday's eye, the sorting hat, which hadn't been there moments before, now lay near Harry. As she watched, Harry reached into the hat and pulled out a magnificent silver sword with rubies set in the hilt. "The sword of Gryffindor," Wednesday murmured in recognition. "Goblin made. It imbibes only that which strengthens it." The basilisk struck again, and this time Harry stood his ground. As the massive head lunged forward, he thrust the sword upward with all his strength, driving it through the roof of the serpent's mouth and into its brain. The basilisk reared back, thrashing in its death throes. One of its fangs had sunk into Harry's arm, and as he pulled away, the fang broke off, still embedded in his flesh. He staggered back toward Ginny, clutching his injured arm, poison already spreading. Riddle's laughter echoed through the chamber. "You're dying, Potter. Even your friend's tricks couldn't save you. I'm going to sit here and watch you die, and then I'll kill her too." He nodded toward Wednesday, who was making her way toward Harry, calculating their rapidly diminishing options. Harry reached Ginny's side, the broken basilisk fang still in his wounded arm. His face was pale, sweat beading on his forehead as the venom worked through his system. "The diary," Wednesday instructed, kneeling beside him. "Use the fang on the diary. Basilisk venom destroys Horcruxes." "What's a Horcrux?" Harry asked weakly, but followed her direction, pulling the fang from his arm with a grimace of pain. Before Riddle could intervene, Harry plunged the fang into the diary. Ink spurted from the book like blood, and Riddle screamed, a terrible, piercing scream of rage and agony. His form twisted and contorted before exploding in a burst of light. The chamber fell silent except for Harry's labored breathing. The basilisk was dead, Riddle was gone, and Ginny was beginning to stir. "You're dying," Wednesday stated, examining Harry's wound. "Basilisk venom has no cure except—" A flash of crimson interrupted her as Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, glided into the chamber. The magnificent bird landed beside Harry, tilting its feathered head to examine the wound. "Phoenix tears," Wednesday finished. "They have healing powers." Fawkes leaned forward, allowing pearly tears to fall onto Harry's wound. The effect was immediate, the puncture began to heal, the sickly pallor receding from Harry's face. "Thanks," Harry whispered to the bird, then turned to Wednesday. "How did you know to destroy the diary? And what's a Horcrux?" Wednesday hesitated. A Horcrux is an object containing a fragment of soul, created through murder and dark magic. It anchors the creator to life, preventing true death. The diary was one, or something very similar. "And you just knew that?" Harry asked incredulously. "My family library is extensive," Wednesday replied, helping Harry to his feet. "And some magical signatures are recognizable to those who've studied them." Ginny was fully awake now, sobbing as she saw the dead basilisk and realized what had happened. "I tried to tell you at breakfast," she cried, looking at Harry. "But I couldn't say it in front of Percy. It was me, but I didn't mean to, our Riddle made me." "It's fine," Harry assured her awkwardly. "The diary's destroyed. He can't control you anymore." Wednesday observed this interaction with clinical interest. Human emotional responses had always fascinated her, particularly in crisis situations. Ginny's guilt, Harry's compassion, these were predictable yet somehow compelling. "We should return to the surface," she suggested practically. "Your brother will be worried." They made their way back through the chamber, Harry carrying the sword of Gryffindor and the ruined diary, Wednesday supporting the still shaky Ginny. When they reached the rock fall, they found that Ron had cleared a sizable hole, just large enough to squeeze through. "Ginny!" Ron cried in relief, pulling his sister through. "You're alive. What happened? Where's the basilisk? Who's Tom Riddle?" "How?" Questions later, Wednesday interrupted. "We need to get out of this tunnel." Fawkes provided their exit strategy, offering his tail feathers as a magical lift. The phoenix's strength was remarkable, carrying all 4 students and the bewildered Lockhart up through the pipe and back to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. "You're alive," Myrtle noted with disappointment as they emerged, dripping and filthy. "Better luck next time," Wednesday replied, straightening her braids, which had remained perfectly intact despite everything. They made their way to Professor McGonagall's office, where they found Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley waiting in a state of anxious despair. The relief and subsequent explanations were lengthy and emotional, except for Wednesday's contributions, which were precise and minimal. When the story had been told, with Harry tactfully omitting Wednesday's knowledge of Horcruxes, Dumbledore awarded each of them 200 points for their house and special awards for services to the school. "Miss Adams," Dumbledore said, his blue eyes twinkling but serious, "you seem to have a remarkable knack for being present during Mr. Potter's most dangerous adventures." "Coincidence," Wednesday replied blandly. "Or perhaps fate, if you believe in such things." "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "Your quick thinking and extensive knowledge proved invaluable tonight. Though I wonder where a second-year student learned about such obscure magical artifacts." "I read widely," Wednesday said. "Knowledge isn't restricted to those who use it conventionally." Dumbledore studied her for a moment longer before turning his attention back to Harry and the diary. As the adults discussed the implications of Voldemort's memory possessing Ginny, Wednesday slipped quietly out of the office, her part in the drama concluded for now. Later that night, after the school had been informed that the heir of Slytherin had been caught and the monster slain, Wednesday found Harry alone in the hospital wing. He'd been examined and cleared by Madame Pomfrey but was resting before returning to Gryffindor Tower. "You knew things you shouldn't have known down there," Harry said without preamble as she approached his bed. "About Horcruxes. About Riddle being Voldemort." "How?" Wednesday took the chair beside his bed, considering how much to reveal. "My family has connections to dark magic. Research, primarily. The Adams Library contains books that would be banned by the Ministry." "But how did you know that diary was what was it called?" "A Horcrux," Wednesday supplied. "I recognized the magical signature. Similar artifacts have been documented in my family's records." Harry frowned. "That's not the whole truth, is it?" Wednesday raised an eyebrow, impressed by his perception. "No. But the whole truth isn't always useful, Potter. Sometimes it's dangerous." "I thought we were past keeping secrets," Harry said, disappointment evident in his voice. "After everything we've been through." Something uncomfortable stirred in Wednesday's chest, an unfamiliar feeling that might have been guilt in someone else. "Very well," she said after a moment. "Last summer, I found references to Voldemort's methods in a very old, very restricted text in our library. The creation of soul vessels was mentioned as one of his suspected techniques for achieving immortality. When I saw the diary affecting Ginny, draining her life force to create a corporeal form, I recognized the pattern. This wasn't entirely untrue, though it omitted her great-uncle Corvus's first-hand accounts of meetings with the young Tom Riddle in the 1940s, documented in journals Wednesday had discovered hidden behind a false wall in the Addams family crypt. Harry seemed to accept this explanation, nodding slowly. "That makes sense. I want to know what we're facing. If Voldemort made one of these Horcrux things, could there be others?" "Possible," Wednesday acknowledged. The text suggested multiple vessels would provide greater security. "I'll continue researching." Harry reached out suddenly, catching her hand. The gesture was so unexpected that Wednesday didn't immediately pull away. "Thank you," he said earnestly. "For helping save Ginny. For teaching me. For everything, really." Wednesday looked down at their joined hands, analyzing the unfamiliar sensation of human contact freely given and received. "You're welcome," she said simply, allowing the contact for a moment longer before withdrawing her hand. "Your training continues next term. You've shown aptitude, but there's much more to learn." The remaining weeks of the school year passed in a blur of restored normalcy. The Mandrake restorative draft was administered to the petrified victims, returning Hermione and the others to full health. Exams were cancelled as a school treat, though Wednesday completed hers anyway, finding academic validation mildly satisfying. On their last evening at Hogwarts, Wednesday received a note requesting her presence in Dumbledore's office. She went without apprehension. She'd been expecting this conversation since the chamber incident. "Ah, Miss Adams," Dumbledore greeted her as she entered. "Thank you for coming. Please, sit down." Wednesday took the offered seat, her posture perfect as always. "I wanted to speak with you privately about the events in the chamber," Dumbledore began. "Particularly your knowledge of certain magical artifacts." "Horcruxes," Wednesday stated directly. "You're concerned about how I identified the diary." Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly at her directness. "Indeed. Such knowledge is restricted for good reason." "Knowledge itself isn't dangerous," Wednesday countered. "Intent determines that." "A mature perspective," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Yet I wonder about your sources. Few texts on such dark magic exist outside of the most secure collections. The Addams family has preserved knowledge others have attempted to destroy," Wednesday explained. "We believe in comprehensive education." Dumbledore leaned forward, his expression grave but not unkind. "Miss Adams, I must ask directly, what is your interest in Harry Potter?" Wednesday considered the question carefully. Her initial project had evolved into something more complex, something she herself didn't fully understand. "He has potential," she finally said. "And enemies. I'm helping him survive." "Out of altruism?" Dumbledore asked skeptically. "Out of recognition," Wednesday corrected. "Rare abilities should be developed, not suppressed. Potter has power he doesn't understand. Others would use that ignorance against him." "Others like Tom Riddle," Dumbledore suggested. "Or others who claim to protect him while keeping him unprepared," Wednesday countered, meeting Dumbledore's gaze steadily. A heavy silence fell between them, broken only by the soft whirring of silver instruments on Dumbledore's desk. "You are an unusual student, Miss Adams," Dumbledore finally said. "Your abilities and knowledge far exceed your years. I could, of course, restrict your access to Harry, assign you different classes, monitor your activities more closely. But you won't," Wednesday concluded. "Because you've realized I'm an asset, not a threat." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled suddenly. "Perhaps both, Miss Adams. Perhaps both. But yes, I've decided to allow your friendship with Harry to continue. With certain conditions." "Name them," Wednesday said, pragmatic as always. "First, you will share with me any information you discover about Voldemort's methods or movements. Second, you will not teach Harry magic beyond what he could reasonably defend against. And third," Dumbledore's voice softened, "you will remember that he is not merely a project or a subject of interest. He is a young man deserving of normal friendships and experiences." Wednesday nodded once. "Acceptable terms. Though normal is subjective." "Indeed it is," Dumbledore smiled. "One final question, Miss Adams. What do you know of Sirius Black?" The sudden change of subject caught Wednesday off guard, a rare occurrence. "Harry Potter's godfather. Imprisoned in Azkaban for betraying the Potters to Voldemort and killing 13 people with a single curse." "Why?" "Merely curious about the extent of your historical knowledge," Dumbledore replied, though something in his tone suggested there was more to the question. "You may go, Miss Adams. Enjoy your summer holidays." As Wednesday left the office, she filed away the reference to Sirius Black for future investigation. Dumbledore's interest seemed pointed, suggesting developments she wasn't yet aware of. The Hogwarts Express journey back to London the next day was pleasant, if somewhat crowded. Wednesday shared a compartment with Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and the twins, enduring their boisterous company with stoic tolerance. "You must visit the Burrow this summer," Ron told Harry. "Both of you," he added, nodding to Wednesday with only slight hesitation. "Mum's already said it's fine." "I'll try," Harry promised. "Though the Dursleys might not allow it." "I have family obligations again," Wednesday said. But perhaps toward the end of August. As the train pulled into King's Cross Station, Wednesday pulled Harry aside for a brief private word. "I've been researching magical guardianship," she told him quietly. "There may be alternatives to returning to your relatives each summer. I'll continue looking into it." "Really?" Harry's face lit up with hope. "That would be amazing." "Don't get overly optimistic," Wednesday cautioned. "Magical law is complicated. But there may be possibilities worth exploring." They parted on the platform, Harry joining the Dursleys with visible reluctance, Wednesday spotting her mother's elegant figure waiting nearby. "Another year among the conventionally educated," Morticia observed as Wednesday approached. "You look well, darling. Slightly less pale, perhaps. We'll need to keep you out of the sun this summer." "I've been spending time in dungeons and secret chambers," Wednesday assured her. "The pallor is just temporary." "Excellent," Morticia smiled. "Your father is eager to hear about your adventures. Especially that business with the basilisk. Such magnificent creatures, so misunderstood." As they departed the station in the family's ancient black Rolls-Royce, driven by the impassive Lurch, Wednesday reflected on the past year. Her project with Harry Potter had evolved beyond her initial expectations. He was learning, growing stronger, more confident, but she was changing too, in subtle ways she hadn't anticipated. The realization wasn't entirely comfortable. Adamses didn't change, they remained steadfastly themselves in a world that constantly tried to normalize them. Yet her interactions with Harry, with Hermione, even with Dumbledore, had shifted something in her understanding of power and purpose. "You seem pensive, Wednesday," her mother observed. "Something troubling you?" "I'm adapting my plans," Wednesday replied carefully. "The project is more complex than I initially calculated." "The Potter boy?" Morticia guessed. "Your letters mentioned him frequently." "He has unexpected depths," Wednesday acknowledged. "And enemies that will require preparation to face." "How delightful," Morticia said approvingly. "A worthy subject indeed. Your great-aunt Calpurnia would be proud, she always said the best projects are the ones that resist simple solutions." Wednesday nodded, gazing out the window at the passing London streets. Harry Potter certainly resisted simple solutions. And perhaps, though she would never admit it aloud, that's what made him more than just a project now. The summer passed in a blur of family activities and magical research. Wednesday spent hours in the Addams family library, investigating both Horcruxes and magical guardianship laws. The former yielded disturbing insights into Voldemort's probable methods, the latter revealed complex but potentially exploitable loopholes in wizarding custody regulations. She corresponded regularly with Harry, their letters carried by her mother's raven rather than an owl. His reports of life with the Dursleys confirmed everything she'd suspected about their treatment of him, strengthening her resolve to find alternatives for his living situation. In early August, Harry wrote with exciting news. He'd accidentally inflated his Aunt Marge during a family dinner and fled the Dursley household. He was now staying at the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, having been found by the Minister of Magic himself, who had strangely not punished him for the underage magic. More interestingly, Harry mentioned rumors of Sirius Black, who had apparently escaped from Azkaban and was believed to be hunting Harry. This connection to Dumbledore's cryptic question about Black at the end of the previous term caught Wednesday's attention immediately. She convinced her parents to allow a visit to Diagon Alley for school shopping, arranging to meet Harry there the week before term started. They met outside Flourish and Blots, Harry looking tanned and significantly healthier than when she'd last seen him. "Wednesday," he greeted her with uncharacteristic warmth. "It's good to see you." "You've grown," she observed, noting he was now slightly taller than her. "And you're using the nutrition potions I sent." Harry grinned. "They taste horrible, but they work. I've gained almost a stone." "Good." Wednesday nodded approvingly. "Physical condition affects magical performance. Have you been practicing?" "As much as I can without setting off the trace," Harry confirmed. "The wandless stuff mainly," like you suggested. I can summon small objects now. Progress, Wednesday acknowledged. We have much to discuss. Not here, though. She glanced meaningfully at the crowded street. They found a quiet table at the back of the ice cream parlor, Wednesday reluctantly accepting a scoop of black licorice ice cream while Harry enthusiastically tackled a massive chocolate sundae. Tell me about Sirius Black, she requested once they were settled. Harry's expression darkened. Mr. Weasley warned me about him. Says he's escaped Azkaban to find me, to finish what Voldemort started. Interesting, Wednesday murmured. And the minister personally ensured your safety after your magical incident. The ministry is taking Black's escape very seriously. Yeah, there are wanted posters everywhere, Harry gestured toward the shop windows, where Black's gaunt face glared from official notices. They say he was Voldemort's right-hand man. Wednesday considered this information carefully. The timing is suspicious. Black escapes just as we confirm Voldemort is actively seeking to return to power. You think they're working together? Harry asked, lowering his voice. It's one possibility, Wednesday acknowledged. Though certain details don't align with that theory. I'll continue researching. There's something else, Harry said hesitantly. Mr. Weasley said I shouldn't go looking for Black, no matter what I hear. Why would he think I'd go looking for someone trying to kill me? Perhaps there's information they're keeping from you, Wednesday suggested. Something that might provoke you to seek Black out. Harry frowned. Like what? Unknown currently, Wednesday replied. But worth investigating. They moved on to discussing the coming term, including the new subjects they'd each selected. Wednesday had chosen arithmancy, ancient runes, and care of magical creatures. Harry had opted for divination and care of magical creatures. Divination is imprecise, Wednesday noted with mild disapproval. You'd have benefited more from arithmancy. Probably, Harry admitted. But Ron wanted an easy class, and I didn't want to do it alone. Wednesday raised an eyebrow but didn't comment further on his choice. They finalized plans to meet on the Hogwarts Express, and then parted ways, Harry returning to the Leaky Cauldron, Wednesday rejoining her mother at Borgin and Burke's, where Morticia was examining a cursed music box with professional interest. The final weeks of summer passed quickly. Wednesday completed her preparations for the new term, including brewing several advanced potions she anticipated might be useful. She also compiled her research on Sirius Black, finding several inconsistencies in the official accounts of his crimes that warranted further investigation. On September 1st, she boarded the Hogwarts Express with her usual methodical efficiency, securing a compartment and setting out the books she planned to read during the journey. This year, however, she found herself oddly anticipating Harry's arrival rather than merely tolerating his company. This development warranted analysis. Her project had evolved, certainly, but these subjective responses to Potter's presence were unexpected. The Addams family respected emotional attachments, her parents' passionate marriage was testament to that, but Wednesday had always prided herself on her rational detachment. Her reflections were interrupted when Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined her in the compartment, accompanied by a shabby-looking man who appeared to be asleep against the window. Professor R.J. Lupin, Hermione whispered, nodding toward the sleeping figure. It's on his suitcase. New defense teacher, I presume, Wednesday observed. Interesting timing, given recent events. They settled in, exchanging summer stories as the train pulled out of the station. Hermione had acquired a new pet, an enormous ginger cat named Crookshanks that immediately took a predatory interest in Ron's rat Scabbers. As the journey progressed, rain began to lash against the windows, and the temperature dropped noticeably. When the train suddenly slowed and then stopped entirely, Wednesday was immediately alert, her wand appearing in her hand. We can't be there yet, Hermione said, checking her watch. The lamps went out, plunging them into darkness. Wednesday cast a silent lumos, illuminating the compartment with cool blue light. Something's boarding the train, she said, moving to the window and wiping condensation from the glass. The compartment door slid open, revealing a towering, hooded figure. Its face was completely hidden beneath its hood, but a grayish, scabbed hand protruded from the cloak, looking decayed and corpse-like. Dementor, Wednesday identified, a hint of fascination in her usually flat voice. An intense cold swept through the compartment as the creature drew a long, rattling breath, sucking more than air from the space around it. Wednesday felt an unfamiliar sensation, a draining of positive feeling, leaving only the darkest memories of her life. Strangely, this effect was less pronounced for her than for the others. Wednesday's darkest memories, the time she'd nearly beheaded her brother during a game of William Tell, the family séance that had temporarily released a malevolent spirit, weren't truly traumatic from her perspective. Harry, however, reacted violently. His eyes rolled back, his body went rigid, and he collapsed to the floor, twitching and moaning. Professor Lupin was suddenly awake, on his feet with wand extended. "None of us is hiding Sirius Black under our cloaks," he said firmly to the Dementor. "Go." When the creature didn't move, Lupin muttered, "Expecto Patronum," and a silvery mist shot from his wand, driving the Dementor back. It glided away, and warmth gradually returned to the compartment. Wednesday immediately knelt beside Harry, checking his pulse and breathing. "He's unconscious but stable," she reported as Lupin rummaged in his robes, producing a large chocolate bar. Harry regained consciousness moments later, confused and embarrassed. "What happened? Who screamed?" "No one screamed, Harry," Hermione said nervously. "I heard screaming," Harry insisted, sitting up with Wednesday's assistance. "Dementors force you to relive your worst memories," Wednesday explained. "You likely heard something from your past, perhaps related to your parents' deaths." Harry's face paled further at this suggestion, but he nodded slowly in recognition. "Eat," Lupin instructed, handing Harry a piece of chocolate. "It helps counteract the effects of Dementor exposure." Wednesday observed the interaction with interest. "You seem experienced with Dementors, Professor." Lupin gave her a measured look. "I've encountered them before, yes. They're normally guarding Azkaban prison, but given Sirius Black's escape, they've been stationed around Hogwarts as a security measure." "Fascinating choice," Wednesday commented. "Using soul-draining creatures to protect children." Lupin's lips twitched in what might have been suppressed agreement. "Not my decision, I'm afraid." The Ministry insisted. The remainder of the journey passed without further incident, though Harry remained subdued. When they arrived at Hogsmeade Station, they were greeted by heavy rain and the familiar call for first-years to follow Hagrid. The older students made their way to carriages drawn by thestrals, visible only to Wednesday and, she noted with interest, Professor Lupin. "You can see them too," Lupin observed quietly as they approached the carriages. "Yes," Wednesday confirmed. "Since I was 7. My great-grandmother's passing. She was 137. Lupin nodded, a flash of understanding in his tired eyes. "They're quite remarkable creatures. Misunderstood, like many magical beings." Wednesday recognized something in his tone, a personal connection to that sentiment that warranted further observation. She filed this insight away for later consideration. At the castle, they were barely through the doors when Professor McGonagall called for Harry and Hermione. Wednesday proceeded to the Great Hall with Ron, taking seats at their respective house tables for the start-of-term feast. Harry and Hermione joined them shortly before the sorting began, Harry looking slightly puzzled. "What was that about?" Ron asked them quietly. "Nothing important," Hermione replied dismissively, though Wednesday noted the evasion. Dumbledore's welcome speech included formal announcement of the Dementor's presence and a stern warning about their dangerous nature. He also introduced 2 new teachers, Lupin for defense against the dark arts, and Hagrid for care of magical creatures, the latter announcement generating surprised applause from those who knew the gamekeeper. After the feast, Wednesday caught Harry briefly before they separated for their dormitories. "The Dementor affected you strongly," she observed. "We should work on defenses against them. The Patronus charm is the standard countermeasure, but there are alternatives worth exploring." Thanks, Harry said gratefully. I felt so helpless. I don't ever want to feel that way again. We'll start Saturday, Wednesday promised. Our usual spot by the lake. Classes began the next day with divination, which Harry later described to Wednesday as theatrical nonsense, confirming her low opinion of the subject. Professor Trelawney had apparently predicted Harry's imminent death, causing unnecessary distress among the more impressionable students. Death omens are rarely so obvious, Wednesday commented during their shared care of magical creatures class. True seers speak in obscure terms, not convenient symbols like black dogs. You believe in prophecy? Harry asked, surprised. I believe in multiple possible futures, Wednesday clarified. And in certain individuals' ability to glimpse them. But Trelawney strikes me as performative. Their conversation was interrupted as Hagrid introduced the class to hippogriffs, impressive creatures that Wednesday found aesthetically pleasing with their combination of eagle and horse features. The class proceeded well until Draco Malfoy insulted a hippogriff named Buckbeak, resulting in a slashed arm and dramatic complaints. Entirely predictable outcome, Wednesday noted as Hagrid carried Malfoy to the hospital wing. Hippogriffs respond to disrespect with aggression. Basic magical creature knowledge. Malfoy knew what he was doing, Harry said darkly. He was trying to get Hagrid in trouble. Wednesday nodded. His father has significant ministry influence. This incident will have consequences. Defense against the dark arts proved more interesting. Professor Lupin brought a practical approach to the subject, their first lesson focusing on confronting a boggart, a shape-shifting creature that assumed the form of one's greatest fear. Wednesday observed with clinical interest as her classmates faced the boggart. Ron's spider, Parvati's mummy, Seamus's banshee, all relatively straightforward fears. When Harry stepped forward, Lupin intervened, apparently concerned about the boggart becoming Lord Voldemort. When it was Wednesday's turn, she approached the boggart with calm curiosity. What would it become? She had contemplated this question since learning about the lesson. The boggart shifted, and suddenly before her stood, herself. But not as she was. This Wednesday wore bright, colorful clothes, a yellow sundress and pink hair ribbons. She was smiling broadly, her expression open and innocent. Her posture was relaxed, approachable, normal. Hello, everyone, the boggart Wednesday said cheerfully. Isn't it a beautiful day? I just love making new friends and being part of the group. A ripple of confused laughter ran through the class. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but something cold settled in her stomach. Lupin watched with undisguised fascination. Ridiculous, Wednesday said firmly, focusing on the spell. The boggart Wednesday transformed, her cheerful outfit becoming constricting vines that wrapped around her body, her bright smile freezing and cracking like porcelain. The laughter increased as the boggart Wednesday toppled over, bound and silenced. Wednesday stepped back, her face impassive but her mind racing. The revelation of her greatest fear, becoming ordinary, losing her essential self, was unexpectedly vulnerable. Well done, Miss Adams, Lupin said, a curious expression on his face. Most illuminating. After class, Harry caught up with her in the corridor. That was interesting, he said carefully. Your boggart, I mean. We all fear something, Wednesday replied neutrally. Even me. I didn't think you'd be afraid of being happy, Harry ventured. Not happiness, Wednesday corrected. Conformity. Loss of self. There's a difference. Harry nodded slowly. I think I understand. It would be like, not being a wizard anymore. Being forced to be something I'm not. Precisely, Wednesday acknowledged, slightly surprised by his perception. What would your boggart have been? Lupin didn't let you face it. Voldemort, I guess, Harry said, though he sounded uncertain. Or maybe a Dementor. After what happened on the train. Fear of fear itself, Wednesday observed. Sophisticated. As they walked together toward the great hall for lunch, Wednesday found herself oddly comfortable with Harry having witnessed her boggart. His understanding, his acceptance without judgment, these were unexpected but not unwelcome developments in their relationship. Perhaps the project was changing them both more than she'd anticipated. Saturday morning arrived crisp and clear, perfect conditions for their first private training session of the new term. Wednesday reached their spot by the lake early, setting up the practice area with her usual precision. Harry arrived moments later, looking eager but tired. Quidditch practice started already, he explained, seeing her assessment of his condition. Wood's desperate to win the cup this year, it's his last chance. Your physical condition affects your magical performance, Wednesday reminded him. Balance is essential. They began with a review of the previous year's techniques, magical detection, wandless basic spells, and defensive shields. Harry had maintained his skills over the summer, showing particular improvement in his ability to sense magical signatures. Good, Wednesday approved as he correctly identified a cursed object among several identical boxes, a test similar to their first training session the previous year. Now we'll move on to something new. She produced a small black case from her bag and opened it to reveal several crystal vials containing swirling silver mist. Memories, she explained, seeing Harry's confusion. Extracted and preserved. These are mild negative experiences, nothing traumatic, but distinctly unpleasant. Whose memories? Harry asked warily. Mine, Wednesday replied. From controlled experiments with negative stimuli. We'll use them to practice mental resistance. She selected one vial and uncorked it. Without a pensieve, we can't view the memories directly. But we can experience the emotional resonance through a modified charm. She tapped the vial with her wand, murmuring an incantation. The silver mist rose from the vial, hovering between them. Now focus on building a mental barrier, Wednesday instructed. Like the occlumency exercises we began last year, but directed specifically against emotional influence. Before Harry could prepare fully, Wednesday directed the mist toward him with a flick of her wand. It enveloped his head momentarily before dissipating. Harry's expression changed immediately, his face falling, a look of dejection replacing his earlier enthusiasm. What you're feeling isn't real, Wednesday reminded him. It's a projected emotion from the memory, in this case, disappointment and mild humiliation from a failed experiment. Recognize it as external and reject it. Harry closed his eyes, his face tightening with concentration. After several seconds, his expression cleared somewhat. It's still there, he reported, but more distant now. Like it belongs to someone else. That's the correct approach, Wednesday confirmed. Again, with a stronger memory this time. They practiced with increasingly potent emotional memories, Harry gradually improving his ability to recognize and resist the projected feelings. This technique, Wednesday explained, would help him resist both Dementor influences and more direct mental intrusions. The principle applies broadly, she said as they concluded the session. Recognize what's yours and what isn't. Emotional manipulation is common in both mundane and magical conflicts. Is that why Dementors affect me so strongly? Harry asked, wiping sweat from his forehead. Because I can't tell which feelings are mine and which are forced on me. Partially, Wednesday acknowledged. You also carry unusually traumatic memories. Your parents' deaths, your encounters with Voldemort, these provide Dementors with substantial material to exploit. Harry nodded grimly. So how do I fight them directly? Lupin used that patronus spell. The patronus charm is complex, Wednesday admitted. It requires focusing on a genuinely happy memory while under the influence of creatures that drain happiness. Logically contradictory, but magically sound. Could you teach me? Wednesday considered this. I can teach you the theory and mechanics. The execution, however, may be challenging for both of us. Why? Harry pressed. Can't you cast a patronus? I've never attempted it, Wednesday replied honestly. The Addams family tends toward different defensive specialties. Like what? Instead of answering directly, Wednesday extended her hand, palm up. She whispered something in a language Harry didn't recognize, and a small flame appeared, not the bluebell flames Hermione was adept at creating, but a darker fire with a black core that seemed to absorb light rather than emit it. Hellfire, Wednesday identified. A specialized charm passed down through my mother's side of the family. Particularly effective against spectral entities, including Dementors. But classified as dark magic by Ministry standards, so use discretion. Harry stared at the flame with fascination. Could I learn that? Possibly, Wednesday said, closing her hand to extinguish the fire. But we'll start with the Patronus. It's more universally accepted, and you have the emotional capacity for it. They agreed to focus on the Patronus charm in their next session, and Harry departed for a scheduled Quidditch practice, leaving Wednesday alone by the lake. She remained there for some time, contemplating the strange protective instinct that had developed toward Harry Potter. Initially a project, an experiment in molding raw talent, he had become something else, not quite a friend in the conventional sense, but someone whose well-being mattered to her. It was an unfamiliar feeling, this concern for another person outside her family. Perhaps, Wednesday reflected, this was part of her own education at Hogwarts, learning that connection didn't necessarily mean conformity. That caring for someone didn't have to diminish her essential self. Her great-aunt Calpurnia had written about this phenomenon in her journals, the discovery that certain individuals could be incorporated into one's worldview without compromising one's nature. Selective attachment, she had called it. A recognition of kindred darkness, even in those who appeared to walk in light. The weeks that followed established a rhythm. Regular classes, Quidditch practices for Harry, and their weekend training sessions by the lake. Wednesday excelled in her academic subjects, particularly potions and ancient runes, while maintaining her private research into both defensive magic and serious black. The latter investigation yielded interesting inconsistencies. Black had been imprisoned without trial, unusual even during the chaotic period following Voldemort's fall. The reported confrontation with Peter Pettigrew seemed oddly one-sided, with Black, supposedly Voldemort's skilled lieutenant, using a crude blasting curse rather than more targeted magic. Most curious was the timing. Black had allegedly betrayed the Potter's location to Voldemort, yet he'd been named Harry's godfather, a magical bond that carried significance in wizarding culture. The contradiction warranted further investigation. Meanwhile, Professor Lupin had proven himself the most competent defense against the dark arts teacher in years. His practical approach and extensive knowledge impressed even Wednesday, though she noted his monthly absences with interest. The pattern aligned perfectly with the lunar cycle, a correlation that, combined with his reaction to the boggart in Snape's office transforming into a silvery orb, led her to a straightforward conclusion: Lupin was a werewolf. This discovery didn't concern Wednesday. Lycanthropy was a condition, not a character flaw, but she filed it away as potentially useful information. Dumbledore's willingness to employ a werewolf demonstrated both progressive thinking and calculated risk-taking, qualities Wednesday reluctantly respected. Their training sessions expanded to include preliminary work on the Patronus charm, though neither Wednesday nor Harry had yet produced more than silver mist. The charm's requirement for genuinely happy memories presented different challenges for each of them. Harry struggled to find memories powerful enough to counter Dementor influence, while Wednesday's concept of happiness rarely aligned with the pure, positive emotion the spell required. Perhaps we're approaching this incorrectly, Wednesday suggested during one particularly frustrating session in late October. The standard instruction emphasizes joy, but other intense positive emotions might serve as well: determination, satisfaction, even the pleasure of victory. What memory are you using? Harry asked curiously. Wednesday hesitated, then answered truthfully. The moment in the chamber when you destroyed the diary. The satisfaction of watching a piece of Voldemort's soul be obliterated. Harry's eyebrows rose. That's not what I expected. What about you? Wednesday countered. Different things, Harry admitted. Flying on my broom, winning the house cup. But none seem strong enough. They lack personal significance, Wednesday observed. The patronus requires more than generic pleasure. It needs meaning. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Hermione, who occasionally joined their practice sessions when her homework schedule permitted. "I've been researching Dementors," she announced, dropping a heavy book onto the grass beside them. "There are references to alternative defenses beyond the patronus. Some old Eastern European methods involving focused negative emotions, using emotions Dementors can't feed on, like cold anger or calculated vengeance." Wednesday nodded in approval. "Logical approach. Dementors feed on positive emotions and leave negative ones. Using emotions they don't value could create a form of camouflage." "Exactly." Hermione beamed at the validation. "There's a technique called the void shield that creates a mental state of complete emotional neutrality. Not happiness or sadness, just absence. Dementors supposedly can't detect it." "Interesting," Wednesday murmured, examining the relevant passage in Hermione's book. "This aligns with certain meditative practices in my family's grimoire. We could adapt it." They spent the remainder of the session exploring this alternative approach, with Wednesday guiding them through exercises to empty their minds of all emotion, a state she personally found relatively natural. Harry struggled with the technique but showed potential, managing brief periods of the required mental emptiness before intrusive thoughts broke his concentration. Hermione, surprisingly, proved adept at the practice, her analytical mind well suited to compartmentalizing emotions. As Halloween approached, the mood in the castle lifted with anticipation of the feast and the first Hogsmeade weekend of the year. Wednesday had obtained permission to visit the Wizarding Village, though she found the prospect of crowded shops and boisterous students less than enticing. Harry, however, was denied permission due to his lack of a signed form from his guardians. When he confided this to Wednesday during their potions class, she considered the problem with her usual pragmatism. "Forge the signature," she suggested quietly as they prepared ingredients for a shrinking solution. "I can provide a convincing reproduction of your uncle's handwriting from the letters you've shown me." "I already tried," Harry admitted. McGonagall knew immediately. "Alternative approach, then," Wednesday mused. "The passage behind the one-eyed witch statue on the third floor leads directly to Honeyduke's cellar. The activation phrase is Descendium." Harry stared at her. "How do you know that?" "I make it my business to know all exits from any building I occupy regularly," Wednesday replied matter-of-factly. "Basic security principle." Despite her suggestion, Harry ultimately decided against sneaking into Hogsmeade, partly due to the risk of encountering Sirius Black and partly, Wednesday suspected, out of respect for Dumbledore's concern for his safety. On Halloween morning, Wednesday joined the stream of students heading to Hogsmeade, having arranged to meet Hermione at the Three Broomsticks after they'd each completed their shopping. The village was picturesque in a way that Wednesday found almost offensively quaint: thatched cottages, shop windows displaying cheerful merchandise, streets filled with laughing students. She visited Dervish and Banjas to purchase specialized magical equipment, then tomes and scrolls for books unavailable in the school library. Her final stop before meeting Hermione was the apothecary, where she replenished her potion supplies and acquired several rare ingredients for personal projects. At the Three Broomsticks, she found Hermione already seated at a corner table, multiple shopping bags at her feet. "Productive expedition?" Wednesday inquired, sliding into the chair opposite. "Very." Hermione agreed enthusiastically. "I found some excellent books on advanced magical theory. And I got Harry a large supply of Honeyduke's chocolate, for after Dementor encounters, you know." "Thoughtful," Wednesday acknowledged. She placed her own small, carefully wrapped package on the table. "I also acquired something for Potter." Hermione eyed the package curiously. "What is it?" "A specialized magical detector," Wednesday replied. "It identifies concealed presences, invisible entities, animagi, disillusionment charms." Given Black's apparent ability to evade detection, it seemed prudent. "That's actually really useful," Hermione said, sounding impressed. "Where did you find something like that?" "Custom order," Wednesday explained. My great-uncle Fester's design, modified by a craftsman here in Hogsmeade. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick, who joined Minister Fudge and Madame Rosmerta at a nearby table. When their discussion turned to Sirius Black and his connection to Harry, both girls became very still, listening intently. The revelations were significant. Black had not only been James Potter's best friend but also Harry's godfather and his parents' secret keeper, the only one who could have revealed their location to Voldemort. Most shockingly, Black was reportedly laughing when captured after killing Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, declaring it was all his fault the Potters had died. When the teachers departed, Wednesday and Hermione exchanged meaningful looks. "Harry doesn't know any of this," Hermione whispered, horrified. "He should," Wednesday said firmly. "Knowledge, however painful, is preferable to ignorance." But finding out his parents were betrayed by their best friend. Hermione shook her head. "It will devastate him. And leaving him vulnerable through ignorance is better." Wednesday countered. "This explains why Black escaped now, why he's targeting Harry specifically. This isn't random, it's personal." They debated how and when to share this information with Harry, eventually agreeing that honesty was necessary, but sensitivity in delivery important. Wednesday found this compromise acceptable, if somewhat inefficient. Returning to the castle that evening, they found the Halloween feast in progress but Harry absent. They located him in the Gryffindor common room, looking dispirited but resigned to missing the Hogsmeade visit. Before they could share their discoveries about Black, however, the mood in the castle shifted dramatically. Students returned from the feast in a state of controlled panic. Sirius Black had been seen inside Hogwarts, having slashed the fat lady's portrait when she refused him entry to Gryffindor Tower. The entire school was assembled in the Great Hall, conjured sleeping bags scattered across the floor as teachers searched the castle. Wednesday found Harry amid the chaos, pulling him aside to a relatively private corner. Black was specifically targeting Gryffindor Tower, she observed quietly. "Not random wandering. He's after me," Harry agreed grimly. "But how did he get past the Dementors?" "Unknown," Wednesday admitted. "But significant. Either he possesses magic they can't detect, or he knows the castle well enough to use secret passages. Possibly both." She handed him the small package she'd purchased in Hogsmeade. "Open this privately. It detects hidden presences, use it regularly." Harry took the package gratefully. "Thanks. Do you think he'll try again?" "Certainly," Wednesday replied. "Determination of that magnitude doesn't dissipate after one failure. Be vigilant." As Percy Weasley ordered them to their sleeping bags, Wednesday added quietly, "There's more you need to know about Black. When things calm down, we'll talk." The school remained on high alert for weeks following Black's intrusion. Security was tightened further, with portrait passwords changing daily and teachers escorting students between classes. Sir Cadogan, the fat lady's temporary replacement as Gryffindor Guardian, created additional complications with his constantly changing, increasingly ridiculous passwords. Despite these distractions, Wednesday maintained their training schedule, now with renewed urgency. She and Hermione had informed Harry about Black's connection to his parents, his friendship with James, his role as secret keeper, his apparent betrayal. Harry had taken the news with a strange calm that concerned Wednesday more than an emotional outburst would have. "You're internalizing," she observed during their next practice session. "Suppressing anger instead of channeling it. What am I supposed to do with it?" Harry demanded, his composed facade cracking slightly. He was their friend. Their best friend. And now he's trying to kill me too. "Use it," Wednesday suggested practically. "Controlled anger enhances magical power. Not blind rage, focused indignation." She directed him through a series of increasingly powerful offensive spells, encouraging him to channel his feelings about Black into his casting. The results were impressive. Harry's blasting curses shattered their stone targets completely, and his cutting hexes sliced cleanly through the practice dummies she'd constructed. "Better," Wednesday approved. Now apply the same principle to your patronus attempt. Not happiness, determination. The absolute refusal to let black or dementors defeat you. This approach yielded immediate improvement. Harry's patronus, previously just silver mist, now formed a distinct shape, not yet fully corporeal, but clearly developing toward a specific animal form. It's working! Harry exclaimed, watching the silvery proto-patronus circle around them before fading. I was thinking about standing up to Black, making him pay for what he did, not letting him win. Righteous defiance, Wednesday nodded. A powerful emotion, distinct from simple happiness. Well done. Her own patronus remained stubbornly incorporeal, though she'd managed to produce a sustained silver shield that would theoretically repel dementors temporarily. The charm continued to challenge her, requiring emotional resources she wasn't accustomed to accessing. November brought the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor vs Hufflepuff in terrible weather conditions. Wednesday attended despite the driving rain, observing from beneath a black umbrella enchanted to repel water. The match took a horrifying turn when dementors invaded the pitch, drawn perhaps by the excitement and emotions of the crowd. Harry, high above searching for the snitch, was surrounded by the creatures. His patronus practice proved insufficient against so many dementors at once, and he fell from his broom, plummeting 50 feet toward the ground. Dumbledore's intervention saved Harry from death, but not from injury. Wednesday visited him in the hospital wing immediately after the match, finding him unconscious but stable, surrounded by the mud-splattered Gryffindor team. His broom hit the Whomping Willow, Ron informed her grimly. Nothing left but splinters. Wednesday nodded, processing this information while observing Harry's vital signs with a critical eye. The physical damage is reparable, she noted. The psychological impact of repeated dementor exposure is more concerning. She remained at Harry's bedside after the team departed, reading quietly from an advanced defense against the dark arts text she'd borrowed from the restricted section. When Harry finally regained consciousness, she was the first to notice, closing her book as his eyes fluttered open. The dementors, Harry mumbled, attempting to sit up. Approximately 100 of them, Wednesday confirmed. Dumbledore was quite angry. They were supposed to remain at the school boundaries. Harry slumped back against his pillows. I heard her again, my mother. Screaming as Voldemort killed her. His voice was hollow, haunted. Something twisted in Wednesday's chest, an uncomfortable sensation she recognized as empathy, an emotion her family acknowledged but rarely indulged. Such memories have power, she said after a moment. Terrible, yes, but also potentially valuable. You heard your mother's voice, something most orphans would treasure, despite the circumstances. Harry looked at her strangely. I never thought of it that way. Different perspective, Wednesday shrugged. The Addams family views death differently than most. They sat in companionable silence for a while before Harry spoke again. I need to master the Patronus charm. Properly. Before the next match. Agreed, Wednesday nodded. And you need a new broom. Thanks for the reminder, Harry said with a weak attempt at humor. Simply being practical, Wednesday replied. Though I suspect the broom will resolve itself. You have surprisingly good fortune in material matters. This prediction proved accurate when, weeks later, Harry received a Firebolt, the most advanced racing broom on the market, as an anonymous Christmas gift. Hermione's immediate suspicion that Sirius Black had sent it led to the broom being confiscated for testing, creating tension between her and Harry. Wednesday found their argument tedious but sided with Hermione's caution. Checking for curses is basic security, she told Harry during their first training session after the holidays. Especially given Black's demonstrated ability to breach Hogwarts defenses. Harry, still annoyed about the broom, changed the subject to their Patronus practice. He'd made significant progress, now consistently producing a Patronus with a distinct form, though still not fully corporeal. Professor Lupin has offered to give me private lessons, he informed Wednesday. Specifically for the Patronus charm. Logical, Wednesday acknowledged without offense. He's demonstrated competence with the spell. Accept his tutelage but continue our other practice. Harry looked relieved at her reaction. I thought you might be. I don't know, upset about someone else teaching me. Wednesday raised an eyebrow. Knowledge doesn't require exclusivity, Potter. Multiple perspectives enhance understanding. Their training continued alongside Harry's lessons with Lupin. January faded into February, bringing slightly warmer weather and the return of Harry's firebolt, pronounced curse-free by the teachers. Hermione's vindication at being proven wrong was tempered by Ron and Harry's excitement about the broom's restoration, leading to a tentative reconciliation among the Gryffindor trio. Wednesday's research into Sirius Black had continued, yielding additional inconsistencies in the official narrative. The lack of a trial, the questionable witness accounts, and most significantly, the magical oath implicit in a godparent relationship, one that would theoretically prevent Black from directly harming Harry. When she shared these findings with Harry after one of their practice sessions, his reaction surprised her. I'm going to kill him, Harry said quietly, his green eyes cold with determination. If I find him before the Dementors do, I'm going to kill him myself. Wednesday studied him thoughtfully. An understandable impulse, but potentially premature. Premature. Harry's voice rose in disbelief. He betrayed my parents. He's the reason they're dead. According to the official narrative, Wednesday agreed. Which contains multiple inconsistencies worth investigating before permanent action. What inconsistencies? Harry demanded. Everyone says he did it, Fudge, McGonagall, even Dumbledore. Everyone believed Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago, Wednesday pointed out calmly. Consensus isn't evidence. She outlined her findings, the procedural irregularities, the witness contradictions, the magical implications of godparenthood that should have made harming Harry impossible for Black. The magical godparent bond is ancient and powerful, she explained. Breaking it causes severe magical consequences, loss of power, physical pain, potentially death. Black's actions don't align with someone who betrayed that bond. Harry listened with growing confusion and frustration. If Black didn't betray my parents, who did? And why is he trying to get into Gryffindor Tower? Unknown, Wednesday admitted. But worthy of investigation before execution. Harry didn't look convinced but agreed to reserve judgment pending further information, a concession Wednesday accepted as reasonable given the emotional nature of the situation. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Professor McGonagall, who appeared surprised to find them alone together by the lake. Miss Adams, Mr. Potter, she greeted them with a slight frown. Rather isolated location for a study session. Practical magic requires space, Professor, Wednesday replied evenly. We're practicing defensive spells. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. A prudent focus, given recent events. However, I must remind you that students should remain in more visible areas of the grounds, particularly you, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor, Harry agreed. We were just finishing. As they gathered their books and notes, McGonagall added, Miss Adams, Professor Flitwick mentioned you've expressed interest in the theoretical basis of the Patronus charm. He suggested this might be useful. She handed Wednesday a small, ancient-looking book titled, Emotional Resonance in Protective Enchantments. Thank you, Professor, Wednesday said, genuinely appreciative. This appears quite valuable. McGonagall nodded, a knowing look in her eyes. Different approaches work for different individuals, Miss Adams. Not all patron uses are fueled by conventional happiness. As she departed, Wednesday examined the book with interest. McGonagall's comment suggested she understood Wednesday's difficulty with the charm, and potentially offered a solution. That evening, Wednesday studied the book thoroughly, discovering a section on alternative emotional bases for the Patronus charm. While conventional teaching emphasized joy and happiness, historical records documented successful patron uses powered by different emotional states, fierce loyalty, protective instinct, even the satisfaction of intellectual achievement. These insights proved transformative for Wednesday's practice. During their next session, focusing on her determination to protect Harry from genuine threats rather than on conventional happiness, she produced her first partially corporeal patronus, a silver shape that, while not yet fully formed, moved with a sinuous, predatory grace. "Was that a snake?" Harry asked, watching the silver mist dissipate. "Unclear," Wednesday replied, though privately she suspected something more exotic. The movement had reminded her of the alchemy illustration in her family's copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, a winged, serpentine creature capable of changing size to fit available space. Harry, meanwhile, had achieved a fully corporeal patronus during his sessions with Lupin, a magnificent stag that bounded around the classroom, driving away a boggart dementor. He demonstrated the complete form during their next practice, the silver stag illuminating the twilight around the lake with its brilliant glow. "Impressive," Wednesday acknowledged. "The form is significant. A stag was your father's animagus form, according to Lupin." "You knew my father was an animagus?" Harry asked, surprised. "Lupin mentioned it during our conversation about advanced transfiguration last week," Wednesday explained. "He said your father, Black, and Pettigrew all became animagi to accompany him during full moons." Harry's eyes widened. "Wait, Lupin told you he's a werewolf?" "He didn't need to," Wednesday replied. "The pattern of absences corresponding exactly to the lunar cycle made it obvious. His reaction to the boggart moon confirmed it." "And you're okay with that?" Harry asked cautiously. Wednesday raised an eyebrow. "Lycanthropy is a condition, not a character flaw. Besides, my family has historically considered werewolves to be excellent dinner guests. Very appreciative of rare meat." Harry laughed despite himself, shaking his head at her matter-of-fact acceptance. Their training continued with increased focus on detecting and countering various forms of magical concealment, skills Wednesday deemed essential given Black's continued evasion of capture. Harry mastered basic detection spells and became proficient with the specialized detector Wednesday had given him, carrying it constantly. February gave way to March, bringing preparations for the Quidditch final between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry spent increasing amounts of time in practice, though he maintained their weekend training sessions and his lessons with Lupin. One evening, Wednesday was working late in the library when Harry burst in, looking agitated. "Black was in our dormitory," he whispered urgently, sliding into the chair opposite her. "With a knife. He was standing over Ron's bed, slashed the curtains when Ron woke up and yelled." Wednesday set down her quill, giving him her full attention. "Was anyone injured?" "No, he ran when Ron shouted. But he was there, in our dormitory, with a knife." Harry ran a hand through his already messy hair. "It doesn't make sense. If he wants to kill me, why go to Ron's bed? And why use a knife when he could have used magic?" "Excellent questions," Wednesday agreed. "Perhaps his target wasn't you. Who else would he be after?" Harry asked skeptically. "Unknown," Wednesday admitted. "But worth considering. The knife suggests desperation or limitation. His wand may be compromised, or he might be avoiding detectable magic." The castle's security was enhanced further following this incident, with trolls guarding Gryffindor Tower and teachers patrolling the corridors at night. Despite these measures, Black remained elusive, seemingly able to appear and disappear at will. Wednesday's suspicions about the case continued to grow. Black's behavior didn't match that of a determined assassin. He'd had multiple opportunities to attack Harry if that was truly his goal. The focus on Gryffindor Tower specifically, and Ron's bed in particular, suggested a different target altogether. Her breakthrough came unexpectedly, during a Care of Magical Creatures class where Hagrid was showing them fire crabs. As Ron handled his crab, Scabbers the rat poked his head out of Ron's pocket, sniffing the air nervously. Wednesday observed the rat with sudden interest. According to information she'd gathered, Peter Pettigrew had been an animagus whose form was a rat. Scabbers was unusually old for a garden rat, having been in the Weasley family for 12 years, precisely the time since Pettigrew's supposed death. After class, she approached Harry privately. "I need to see Weasley's rat, she said without preamble. Scabbers? Why? Harry asked, confused by the request. A theory, Wednesday replied. Potentially significant to the Black situation. Harry looked skeptical but agreed to help, inviting Wednesday to join them in the Gryffindor common room that evening, a rare occurrence that raised eyebrows among the Gryffindors, many of whom still found Wednesday unsettling. When Ron reluctantly produced Scabbers, looking thin and ragged these days from stress, Wednesday examined the rat carefully. He's missing a toe on his front paw, she observed. Yeah, he's always been like that, Ron confirmed. Probably lost it in a fight before Percy got him. The largest part of Pettigrew they found was his finger, Wednesday said quietly to Harry. One finger, after Black supposedly blew him to bits. Harry's eyes widened as he made the connection. You think Scabbers is a possibility worth investigating, Wednesday interrupted before he could say the name. We need to confirm with a revealing spell. You're mental, Ron said, overhearing this exchange. Scabbers is just a rat. He's been in my family for 12 years, Wednesday finished. Unusually long-lived for a common rat. Despite Ron's protests, she convinced them to test her theory. They would need Professor Lupin's help, however, as the animagus revealing spell was beyond their current abilities. The following day, they approached Lupin after his defense against the dark arts class, explaining Wednesday's theory in his office with the door firmly closed. Lupin listened with increasing alarm, his face paling as Wednesday outlined the inconsistencies in Black's case and her suspicions about Scabbers. If you're right, he said slowly, this changes everything. Sirius couldn't have. He trailed off, emotions visibly warring on his face. We need to confirm, Wednesday pressed. The revealing spell would force an animagus back into human form. Lupin nodded decisively. Bring the rat to my office tonight. I'll perform the spell myself. That evening, they managed to capture Scabbers despite the rat's increasingly frantic attempts to escape. As they approached Lupin's office, however, the rat bit Ron's hand viciously and fled down the corridor. Stop him! Harry shouted, drawing his wand. Wednesday reacted instantly with a freezing charm that caught Scabbers mid-scurry, immobilizing him on the stone floor. They hurried the frozen rat to Lupin's office, where the professor was waiting anxiously. You got him, Lupin said with evident relief. Place him on the desk, please. With Scabbers immobilized on the desk, Lupin raised his wand and performed a complex spell. Blue-white light erupted from his wand, engulfing the rat completely. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Scabbers began to change, his form expanding and transforming until, sprawled on the desk, lay a small, balding man with grubby skin and pointed features. Peter Pettigrew, Lupin whispered, his wand still trained on the man. Alive all this time. Pettigrew's eyes darted around the room in panic. Remus. My old friend. Thank goodness. I've been hiding. Sirius Black trying to kill me. Why hide for 12 years? Wednesday asked coldly. If Black was safely in Azkaban? Pettigrew's ratty eyes fixed on her with confusion. Who's this? What's happening? The truth is emerging, Lupin said, his voice hardening. Sirius wasn't the secret keeper, was he, Peter? You were. No. No. Pettigrew squealed. You don't understand. We're beginning to, Harry said, his voice shaking with anger and confusion. You betrayed my parents. You framed Sirius Black. The confrontation escalated rapidly, with Pettigrew alternating between denial and pleading. It reached a crescendo when the office door burst open to reveal Sirius Black himself, gaunt, filthy, but unmistakable with his hollow eyes and matted black hair. Remus, Black rasped. You found him. His gaze locked onto Pettigrew, who cowered against the desk. Stand back, Wednesday instructed Harry and Ron, drawing her wand. This situation is volatile. What followed was a revelation of betrayal and deception spanning 12 years. Black and Lupin explained how they had switched secret keepers at the last moment, believing Pettigrew less likely to be targeted by Voldemort. How Pettigrew had betrayed the Potters and framed Black by cutting off his own finger and blasting the street, killing 12 Muggles before transforming into a rat and escaping into the sewers. Throughout the explanation, Wednesday observed Pettigrew's reactions, noting the telltale signs of guilt in his posture and expressions. When Black and Lupin prepared to kill Pettigrew, however, Harry intervened. "Don't kill him," he said firmly. "Hand him over to the Dementors. Let everyone know the truth." Wednesday considered this decision with clinical interest. Justice rather than vengeance, a choice she wouldn't necessarily have made herself, but one that revealed much about Harry's character. "A strategic decision," she commented. "Living testimony is more convincing than a corpse." Their plan to deliver Pettigrew to the authorities was compromised, however, by a combination of unfortunate circumstances: Snape's arrival and subsequent incapacitation, Lupin's transformation under the full moon, and Pettigrew's escape in the ensuing chaos. Black, in his animagus form of a massive black dog, fought the transformed Lupin to protect the students. In the confusion, Pettigrew managed to transform back into a rat and disappear into the darkness. The night culminated in a terrifying encounter by the lake, where hundreds of Dementors descended upon Black and Harry. Wednesday, separated from them during Lupin's transformation, arrived to find Harry attempting to cast a patronus against overwhelming odds. Without hesitation, she joined him, focusing her mind on her determination to protect him, not from sentiment, but from recognition of his value, his potential, his importance in the struggle against genuine darkness. Expecto Patronum, they cast in unison. From Harry's wand burst the silver stag, stronger and brighter than ever before. From Wednesday's emerged a fully corporeal patronus at last, a sinuous, winged serpent that glided through the air with deadly grace. The alchemy, for that's what it was, joined forces with the stag, driving back the Dementors with silver light that illuminated the entire lakeside. The Dementors retreated, but the victory was short-lived. Black had been captured, and despite their explanations, the Minister of Magic was determined to have him kissed by the Dementors immediately. "They've locked him in Professor Flitwick's office," Hermione informed them in the hospital wing, where they'd been taken for treatment. "They're going to perform the kiss any moment now." "We have to stop them," Harry insisted. "He's innocent, we know the truth." "The truth without evidence is merely an alternative narrative," Wednesday pointed out pragmatically. "We need Pettigrew." "There's no time," Hermione said urgently. Then, with a significant look at Wednesday, she added, "unless we had more time." Wednesday's eyes narrowed in understanding as Hermione pulled a small hourglass on a long gold chain from beneath her robes. "A time turner," Wednesday identified. "Ministry regulated." "How did you acquire it?" "McGonagall got it for me so I could take extra classes," Hermione explained hurriedly. "But we could use it to save Sirius." "Highly illegal," Wednesday noted with approval. "Efficient solution." The plan they formulated was bold but precise. Using the time turner, Harry and Hermione would go back 3 hours to rescue both Buckbeak the Hippogriff, scheduled for execution that evening, and Sirius, using the former to help the latter escape. "What about you?" Harry asked Wednesday, who had been participating in their planning. 3 is detectable, she explained. 2 is optimal for temporal incursions. Besides, I'm not technically supposed to be out of bed. My presence is already a liability. This wasn't entirely true. Wednesday could have easily joined them without complication, but she recognized that Harry and Hermione needed this experience together. Some lessons were best learned through direct participation rather than guided instruction. "Be precise," she advised as Hermione prepared to activate the time turner. "Temporal magic is unforgiving of errors." With a twist of the hourglass, Harry and Hermione vanished, leaving Wednesday alone in the hospital wing with the sleeping Ron. She used the time to tend her own minor injuries from the night's events and to reflect on the developments of the past year. Her project with Harry had evolved far beyond its original parameters. He had grown significantly, not just in magical skill but in confidence, judgment, and perception. More unexpectedly, she had changed as well, developing something akin to genuine attachment to Harry and, to a lesser extent, Hermione. This evolution warranted analysis. The Addams family valued independence and self-reliance, but they also understood the power of genuine connection, evidenced by her parents' devoted marriage and the family's fierce loyalty to one another. Perhaps her relationship with Harry represented a natural extension of that principle, selective attachment to those who genuinely deserved it. Harry and Hermione returned precisely where they'd left, flushed with success and exhaustion. They quickly explained how they'd rescued Buckbeak and used him to free Sirius from Flitwick's office. Black was now safely away, flying toward freedom on the Hippogriff. Effective execution, Wednesday acknowledged. Though the escaped convict status remains problematic. Without Pettigrew, we can't prove his innocence, Harry agreed glumly. But at least he's alive and free. And he's your godfather, Wednesday reminded him. A magical relationship with potential utility regarding your living situation. Harry's eyes widened at the implication. You mean I could live with him instead of the Dursleys? Eventually, Wednesday nodded. Once his name is cleared. A goal to work toward. As dawn approached, Madame Pomfrey finally insisted they all get some sleep. Wednesday returned to Ravenclaw Tower, her mind already categorizing the night's events and their implications for the future. Black's escape, Pettigrew's return to Voldemort, for where else would a man in his position go? Lupin's exposure as a werewolf, which would inevitably lead to his resignation, all pointed toward escalating conflict in the coming months. Her project with Harry had taken on new urgency. He had enemies gathering, threats multiplying. Their training would need to intensify accordingly. But there was something else, something Wednesday was still processing. When the Dementors had surrounded Harry and Black, her reaction had been instinctive, not calculated, not strategic, but immediate and visceral. She had joined Harry without hesitation, casting her patronus alongside his not because it was logical but because she couldn't do otherwise. This, she realized with mild alarm, was what her mother had once described as genuine care, the irrational but powerful impulse to protect another regardless of personal consequence. An interesting development. One that required further analysis. But for now, as she settled into her bed in Ravenclaw Tower, Wednesday allowed herself a small, satisfied smile. Her alchemy patronus had been magnificent, deadly and beautiful, like all the best magic. And Harry had once again survived against significant odds, proving the value of her investment in his development. The project continued, evolving in unexpected ways. And wasn't that, after all, the mark of truly worthwhile research? Chapter 3, When Worlds Collide. The summer heat shimmered over the immaculately maintained lawns of Privet Drive, the suburban perfection marred only by the skinny, dark-haired boy sitting beneath a flowering hydrangea bush beside number 4. Harry Potter appeared to be doing nothing more suspicious than avoiding his aunt and uncle, but in reality, he was reading a letter written on black parchment, delivered by a raven so glossy it seemed to absorb rather than reflect the sunlight. Potter, the World Cup offers optimal conditions for our next phase of training. Significant crowds provide cover for practical exercises in detection and evasion. I've arranged tickets through my father's ministry contacts. Expect retrieval at 0900 hours on August 18th. Be packed for both the event and subsequent transport to school. Regarding your godfather's situation, progress continues. Ancient family libraries sometimes contain solutions modern jurisprudence overlooks. I've identified 3 promising legal precedents that may facilitate his formal exoneration. Have you maintained practice of wandless summoning? Focus on increasing distance and object weight. The constraints of the trace are irrelevant if no wand is involved. Until August, Harry smiled despite himself. Wednesday's letters always read like military communications, precise and devoid of conventional pleasantries. Yet he'd come to appreciate their reliability. One arrived exactly every 10 days, each containing practical advice, useful information, and the unspoken reassurance that he wasn't forgotten. Tucking the letter into his pocket, Harry checked his watch. Nearly time for the evening news, his only connection to potential updates about Voldemort's activities. The dreams had been getting worse lately. Voldemort, Wormtail, planning something that involved Harry himself. A sudden crack echoed through the quiet street, making Harry start and draw his wand from his pocket. He relaxed slightly when he spotted the source, a tall, skeletal man in a perfectly tailored pinstripe suit, standing on the Dursleys' front walk. Harry recognized him immediately from Wednesday's descriptions, Lurch, the Addams family butler. "Mr. Potter," the man intoned in a voice like a closing mausoleum door. "Miss Wednesday sends instructions to collect you ahead of schedule." Harry blinked in surprise. "But her letter said," "Circumstances changed," Lurch interrupted, extending a massive hand containing another black envelope. Harry opened it quickly, recognizing Wednesday's precise handwriting, "Emergency extraction. Foreign magical signature detected near Privet Drive perimeter. Situation potentially hostile. Go with Lurch immediately. Leave a note for your relatives claiming unexpected school requirement." Harry didn't hesitate. After the previous 3 years, he trusted Wednesday's instincts about danger implicitly. He scribbled a note for the Dursleys, grabbed his already packed trunk, another of Wednesday's habits he'd adopted, always be ready to leave, and followed Lurch to a long black vintage car idling at the curb. "Master Harry," came a voice from the driver's seat. A round, bald man with wild eyes and an unsettling grin turned to face him. "What a pleasure. Wednesday has told us so much about you. I'm Uncle Fester." "Nice to meet you," Harry said, slightly taken aback by the man's enthusiasm as Lurch loaded his trunk into the car. "She's waiting at the manor," Fester continued, pulling away from Privet Drive with alarming speed. "So excited she's almost shown emotion." "Well," she narrowed her eyes slightly, which for Wednesday is practically jumping for joy. Harry had never visited the Addams family home before. His mental image, constructed from Wednesday's occasional references and Hermione's horrified speculation, didn't prepare him for the reality. The Addams mansion loomed against the twilight sky, a massive Victorian monstrosity with twisted spires, gargoyles perched on every corner, and a wrought iron gate that appeared to open of its own accord as the car approached. The front door swung open before they reached it, and Wednesday stood on the threshold, her black dress and braids a stark contrast to the warm summer evening. Her expression was as impassive as ever, but Harry had learned to read the subtle indicators of her mood. The slight tension around her eyes suggested concern. "You weren't followed," she stated, scanning the grounds behind them. "Good. What's happening?" Harry asked as he climbed the steps to join her. "Your letter mentioned a foreign magical signature." Wednesday nodded once. "Mother's ancestral warning wards detected unfamiliar magic circling your neighborhood 3 days ago. Pattern suggested reconnaissance rather than immediate threat." "Voldemort?" Harry asked quietly. "Unknown. Possibly an agent rather than the primary." Wednesday stepped aside to let him enter. "You'll stay here until the World Cup. Safer than returning to an already compromised location." The interior of the Addams mansion was a revelation, a study in elegant gloom. Cobwebs draped like fine lace from crystal chandeliers. Mounted heads on the walls seemed to follow their movement with glass eyes. A suit of armor raised a gauntlet in greeting as they passed. "Welcome to our home, Harry Potter." A tall, ethereally beautiful woman with skin like moonlight glided toward them, her floor-length black dress appearing to float rather than swish around her. "I am Morticia Addams, Wednesday's mother." "Thank you for having me, Mrs. Addams," Harry replied, remembering his manners despite his awe at her presence. Wednesday had clearly inherited her mother's intensity, though Morticia's manifestation was more sensually haunting than Wednesday's clinical precision. "You must be famished after your journey," Morticia continued. "We're about to have dinner." Wednesday, show Harry to the guest room, the one with the minimal infestation, and join us in the dining room. As Wednesday led him up the grand staircase, Harry caught glimpses of bizarre artifacts and unsettling portraits. One painting appeared to wink at him, another turned its face to the wall as they passed. Your home is. Harry searched for an appropriate word. Functional, Wednesday supplied. The east wing is partially collapsed and the basement occasionally floods with an unidentified ooze, but the defensive enchantments are exceptional. The guest room, despite Wednesday's warning, seemed relatively normal apart from the bed's headboard, which was carved with elaborate scenes of medieval torture. Harry set down his backpack, noticing a familiar silver glint on the nightstand. Is that a knife? Letter opener, Wednesday corrected. Though it functions adequately for personal defense or blood rituals in a pinch. At dinner, Harry met the rest of the Addams family. Gomez, Wednesday's father, greeted him with explosive enthusiasm, pumping his hand and declaring him the wizard who lived to tell the tale. Pugsley, Wednesday's round-faced brother, asked detailed questions about the basilisk's exact dimensions. Grandmama served a stew that occasionally growled when Harry's spoon approached. Wednesday tells us you're being hunted by a fractured soul, Morticia remarked conversationally between courses. How fascinating. We haven't had a proper lich in the family since great-uncle Vlad in the 1700s. Mother, Wednesday interjected, the situation remains confidential. Of course, darling, Morticia agreed. Though we've taken the liberty of consulting the family grimoires. Soul magic has always been an Addams specialty. The Addams line has certain, historical overlaps with practitioners of various esoteric arts, Wednesday explained to Harry after catching his confused expression. Mother's side specialized in necromancy before it became socially inconvenient. Gomez laughed heartily. That's putting it mildly. The ministry still has a standing execution order for anyone practicing the Frump family resurrection ritual of 1756. Complete overreaction, only 17 people died during the experimental phase. Harry tried to mask his shock with a polite smile, not entirely succeeding. After dinner, Wednesday led Harry to the family library, a vast, shadow-filled room with books stacked from floor to ceiling, some chained shut, others emitting soft moans or occasional puffs of colored smoke. We need to discuss recent developments, she said, closing the heavy door behind them. Your dreams about Voldemort. They're increasing in frequency and detail, correct? Harry stared at her. How did you know about those? Your letters referenced disturbed sleep. Given your connection to Voldemort and the timing, the correlation was obvious. Wednesday selected a thick, leather-bound volume from a nearby shelf. I believe they're more than conventional dreams. A direct mental link, facilitated by your scar. She opened the book to a marked page, revealing intricate diagrams of human skulls with various symbols etched into them. Soul connections manifest in multiple ways. Your symptoms suggest a partial possession link, you're accessing his thoughts when his emotional state is particularly strong. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the library's perpetual dampness. So I'm seeing into Voldemort's mind. That's how I know he's planning something. A reasonable hypothesis, Wednesday confirmed. Which brings us to the World Cup. Security will be minimal despite the large gathering. An ideal target if one wished to announce a return to power. You think Voldemort will attack the World Cup? Harry asked, alarmed. Not personally. He lacks sufficient corporeal form based on your descriptions. Wednesday closed the book with a decisive snap. But his followers might see it as an opportunity to demonstrate loyalty. We'll need to be prepared. The following days at the Addams mansion proved educational in unexpected ways. Wednesday continued their training in the family cemetery, which offered optimal privacy and appropriate ambient energy, according to her. Harry's wandless magic improved significantly, partly due to necessity. Certain areas of the house seemed to dampen conventional spellwork while enhancing older, more primal forms of magic. Pugsley occasionally joined their sessions, demonstrating an alarming talent for explosive curses that Wednesday explained was a family specialty on father's side. Harry found himself warming to Wednesday's brother despite his disconcerting habit of testing the toxicity of various plants by chewing them and describing the resulting numbness in specific body parts. The Addams adults largely left them to their own devices, though Morticia occasionally provided ancient tomes with relevant passages marked, and Gomez enthusiastically demonstrated dueling techniques that seemed to involve as much acrobatics as actual spellcasting. "Your father is intense," Harry commented after watching Gomez fence with a suit of armor that fought back with remarkable viciousness. "He contains his darkness differently than Mother and I," Wednesday agreed. "External rather than internal expression. Equally effective, just louder." The night before they were due to depart for the Quidditch World Cup, Harry awoke to a pain so severe in his scar that he couldn't suppress a cry. The door to his room opened immediately to reveal Wednesday, still fully dressed despite the late hour. "Another vision?" she asked, approaching his bed without hesitation. She placed a cool hand on his forehead, just above his scar, and the pain diminished slightly. "Voldemort, he killed an old man," Harry gasped. "In a house." He was talking about the Quidditch World Cup. "And someone at Hogwarts." Wednesday's dark eyes narrowed. "Specific details?" Harry shook his head. "Just fragments. He mentioned a faithful servant at Hogwarts. And something about using me for a ritual." "Concerning but imprecise," Wednesday murmured. She removed her hand from his forehead and produced a small vial from her pocket. "Dreamless sleep potion with a modification. It won't block the visions entirely but should filter them, allowing you to observe without experiencing the full emotional transfer." Harry took the potion gratefully. As drowsiness overtook him, he mumbled, "You were prepared for this." "I prepare for everything, Potter," Wednesday replied, her voice the last thing he heard before sleep reclaimed him. The Quidditch World Cup brought a return to the wizarding world's more conventional strangeness. They traveled by Port Key, an experience that left even Wednesday's unflappable Uncle Fester momentarily dizzy, and arrived at a massive campground already teeming with wizards from around the world. The Weasleys had saved them spaces near their own elaborate tent setup. Ron's shock at seeing Harry arrive with the Addams family quickly gave way to fascination with Fester's ability to illuminate a magical lamp by placing it in his mouth. "Brilliant," he exclaimed as Fester demonstrated. "Is that a family trait?" "Sadly no," Fester lamented, removing the now glowing lamp. "Wednesday's tried for years, but she can only manage a gentle sizzling sound." "Different conductive properties," Wednesday explained to Harry's questioning look. "Uncle Fester generates electrical current naturally. I merely resist its effects." Hermione arrived shortly after, immediately pulling Harry and Wednesday into a concerned huddle away from the others. "Harry, your last letter said you'd had another dream about you-know-who," she whispered anxiously. "And now you're staying with—" She glanced toward the Addams' pitch-black tent, which somehow appeared larger and more gothic than the surrounding structures despite its standard size. "Is everything all right?" Wednesday's family detected magical surveillance around Privet Drive, Harry explained. "They've been helping me prepare." "Prepare for what exactly?" Hermione pressed. "Inevitable conflict," Wednesday replied flatly. "Voldemort's movements suggest acceleration of whatever plan he's formulating." Hermione bit her lip. "I've been researching too. There are historical patterns to dark wizard re-emergences. They typically begin with symbolic acts, demonstrations of power at culturally significant events. Like an international Quidditch match, Harry said grimly. "Precisely." Wednesday nodded approvingly at Hermione. "We should establish emergency protocols. Predetermined meeting point, recognition signals." "You think something's going to happen tonight?" Hermione asked, her voice rising slightly. "Probability suggests preparation regardless," Wednesday said. "Better to have unnecessary protocols than unprepared chaos." Their foresight proved valuable. The match itself, Bulgaria versus Ireland, passed without incident despite the dramatic appearance of the Bulgarian seeker Viktor Krum. The celebrations afterward, however, dissolved into terror when masked figures in black robes began marching through the campground, levitating the Muggle campsite manager and his family high into the air. Death Eaters, Wednesday identified calmly as screams erupted around them. They had returned to the Weasleys' tent after the match when the commotion began. Exactly as anticipated. "We need to get to the woods," Harry said, remembering their predetermined plan. Mr. Weasley was already instructing them to flee while he and the older Weasleys helped the Ministry. The chaos of the campground made staying together nearly impossible. Harry, Ron, and Hermione became separated from the others almost immediately. They pushed deeper into the forest, away from the sounds of destruction. "Where's Wednesday?" Hermione asked suddenly, realizing the other girl wasn't with them. "She went to find her family," Harry replied, scanning the dark trees around them. "Said she'd meet us at the emergency point." A noise behind them made all three spin around, wands raised. Instead of attackers, they found Draco Malfoy leaning against a tree, watching the distant chaos with unsettling calm. "Shouldn't you be running too, Granger?" he drawled. "They're hunting muggles. Muggleborns can't be far behind." "Shut up, Malfoy," Ron growled. "Language, Weasley," Malfoy smirked. "Wouldn't want your mother hearing you, your father's among them, isn't he?" Harry interrupted, taking a step closer to Malfoy. "Wearing the masks. Torturing muggles for fun." Something flickered in Malfoy's eyes, not guilt, exactly, but a complexity that didn't fit his usual sneering persona. "If he was, I wouldn't be likely to tell you, would I, Potter?" he replied, his voice slightly less confident. Before Harry could respond, a new sound cut through the night, a cold, high laugh followed by a girl's voice that was somehow even colder. "Your mask is slipping, Malfoy." Wednesday emerged from between the trees like a wraith, her pale face ghostly in the darkness. "Figuratively speaking. Unlike your father, whose mask is quite securely fastened." "Adams," Malfoy acknowledged stiffly. "I didn't realize you were friends with Potter's little gang." "I contain multitudes," Wednesday replied tonelessly. "Though categorizing my associations as friendship oversimplifies complex utility equations." Despite the dire situation, Harry found himself suppressing a smile. Wednesday's presence had an immediately calming effect, her absolute confidence that she could handle whatever emerged from the chaos was somehow infectious. A sudden scream from the direction of the campsite drew their attention. Malfoy pushed himself away from the tree. "I'd get further into the woods if I were you," he said, addressing Harry and the others but looking at Wednesday. "Especially the Mudball. Finish that word and I'll demonstrate why my family's been banned from dueling competitions since 1837, Wednesday interrupted, her voice maintaining its flat effect but her eyes suddenly much darker. Malfoy paled slightly before turning and disappearing among the trees. "The others are waiting at the rendezvous point," Wednesday informed them once he'd gone. "My father and uncle have joined the Ministry forces. Apparently, Death Eaters make excellent fencing targets." They made their way deeper into the forest, finally reaching a small clearing where the twins, Ginny, and Pugsley waited. Before they could exchange more than cursory greetings, a deep silence fell over the woods. The distant sounds of panic from the campsite ceased abruptly, replaced by a collective intake of breath. Then it appeared in the sky, an enormous skull composed of emerald stars, a serpent protruding from its mouth like a tongue. "The Dark Mark." "Theatrical but effective," Wednesday commented, studying the magical construct with academic interest. "Sympathetic binding magic combined with modified protean charm. Elegant, if ostentatious." "This isn't academic, Wednesday." Hermione whispered frantically. "That's you-know-whose mark. The Death Eaters only used it after they killed." A series of popping sounds surrounded them, and suddenly the clearing was filled with Ministry wizards, all pointing their wands inward. "Duck!" Harry shouted, pulling Ron and Hermione down as jets of red light flew over their heads. "Stop!" Mr. Weasley's voice rang out. "That's my son." "Harry, Ron, Hermione, are you all right?" Before they could answer, a Ministry wizard stepped forward, his wand still raised. "Out of the way, Arthur." "Which of you conjured it?" he demanded harshly. The dark mark. We didn't do anything. Ron protested indignantly. Do not lie, the wizard shouted. You were discovered at the scene of the crime. Barty, whispered a witch in a long woolen dressing gown, they're just children. Standard psychological intimidation technique, Wednesday observed, seemingly unaffected by the wands pointed at her. Accusation before evidence. Inefficient and potentially counterproductive. The wizard called Barty turned his attention to Wednesday, his expression darkening further. And who might you be, young lady? Wednesday Adams. She met his gaze without blinking. And before you continue this interrogation, I should mention that the spell originated from approximately 27 meters in that direction. She pointed precisely through the trees. Cast between 90 and 100 seconds ago, based on the dissipation rate of the emerald particulates. The ministry wizards exchanged confused glances before several of them hurried in the direction she'd indicated. Moments later, shouts confirmed she was correct, they'd found a house elf unconscious with a wand. The ensuing confrontation revealed it to be Mr. Crouch's house elf, Winky, though the actual caster of the mark remained unknown. How did you know? Harry asked Wednesday quietly as they made their way back to the campsite, now secured by the ministry. Magical residue leaves distinctive patterns, she replied. I've been studying detection methodologies since our encounter with the diary Horcrux. Useful skill set. The remainder of the summer passed in a blur of preparation. After the World Cup incident, security around Harry intensified. He spent the final weeks before term either at the Burrow with extensive protective enchantments or at the Adams mansion with its even more intimidating, if unconventional, defenses. Wednesday continued their training regimen, now focusing on recognizing magical disguises and detecting possession, skills she deemed essential given Voldemort's history of inhabiting other bodies. Harry found these lessons particularly valuable, though the Adams method of practicing possession resistance involved exposure to what Gomez cheerfully called minor ancestral spirits, kept in labeled jars in the basement. Just a slight spiritual intrusion, Wednesday assured Harry after one particularly intense session left him drained but triumphant. Great Aunt Corvina is quite gentle for a woman who was burned at the stake 3 times. 3 times? Harry questioned weakly. She kept putting herself out, Wednesday explained. Eventually they gave up and she died of old age at 106. Platform 9 3/4 on September 1 buzzed with the usual excitement, heightened by rumors about a special event at Hogwarts that year. Wednesday, having already deduced the revival of the Triwizard Tournament from her father's ministry contacts, was more interested in establishing secure communication methods for the coming term. Take this, she instructed Harry as they claimed a compartment on the Hogwarts Express. She handed him what appeared to be an ordinary black quill. Enchanted two-way communication. Write with it on any surface, and the message appears in my counterpart quill. More secure than owls, less detectable than patronus messages. You think we'll need this? Harry asked, examining the quill carefully. Events accelerate, Wednesday replied simply. Voldemort's plans are advancing, and Hogwarts will be hosting foreign visitors with unknown allegiances. Preparation is logical. The journey to Hogwarts was punctuated by the usual visit from Draco Malfoy and his cronies, though their encounter was briefer than usual. Something about the World Cup confrontation seemed to have made Malfoy warier of Wednesday, a development she noted with clinical satisfaction. Fear is useful when properly cultivated, she remarked after Malfoy's hasty retreat. Like fungus or certain strains of flesh-eating bacteria. The welcoming feast brought confirmation of Wednesday's prediction. Dumbledore announced that Hogwarts would indeed be hosting the Triwizard Tournament, a competition between the 3 largest European wizarding schools that had been discontinued due to the death toll. Promising, Wednesday murmured from the Ravenclaw table, earning disturbed looks from her housemates. The announcement of Mad-Eye Moody as the new defense against the dark arts teacher drew her attention more sharply. The Exorer's appearance was suitably macabre, with his magical eye and numerous scars, but something about him triggered Wednesday's increasingly refined magical detection senses. Residual signature inconsistency, she noted to Harry the next day when they compared observations. Subtle but present. Either recent exposure to complex magic or potentially more significant incongruity. You think he might not be the real Moody? Harry asked, keeping his voice low despite the privacy of their meeting spot near the lake. Insufficient data, Wednesday replied. Worth monitoring. His reputation as an Auror suggests excessive paranoia, which paradoxically might make him an ideal candidate for replacement. The truly paranoid are rarely deceived, but if they were, who would believe them? Their first defense against the dark arts lesson proved both illuminating and disturbing. Moody demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses on spiders, his magical eye swiveling constantly around the room. Wednesday observed with particular interest when the Imperious Curse was performed, noting the subtle magical signature for future reference. Did you see how he lingered on Neville after the Cruciatus demonstration? She asked Harry as they left the classroom. Specific emotional response, targeted rather than general. His parents were tortured by Death Eaters, Harry explained quietly, having learned this from Dumbledore the previous year. With that curse. Until they lost their minds. Wednesday absorbed this information with a thoughtful nod. Psychological leverage point. Potentially significant. Their 4th year at Hogwarts developed a rhythm around the approaching Triwizard Tournament. Classes continued as usual, though with increased difficulty that Wednesday naturally navigated with minimal effort. Harry struggled more with certain subjects but showed marked improvement in areas relevant to their private training, particularly magical detection and defensive spellwork. The arrival of the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang delegations in late October brought new elements to the already complex situation. Wednesday observed the foreign students with clinical interest, noting behavioral patterns and potential alliances. The Durmstrang headmaster, Karkaroff, bears watching, she informed Harry during one of their now routine evening walks around the lake. Former Death Eater who avoided Azkaban by providing names to the Ministry. History of self-preservation at others' expense. How do you know all this? Harry asked, no longer surprised by her encyclopedic knowledge of wizarding criminals. Grandfather Adams keeps extensive records of notable dark wizards, Wednesday replied. Family hobby, along with taxidermy and recreational poison tolerance building. The selection of champions brought the expected names, Victor Krum from Durmstrang, Fleur Delacour from Beauxbatons, and Cedric Diggory from Hogwarts. What no one expected, except perhaps Wednesday, was the 4th name that emerged from the Goblet of Fire. Harry Potter, Dumbledore read, his usually twinkling eyes now serious and concerned. The uproar that followed was entirely predictable. Accusations of cheating, protestations of innocence, and heated arguments among the school heads filled the chamber behind the great hall where the champions had gathered. Throughout the chaos, Harry remained adamant, he hadn't entered his name. He hadn't asked anyone else to enter it for him. He wanted no part of the tournament. I believe you, Wednesday told him later that night in the empty astronomy tower where they'd arranged to meet. The magical signature required to confound the goblet exceeds your current capabilities. No offense intended. None taken, Harry said weakly. But if I didn't do it, who did? And why? Wednesday paced the tower, her black dress whispering against the stone floor. The tournament provides multiple opportunities for arranged accidents. High risk, public settings, expected danger that wouldn't immediately trigger suspicion. You think someone's trying to kill me? Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. It aligns with your vision from the summer, Wednesday confirmed. Voldemort mentioned a servant at Hogwarts. This would be consistent with that intelligence. But who? Harry pressed. Karkaroff, like you mentioned. Possible but improbable, Wednesday assessed. His history suggests risk aversion. This plan requires confidence, access, and significant magical ability. She stopped pacing suddenly. More likely someone hidden in plain sight. Someone whose behavior changes would be attributed to known factors rather than raising suspicion. Like Mad-Eye Moody, Harry realized. Everyone says he's paranoid and weird, but no one at Hogwarts knew him before now to compare. Logical candidate, Wednesday agreed. Though insufficient evidence exists for confirmation. We'll need to investigate further. The weeks that followed Harry's selection were difficult. Most of the school believed he had cheated his way into the tournament, with only a handful of people supporting him, Hermione, the real friends among the Gryffindors, and of course, Wednesday. Even Ron had turned against him, consumed by jealousy and the belief that Harry had sought additional glory. Emotional responses rarely align with logical assessment, Wednesday observed when Harry confided his frustration about Ron. His reaction, while irrational, follows predictable patterns of insecurity and perceived overshadowing. That doesn't make it hurt any less, Harry muttered. Pain serves functions beyond the immediately apparent, Wednesday replied, her voice softening almost imperceptibly. It highlights vulnerabilities, identifies attachment points, maps emotional topography. Understanding pain improves navigation of complex social territories. Harry stared at her for a moment before a small smile crept onto his face. Was that Wednesday Addams trying to make me feel better? Merely providing perspective, she replied, though Harry thought he detected the faintest hint of color on her normally porcelain cheeks. Tactical advantage through emotional processing. Preparation for the first task consumed much of their time. When Hagrid secretly showed Harry the dragons that would be involved, Wednesday immediately shifted their training to focus on relevant strategies. Dragons have 7 primary vulnerabilities, she lectured as they practiced in an abandoned classroom. Eyes, nostrils, underbelly scales, the junction between neck and skull, the base of the tail, inside the mouth, and magical resonance points at wing joints. I don't think I'm supposed to kill it, Harry pointed out. Just get past it and take something it's guarding. Knowledge of vulnerabilities applies to distraction as well as destruction, Wednesday countered. Target sensory inputs rather than vital points. They settled on a strategy that played to Harry's strengths, flying. With Wednesday's help, he perfected the summoning charm that would bring his firebolt to the arena, along with several backup plans involving controlled sensory overload spells specifically calibrated for draconic perception. The day of the first task arrived with a tension that permeated the entire school. Wednesday secured a position in the stands with a perfect view of the entire arena, carrying what appeared to be ordinary binoculars but were in fact enchanted with multiple magical detection layers, another creation from her great-uncle Fester's workshop. When Harry entered the arena to face the Hungarian Horntail, Wednesday watched with an expression that might have been mistaken for her usual impassivity. Those who knew her best, however, might have noticed the slight tension in her shoulders, the barely perceptible narrowing of her eyes as the dragon's tail came dangerously close to Harry's head. His performance was masterful, exactly as they had practiced. The summoned firebolt, the strategic flight patterns that confused the dragon's tracking abilities, the perfectly timed dive to snatch the golden egg. When Harry emerged victorious with only a minor shoulder injury, Wednesday permitted herself the smallest of satisfied nods. Excellent execution, she told him in the medical tent afterward as Madame Pomfrey fussed over his wound. Your aerial evasion patterns showed significant improvement from our practice sessions. Thanks, Harry grinned, the adrenaline still coursing through his system. Couldn't have done it without your help. False modesty is unnecessary, Wednesday replied, though something in her dark eyes suggested she appreciated the acknowledgement. Your innate talent simply required proper channeling. Ron's apology and the subsequent reconciliation between the friends brought a return to normal social dynamics, though Wednesday noted that Harry maintained the heightened awareness they'd been practicing. He didn't slip back into complacency, continuing their training sessions with renewed dedication. The golden egg, when opened, emitted a horrible screeching that Wednesday immediately identified as murmush spoken above water. Logical for the second task to involve the lake, she deduced. Which presents complications, sustained underwater activity requires specialized preparation. Their research into methods for breathing underwater took them deep into the Hogwarts library, sometimes accompanied by Hermione, whose research skills complemented Wednesday's specialized knowledge. Gillyweed would be most efficient, Wednesday concluded after comparing various options. Temporary but complete physiological transformation, no spell maintenance required, leaving your magical energy free for defense or offense as needed. Where would I get gillyweed? Harry asked, frowning at the illustration in Magical Mediterranean Water Plants and Their Properties. Leave that to me, Wednesday replied. The apothecary in Hogsmeade carries it, though they require special permits. Fortunately, my mother's reputation in herbological circles opens certain doors. The announcement of the Yule Ball brought an unexpected social complication. As a champion, Harry was required to have a partner and open the dancing. His immediate panic amused Wednesday, who viewed the entire ritual with anthropological detachment. Mating displays disguised as social functions, she commented as they practiced in their usual classroom. Predictable yet fascinating from an observational perspective. Who are you going with? Harry asked, attempting a casual tone that didn't quite succeed. Wednesday raised an eyebrow fractionally. No one has asked me. Oh, Harry said, suddenly finding the ceiling architecture extremely interesting. Would you? I mean, if you wanted to, we could go together. As friends, he added hastily. Or colleagues. Project partners. Acceptable, Wednesday nodded after a brief pause. It provides optimal positioning for observing potential suspicious activity among the visiting delegations. Harry's relief was palpable, though whether at her acceptance or her practical framing of the arrangement remained unclear. The Yule Ball itself proved to be an enlightening experience for both of them. Wednesday arrived in a dress of such profound blackness that it seemed to absorb the light around her, a family heirloom, she explained, woven from shadow spider silk and moonless nights. Her hair remained in its characteristic braids, though now interwoven with what appeared to be tiny silver bones. Harry, in his dress robes, looked unexpectedly sophisticated, a transformation Wednesday acknowledged with a slight inclination of her head. You clean up adequately, Potter. You look amazing, Harry replied, momentarily forgetting their usual practical communication style. I mean, the dress has excellent tactical advantages in dark environments. A ghost of a smile touched Wednesday's lips. Indeed. Mother enchanted it with additional concealment charms. I could vanish entirely in sufficient darkness. The champion's opening dance passed without incident, Harry having received basic instruction from both Hermione and, surprisingly, Gomez Adams, who had sent a detailed instructional letter complete with footprint diagrams that occasionally rearranged themselves. As they moved around the dance floor, Wednesday used the opportunity to scan the room for anomalies. Moody hasn't taken a drink from his flask in 17 minutes, she murmured. Inconsistent with his established pattern. He's watching us, Harry noted, using the turn of the dance to observe the defense teacher. Or me, specifically. His attention patterns have been disproportionately focused on you since arrival, Wednesday confirmed. Beyond professional interest or even paranoid vigilance. They continued their observations throughout the evening, cataloging unusual behaviors and interactions among the staff and visitors. Wednesday noted Karkaroff's obvious anxiety when near Snape, the strange absence of Bagman during key moments, and Moody's excessive vigilance regarding Harry's whereabouts. The collective data suggests multiple agendas in operation, Wednesday concluded as they took a break from dancing. Not all necessarily aligned with Voldemort, but creating a complex strategic environment. In English? Harry requested with a small smile. Trust no one, Wednesday clarified. Except me, of course. Of course, Harry agreed, his expression suddenly more serious. I do, you know. Trust you. More than almost anyone. Wednesday's usual impassivity flickered briefly, something unidentifiable crossing her features before her control reasserted itself. Logical. I've demonstrated consistent reliability and tactical value. It's not just that, Harry said quietly. You've never lied to me or kept things from me for my own good. You've always treated me like I'm capable, not something to be protected. Wednesday was saved from formulating a response by the arrival of Victor Crumb, who requested a dance with surprising formality. After a questioning glance at Harry, who nodded encouragingly, she accepted. Your reputation precedes you, Miss Adams, Crumb said as they moved across the dance floor, his accent thick but comprehensible. Even at Durmstrang, we hear stories. Curious, Wednesday replied. My activities rarely warrant international attention. The Chamber of Secrets incident was not so secret, Crumb continued. And your family name is known in certain circles. The Adams bloodline has connections to ancient magic our school still teaches. Wednesday's interest sharpened. Specific connections. There is a chamber at Durmstrang, Crumb said, lowering his voice. Very old. It bears symbols similar to your family crest, the raven with the blade. Our histories say it was built by a traveler from the West who taught the founders powerful magic. Interesting, Wednesday murmured, her mind rapidly processing this unexpected information. This chamber, is it still accessible? Crumb shook his head. Sealed centuries ago. Only a true blood descendant could open it, according to legend. When the dance ended, Wednesday returned to Harry with new purpose in her stride. We need to investigate something, she told him quietly. A potential connection between my family's history and Hogwarts itself. Now? Harry asked, glancing around at the still active ball. Soon, Wednesday amended. Once the current social obligations conclude. The timing may be significant given the tournament and Voldemort's plans. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of obligatory dances and strategic conversations. Wednesday accepted one dance with Cedric Diggory, using the opportunity to subtly question him about the older sections of the Hufflepuff quarters, which were rumored to connect to some of the castle's original foundations. By the time the ball concluded, she had compiled enough information to begin a systematic investigation of what she was now calling the Adams-Hogwarts connection, a historical link between her family and the founders that had been obscured over time. My research suggests the original Adams who came to Britain arrived around the time of the founders, she explained to Harry the following day as they examined ancient architectural plans of the castle that Wednesday had somehow procured. He was known as Aldous the Unsettling, and historical accounts mention his peculiar affinity for communing with the castle itself. You think he helped build Hogwarts? Harry asked, studying the faded parchment. Not build, Wednesday corrected. Enhance. The founders provided the structural and educational framework, but certain magical aspects, particularly the castle's semi-sentient nature and defensive capabilities, align with documented Adams' magical signatures. Their investigation proceeded alongside preparation for the second task. January brought heavy snows that limited their physical exploration of the castle's oldest sections, but Wednesday used the time to compile historical references and family records sent by her mother upon request. The gillyweed for the second task arrived as promised, delivered by a raven so ancient and battle-scarred that even Malfoy kept his distance when it swooped into the Great Hall during breakfast. Mother included a useful reference guide, Wednesday noted, unrolling a small scroll that accompanied the slimy plant specimens. Apparently gillyweed from the Mediterranean has a precisely 62-minute efficacy period, while North Atlantic varieties last closer to 70 minutes but provide less efficient gill function. Which is this? Harry asked, eyeing the unappetizing green clumps. Mediterranean, Wednesday confirmed. Quality over duration. You'll need to complete the task efficiently, but the physiological transformation will be more complete. Their planning for the second task was interrupted by a disturbing development. Rita Skeeter published an article suggesting a romantic relationship between Harry and Hermione, complete with manufactured quotes and fictional scenarios. While Harry and Hermione found it merely annoying, the public reaction was more problematic. Hermione's receiving hate mail, Harry told Wednesday with disgust. Including bubotuber pus that put her in the hospital wing. All because of Skeeter's lies. Curious how Skeeter obtains her information, Wednesday mused. The quotes contain details from private conversations in secure locations. Suggests enhanced surveillance capabilities beyond normal magical means. She added Skeeter to her mental investigation list, filing the mystery away for future examination. More pressing was the approach of the second task and their ongoing research into the Adams-Hogwarts connection. The night before the second task, both Ron and Hermione disappeared, summoned to McGonagall's office and never returning to their common room. Harry, growing concerned, used the communication quill Wednesday had given him to request a meeting. "They've been taken as the thing you'll sorely miss," Wednesday deduced after hearing his account. "Logical hostages for an underwater rescue scenario." "Both of them?" Harry asked, confused. "Perhaps one for you, one for Krum," Wednesday suggested. He and Hermione attended the ball together and have been studying in the library regularly since. Her assessment proved accurate. The second task revealed that 4 hostages had been taken, one for each champion. Harry's was Ron, while Hermione was indeed Krum's hostage. Fleur's sister and Cedric's date from the ball completed the underwater tableau. Thanks to the gillyweed and their thorough preparation, Harry completed the task impressively, returning not only with Ron but also with Fleur's sister when it became clear the French champion couldn't reach her. His moral decision to ensure all hostages were safe, despite the competitive disadvantage, earned him high marks from the judges and a grudging nod of approval from Wednesday. "Ethically sound if strategically questionable," she commented afterward. "Though I suppose maintaining moral integrity has certain long-term advantages over short-term point acquisition." Coming from Wednesday, this was practically effusive praise for his ethical choice. As February turned to March, their investigation into the Adams-Hogwarts connection yielded a significant breakthrough. While examining the Marauders' map late one night, Harry noticed something unusual, a section of the castle's deepest level that appeared to shift between visibility and invisibility, as though the map itself was uncertain of its existence. "It's on the map, then gone, then back again," he showed Wednesday, pointing to a small area near the bottom of the parchment. "I've never noticed it before." Wednesday studied the phenomenon with intense focus. Location suggests it's below even the Chamber of Secrets level. Possibly a space that exists in a state of magical flux, simultaneously part of Hogwarts and separate from it. "Could this be related to your ancestor?" Harry asked. "The timing of its appearance now, with you specifically noticing it, suggests relevance to current circumstances," Wednesday replied. "We should investigate directly." Their opportunity came during a Hogsmeade weekend when most students and staff were away from the castle. Using the map as their guide, they navigated to the lowest accessible level of the dungeons, beyond even Snape's classroom, to a corridor that ended in a blank stone wall. "The map shows the fluctuating chamber beyond this wall," Harry confirmed, studying the parchment. "But there's no door or obvious entrance." Wednesday approached the wall, running her pale fingers over the ancient stones. Magical concealment is often keyed to specific identifiers: blood, magical signature, spoken passwords. She pressed her palm flat against the centermost stone. "If Aldous the Unsettling created this space, then perhaps." As her hand made full contact with the stone, a shiver ran through the wall. Thin lines of silver light spread outward from her palm, tracing an intricate pattern across the stones until they formed the unmistakable Addams family crest, a raven clutching a blade in its talons. "Blood recognition," Wednesday observed with satisfaction. "Crude but effective security." The wall silently reconfigured itself, stones sliding and reforming until an arched doorway stood before them. Beyond lay darkness so complete it seemed solid. "Shall we?" Wednesday gestured toward the opening. Harry nodded, lighting his wand as they stepped through together. The darkness swallowed their wand light initially, before gradually relenting to reveal a circular chamber unlike anything else in Hogwarts. The architecture was Gothic yet alien, with arches that curved at mathematically improbable angles and stone carved with symbols that seemed to shift when viewed directly. "Remarkable," Wednesday breathed, her usual monotone giving way to genuine fascination. "Construction methods inconsistent with 10th century British magical architecture. These elements resemble my family's ancestral catacombs in Romania." At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal bearing a large, ancient book bound in what appeared to be pale leather but which Harry instinctively knew was something far less conventional. Around the pedestal, the floor bore an intricate circular inscription in a language Harry didn't recognize. "What is this place?" he asked, his voice hushed by the weight of the chamber's age and power. A nexus point, Wednesday replied, approaching the pedestal carefully. A junction between Hogwarts magic and something older, something my ancestor brought with him. The inscription refers to it as, the Binding Room. Binding what, exactly? Harry asked, following her to the pedestal. Not what, Wednesday corrected, her eyes scanning the ancient text on the open pages of the book. Who? According to this, Aldous Adams helped the Founders bind a powerful entity beneath the castle, something they feared but couldn't destroy. Something connected to Salazar Slytherin specifically. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the dungeon's natural coldness. Connected to Slytherin? You don't think? Voldemort? Wednesday finished his thought. Not directly. This predates him by centuries. But possibly an entity he discovered during his time at Hogwarts. Perhaps even the source of some of his knowledge. She continued translating the ancient text, her finger tracing the faded writing. The binding requires renewal every 1,000 years, by one of Adam's blood and one marked by the entity's latter heir. Their eyes met in sudden understanding. Me, Harry said. I'm marked by Voldemort, Slytherin's heir. And I'm of Adam's blood, Wednesday nodded. The timing aligns. The original binding would be nearing its millennium mark. Before they could discuss further implications, a noise from the doorway made them both turn sharply, wands raised. Professor Moody stood there, his magical eyes spinning wildly. Fascinating discovery you've made, he said, limping into the chamber. Very convenient timing too. Wednesday's eyes narrowed. Professor. Your interest in ancient binding magic seems outside your usual expertise. Oh, I have many interests, Miss Adams, Moody replied, his tone shifting subtly. Particularly when they involve Harry Potter and previously unknown magical chambers. Harry tensed, sensing the change in atmosphere. Sir, we were just exploring, save it, Potter, Moody snapped, his wand now pointing directly at them. I've been watching you two all year. Always investigating, always training. Too perceptive by half. You're not a Laster Moody, Wednesday stated flatly. It wasn't a question. A smile twisted the false Moody's face, an expression that seemed wrong on his weathered features. Clever girl. Too clever to leave running around freely when the final task approaches. Barty Crouch Jr. Wednesday identified, causing genuine surprise to flash across the imposter's face. Presumed dead in Azkaban, but actually smuggled out by your mother using Polyjuice potion. Your father kept you imprisoned at home until you escaped. Now you serve Voldemort, having captured and replaced the real Moody at the beginning of the year. How could you possibly know that? The false Moody demanded, his magical eye fixed on Wednesday with furious intensity. Magical signature inconsistencies. Behavioral patterns at variance with documented accounts. Knowledge of specific events involving Neville Longbottom's parents that the real Moody would have been more circumspect about. Wednesday's voice remained calm, almost conversational. Plus, you maintain exactly 62 minutes between Polyjuice doses. Very precise. Very noticeable to those paying attention. Crouch's face contorted with rage. It doesn't matter what you know. You won't be sharing it with anyone. This chamber will become your tomb while I complete my master's plan. He raised his wand higher, but Harry was faster. 3 years of Wednesday's training had honed his reflexes to near-perfect response time. Expelliarmus! Harry shouted, the spell striking Crouch before he could cast. As the impostor's wand flew from his hand, Wednesday moved with unexpected swiftness. She pulled a small vial from her pocket and threw it at Crouch's feet, where it shattered and released a cloud of silvery vapor. Essence of Revealing, she explained as Crouch coughed and staggered. Combined with powdered boomslang skin, the primary ingredient in Polyjuice potion. Creates an instantaneous reversal effect. Before their eyes, Moody's form began to bubble and shift, features melting away to reveal a much younger man with straw-colored hair and a face twisted with hatred. Stupefy. Harry cast quickly, sending the transforming Crouch crashing to the floor unconscious. Efficient, Wednesday approved, already moving to secure the fallen impostor with magical bindings. Though we now face a strategic dilemma. Revealing this chamber to the authorities exposes potentially valuable information about both the Adams legacy and whatever entity is bound here. Harry considered this as he kept his wand trained on Crouch. We need Dumbledore. Whatever's bound here, whatever connection it has to Voldemort, he needs to know. And we need to expose Crouch and stop whatever he's planning for the third task. Wednesday nodded slowly. Logical assessment. The immediate threat takes precedence. Using the map, they verified Dumbledore's location in his office and decided to bring him directly to the chamber rather than moving Crouch. Harry volunteered to go, leaving Wednesday to guard their prisoner. Be quick, she instructed as he prepared to leave. The binding text suggests temporal significance approaching rapidly. If this chamber's reappearance is connected to the 1,000-year renewal requirement, we may have limited time to act. Harry hurried through the castle, fortunately encountering few people on the Hogsmeade weekend. When he reached the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, he realized he didn't know the current password. It's an emergency, he told the impassive stone creature. I need to see the headmaster immediately. To his surprise, the gargoyle leapt aside without a password. Perhaps Dumbledore had enchanted it to recognize genuine emergencies, or maybe the castle itself, which Wednesday had suggested was semi-sentient, had recognized the urgency of the situation. He found Dumbledore at his desk, examining what appeared to be ancient scrolls. Professor, Harry gasped, slightly winded from his run. We found something, a hidden chamber. And Moody, he's not Moody. He's Barty Crouch Jr. using Polyjuice. Wednesday identified him, and we've got him stunned and bound, but there's more, something about a 1,000-year binding that's about to expire. Dumbledore was on his feet before Harry finished speaking, his usual serene demeanor replaced by focused intensity. Show me, Harry. Quickly. They moved through the castle with remarkable speed for a man of Dumbledore's age. As they hurried, Harry explained everything, their discovery of the chamber, the book describing the binding, Wednesday's deduction about Moody's true identity, and the confrontation that had just occurred. The Addams family connection is unexpected but clarifies certain historical anomalies, Dumbledore remarked as they descended toward the dungeons. I've long suspected that Hogwarts contained secrets even I had not discovered. When they reached the hidden chamber, they found Wednesday standing exactly where Harry had left her, her wand still trained on the unconscious Crouch. She acknowledged Dumbledore with a slight nod. His Polyjuice transformation is complete, she reported. Identity confirmed. I've also continued translating the binding text. It's concerning. Dumbledore approached the pedestal, scanning the ancient book with evident recognition. The Codex of Containment, he murmured. I believed it lost centuries ago. You know of it? Wednesday asked, a rare note of surprise in her voice. Only by reputation, Dumbledore admitted. It's said to contain binding rituals for entities beyond conventional classification, neither ghost nor demon nor living creature, but something that exists at the intersection of these states. The text refers to it as the Devourer, Wednesday informed them, returning to the book. An entity Salazar Slytherin discovered during his exploration of magic beyond standard classification. Something that feeds on magical potential specifically. And the founders bound it beneath Hogwarts? Harry asked incredulously. With Aldous Adams' help, Wednesday confirmed. They couldn't destroy it, as its nature was too closely interwoven with the magical foundations of the area. Destroying it might have rendered the region magically dead for centuries. Dumbledore's expression grew grave as he examined the text. And now the binding weakens, a millennium later, as such things often do. This explains much about Tom Riddle's obsession with Hogwarts and his discovery of the Chamber of Secrets. He must have sensed this entity, perhaps even communed with it during his time as a student. The renewal ritual requires 2 participants, Wednesday continued. One of Adam's blood, one marked by Slytherin's heir. The timing corresponds with the 3rd task of the tournament, the summer solstice. That can't be coincidence, Harry said. Crouch, Voldemort, they must have known about this. Maybe that's why I was entered in the tournament. Not just to use my blood for whatever ritual Voldemort's planning for himself, but something to do with this entity too. A logical connection, Dumbledore agreed, his blue eyes troubled. Tom Riddle always sought power beyond conventional magic. An entity that feeds on magical potential would be immensely attractive to him, perhaps as a source of power for his own restoration. Their discussion was interrupted by a groan from Crouch, who was beginning to regain consciousness. Dumbledore immobilized him with a casual flick of his wand before turning back to the more pressing matter. We must secure this chamber immediately and prepare for the renewal ritual, he decided. Miss Adams, as the blood descendant, you'll need to study the ritual requirements thoroughly. Harry, your role as the marked one is equally crucial. My family should be informed, Wednesday stated. They possess ancestral knowledge about Aldous that might provide additional context. Agreed, Dumbledore nodded. I'll arrange for secure communication immediately. But first, we must deal with Mr. Crouch and determine exactly what Voldemort has planned for the 3rd task. Under Dumbledore's supervision, they levitated the stillbound Crouch and transported him to the headmaster's office via a route carefully chosen to avoid student contact. Once there, Dumbledore summoned Professors McGonagall and Snape to assist with the interrogation. The revelations that followed confirmed their worst fears. Using Veritaserum provided by Snape, they learned that Voldemort was indeed planning to use the Triwizard Tournament's final task as cover for 2 simultaneous operations, Harry's abduction for a blood ritual to restore Voldemort's body, and somehow accessing the power of the bound entity beneath Hogwarts. The Dark Lord discovered references to the Devourer during his school days, Crouch revealed under the Truth Serum's influence, his eyes unfocused and voice monotone. He believes it can restore not just his body but his magical power beyond previous levels. The ritual requires both Potter's blood and the entity's essence at the moment the binding weakens. And when exactly does the binding reach its critical point? Dumbledore asked. The summer solstice, Crouch replied. June 24th. The exact date of the 3rd task. Wednesday's expression remained impassive, but Harry had learned to read the minute changes in her posture that indicated intense calculation. The convergence of dates isn't coincidental, she stated. Someone with knowledge of the binding's timeline influenced the tournament scheduling. Bagman, Crouch confirmed without prompting. Not a willing servant, but easily manipulated with his gambling debts and fear of goblins. Small suggestions, carefully placed, ensured the final task would align with the solstice. With Crouch's confession secured and the Real Moody discovered imprisoned in his own magical trunk, the immediate crisis appeared contained. Dumbledore, however, recognized that Voldemort would soon realize his agent had been compromised. He will accelerate his plans, Dumbledore warned them. Perhaps attempt a different approach entirely. We must prepare for the binding renewal while remaining vigilant for other attacks. Wednesday's family responded to the news with characteristic enthusiasm. Morticia's letter, delivered by the same ancient raven as before, expressed what could only be described as delight. Mother is ecstatic to learn of Aldous' binding chamber, Wednesday translated for Harry as they sat by the lake the following day. Apparently it confirms several family legends about his innovative approach to entity containment. She's sending Father immediately with the family grimoires related to binding rituals. Your family seems excited about all this, Harry observed cautiously. The potential release of an ancient entity that devours magical potential is concerning, Wednesday acknowledged. But the discovery of a lost Adam's magical achievement is, in Mother's words, simply wonderful news that calls for celebration. They're bringing Great Aunt Dementia's special occasion arsenic cake. Harry decided not to ask if the arsenic was metaphorical. Gomez Adams arrived the following day with an enthusiasm that seemed to energize the very air around him. Dressed in a pinstriped suit with a sword cane at his side, he bounded into Dumbledore's office where Harry and Wednesday were reviewing the binding text. "Wednesday, my brilliant girl," he exclaimed, sweeping his daughter into an unexpected hug that she tolerated with stoic dignity. "Discovering Aldous' lost chamber. Your mother is beside herself with pride," nearly smiled at breakfast. "Father," Wednesday acknowledged when he released her. "You brought the grimoires?" "Indeed." Gomez produced a large leather satchel that should not logically have fit the number of massive, ancient books he proceeded to pull from it. The complete works of Aldous the Unsettling, including his personal journals and experimental binding texts. Fascinating reading, the man had a real gift for containing things that should not exist in our reality. Dumbledore, far from being disturbed by Gomez's exuberance, seemed to find him refreshing. The two fell into immediate conversation about magical theory that quickly exceeded Harry's understanding but which Wednesday followed with sharp attention. The original binding used the castle's own magical foundation as an anchor, Gomez explained, spreading ancient diagrams across Dumbledore's desk. Brilliant innovation. Hogwarts itself helps contain the Devourer, which is why the entity can't simply break free even as the binding weakens. It's part of the castle now, in a sense. Which explains why Tom Riddle was so drawn to Hogwarts, Dumbledore mused. He sensed the power here without fully understanding its nature. Precisely. Gomez agreed, jabbing a finger at a complex runic diagram. The renewal ritual requires re-establishing the connection between the castle's magic, the Adams bloodline contribution, and the mark of Slytherin's heir. A triumvirate of magical resonance. As the summer solstice approached, preparations intensified on multiple fronts. Harry continued training for the third task, now with the additional complication of knowing it was designed as a trap. Wednesday and her father spent hours in the binding chamber, studying the original ritual and preparing for its renewal. Dumbledore strengthened the castle's defenses while maintaining the pretense that nothing unusual had occurred beyond Moody's illness and temporary replacement by another Auror. The exposure of Barty Crouch Jr. had been kept remarkably quiet. Only a handful of people knew the truth, a strategy Dumbledore insisted upon to maintain their advantage of surprise. The false Moody was officially reported to have fallen ill and returned home for treatment, while the real Moody recovered slowly in a secure location. Voldemort will realize his plan has been compromised when Crouch fails to report, Harry pointed out during one of their strategy sessions in Dumbledore's office. Won't he try something else? Undoubtedly, Dumbledore agreed. But his options are limited by his current weakened state and the specific requirements of both rituals he wishes to perform. The binding renewal can only occur at the solstice, and his own restoration requires specific components he's already gathered. He'll attempt a modified approach, Wednesday assessed. Perhaps a direct extraction rather than the tournament manipulation. We should prepare for multiple scenarios. Gomez, who had been examining one of Dumbledore's silver instruments with childlike fascination, spun around with sudden intensity. The girl's right. Flexibility is key in ritual countermeasures. When Great-Uncle Balthazar tried to bind the Netherhound of East Yorkshire, he prepared 17 different containment variations. Needed every one of them when the beast turned out to have multiple heads. Each with different dietary requirements. Despite the gravity of their situation, Harry couldn't help but appreciate the Adams' approach to crisis management, equal parts meticulous preparation and enthusiastic embrace of potential disaster. The most surprising development came from an unexpected source. While researching in the library one evening, Hermione made a discovery that she immediately brought to Harry and Wednesday. "I know how Rita Skeeter's been getting her information," she announced triumphantly, dropping into a chair at their table. "She's an unregistered animagus. A beetle, specifically. That's how she's been overhearing private conversations." Wednesday's eyes sharpened with interest. "Evidence?" Hermione produced a sealed glass jar from her pocket, containing a large beetle with distinctive markings around its antennae that resembled Skeeter's jeweled spectacles. "Caught her on the windowsill during divination," Hermione explained with satisfaction. "Those markings are unique, they match her glasses exactly." Efficient capture, Wednesday approved. Leverage potential is significant. Harry stared at the jar. You're blackmailing her. I prefer to think of it as negotiating favorable terms, Hermione replied primly. She agrees to stop writing lies, and I don't report her to the ministry. You've been spending too much time with Wednesday, Harry observed, though his tone suggested this wasn't necessarily a criticism. Mutually beneficial influence, Wednesday commented. Hermione develops strategic ruthlessness, I gain insight into conventional moral frameworks. Synergistic educational exchange. As June approached, another unexpected factor entered their already complex situation, the dreams intensified. Harry began experiencing almost nightly visions of Voldemort, increasingly clear and disturbing. He saw Voldemort's anger at discovering Crouch's capture, his rapid reformulation of plans, and most worryingly, his growing obsession with both Harry and the entity beneath Hogwarts. He knows about the Devourer, Harry reported after a particularly vivid dream. Not just vaguely, he knows specific details about the binding and its approaching expiration. He's furious about losing Crouch but seems almost pleased that I'm involved in the renewal ritual. Like it fits into his plans somehow. The connection works both ways, Wednesday theorized. Your link to Voldemort gives you access to his thoughts, but potentially allows him similar access to yours. We need to strengthen your occlumency immediately. The final weeks before the third task passed in a blur of preparation. Wednesday and Gomez completed their study of the renewal ritual, identifying the precise requirements and potential vulnerabilities. Harry mastered every defensive and offensive spell they thought might prove useful, while continuing to strengthen his mental barriers against Voldemort's intrusion. Dumbledore arranged for additional, subtle security measures around the maze that would constitute the third task. Aurors disguised as groundskeepers, specialized detection wards developed by both Professor Flitwick and Gomez Adams, and magical surveillance systems that would track any unauthorized portkeys or transportation magic. 2 days before the third task, the Adams family arrived in full force, Morticia gliding into Hogwarts like a beautiful spectre, Pugsley eagerly exploring the castle's more dangerous features, Grandmama immediately establishing rapport with the house elves in the kitchen, and Lurch silently carrying what appeared to be ritual equipment in ancient wooden chests. The family hasn't been this excited since the Blood Moon Convergence of 1989, Gomez told Harry enthusiastically. That was something. Spirits rising from the grave, ancestral curses reactivating, spontaneous combustion throughout the eastern seaboard. Wednesday caught her first fire elemental that night, had it in a jar for weeks until it escaped and set the greenhouse ablaze. Their presence created quite a stir among the student body, most of whom had never encountered anything quite like the Adams family. Wednesday, typically indifferent to others' opinions, seemed neither embarrassed nor particularly proud of her relatives, they simply were what they were, unconventional but undeniably powerful. The morning of the third task dawned clear and warm. While the rest of the castle buzzed with excitement about the tournament's conclusion, a smaller, more focused group gathered in Dumbledore's office to finalize their plans. The binding renewal must begin precisely at sunset, Wednesday explained, indicating the detailed ritual diagram they had prepared. Father and I will establish the primary containment circle in the chamber while Harry, as the marked one, activates the Slytherin component of the binding. Meanwhile, we maintain the facade of tournament participation, Dumbledore continued. Harry will enter the maze as expected but will be extracted secretly at the appropriate time to join the binding ritual. His apparent absence will hopefully be masked by the complexity of the maze itself. And if Voldemort attempts intervention? Harry asked. Multiple contingencies in place, Gomez assured him, suddenly serious despite his usual exuberance. The Adams family has centuries of experience containing entities that shouldn't exist. Present company accepted, of course, he added with a wink at Dumbledore. As the champions' families were invited to visit before the task, Harry spent the morning with the Adams family, who had been designated as his representatives, in the absence of the Dursleys. This arrangement raised eyebrows but was accepted without much question. The peculiarities of the tournament had long since accustomed everyone to unusual circumstances. You seem surprisingly calm, Wednesday observed as they walked by the lake, temporarily away from the others. Physiological indicators suggest minimal stress response despite the converging threats. Harry considered this. I should be terrified, shouldn't I? Voldemort trying to return, an ancient entity that eats magic about to break loose, a dangerous maze to navigate, but somehow, I'm not. Explanation. Wednesday prompted. I'm not alone this time, Harry replied simply. Every other time I've faced Voldemort or something terrible, it's ultimately come down to just me in the moment of crisis. But now. He glanced back toward the castle where the Addams family was visibly terrifying a group of first-years with what appeared to be impromptu demonstrations of unusual magic. Now there's you. All of you. It makes a difference. Wednesday was silent for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then, in a voice slightly softer than her usual monotone, she said, attachment as psychological reinforcement. Logical, if unconventional for tactical assessment. Harry smiled. I'll take that as Wednesday speak for, that's nice, Harry. The faintest hint of color touched her pale cheeks. Acceptable translation. As evening approached, the stadium around the maze filled with spectators while the champions prepared to enter. Harry, wearing his tournament uniform, kept his wand close and his senses alert. The plan was for him to enter the maze as expected but make his way to a predetermined point where Dumbledore would secretly extract him for the binding ritual. Remember, Dumbledore told him quietly just before the task began, whatever happens, the binding takes priority over the tournament. If you sense anything unusual, anything at all, send up red sparks immediately. The cannon sounded, and Harry entered the maze alongside Cedric, both having tied for first place in the previous tasks. The towering hedges closed behind them, and immediately Harry felt the difference between this and the previous challenges. The maze had an oppressive quality, a magical heaviness that pressed against his senses. He navigated the twisting paths, encountering and overcoming various obstacles, a boggart, a strange golden mist that turned the world upside down, and a blast-ended scroot that had grown to alarming size. Throughout, he maintained his course toward the extraction point, checking his watch regularly to ensure he'd reach it before sunset. Somewhere in the maze, he heard Fleur scream, then fall silent. Later, red sparks shot into the air from a distant section, indicating another champion's withdrawal. The knowledge that real danger existed within what should have been a controlled environment kept Harry's senses sharp and his wand ready. He was approaching the extraction point when he heard footsteps behind him. Spinning around, he found Cedric, disheveled and sporting a torn sleeve but otherwise intact. The maze, Cedric gasped. Something's wrong with it. The paths keep changing. And Crumb, he attacked Fleur. His eyes were all glazed over, like he was being controlled. Imperious Curse, Harry identified immediately. Cedric, this isn't right. The whole tournament, it's been compromised from the start. Before he could explain further, the hedge beside them shuddered and began to move, the branches reaching out like grasping hands. Run! Harry shouted, pushing Cedric ahead of him. They sprinted down the path, the animated hedge pursuing them with increasing speed. They reached a fork in the path, and Harry made a split-second decision. This way, he directed, pulling Cedric toward what he hoped was the extraction point. As they rounded the corner, they came face to face with the Triwizard Cup, glowing blue on a plinth at the center of a small clearing. That's not supposed to be here, Harry said, stopping abruptly. According to the plan, the cup should have been much deeper in the maze, far from the extraction point Dumbledore had designated. Cedric, however, saw only the prize. We've reached it. Together, we'll make it a Hogwarts victory either way. Wait, Harry warned, his magical senses, honed by months of Wednesday's training, detecting something wrong. The cup, it's been tampered with. I can feel it. But Cedric was already moving forward, reaching for the gleaming trophy. Harry lunged to stop him, his fingers closing around Cedric's wrist just as the other boy touched the cup. The familiar, horrible sensation of a portkey seized them both, the world dissolving into a whirlwind of color and sound. When they landed, it was not on Hogwarts grounds but in a dark, overgrown graveyard Harry recognized with sickening clarity from his dreams. "Where are we?" Cedric asked, looking around in confusion as they both climbed to their feet. "Trap," Harry said tersely, drawing his wand. "Cedric, get back to the cup. It's a portkey, it should take you back." Before Cedric could move, a high, cold voice cut through the darkness, "Kill the spare." A flash of green light erupted from the shadows, speeding toward Cedric's chest. Without conscious thought, Harry cast the shield charm Wednesday had drilled into him for months, not the standard Protego but the enhanced version she'd adapted from her family grimoire. "Protego Mortis," he shouted, throwing every ounce of will into the spell. A shield of deep purple energy materialized, not just before Harry but expanding to encompass Cedric as well. When the killing curse struck it, something unprecedented occurred. The shield didn't block the curse but seemed to absorb and disperse it, the green light fragmenting into harmless sparks. In the momentary confusion that followed, Harry yelled to Cedric, "The cup. Now!" Cedric didn't hesitate this time, diving for the portkey. His fingers had just closed around the handle when a second spell, not green but sickly yellow, struck him in the shoulder. He vanished with the cup, but not before Harry saw blood blossom on his tournament uniform. "Impressive," came the cold voice again. "The boy who lived continues to surprise." From the darkness emerged a short, stooped figure carrying what appeared to be a bundle of robes. Harry recognized Wormtail immediately, his rat-like features unmistakable even in the dim light. "You can't escape, Harry," Wormtail said, his voice quavering despite his attempt at menace. "The Dark Lord has waited too long for this moment." Harry backed away, his wand trained on Wormtail and the bundle he carried. His mind raced through options, strategies, escape routes, everything Wednesday had taught him about tactical assessment. "The binding," came a high, cold voice from the bundle in Wormtail's arms. "You know about the binding beneath your precious school, don't you, Harry? I can see it in your mind." Harry immediately strengthened his occlumency shields, cursing himself for the momentary lapse. But the damage was done. Voldemort knew he was involved in the binding renewal. "Perfect," the voice continued, sounding pleased despite its weakness. "This simplifies matters considerably. Wormtail, proceed with the ritual immediately. We have a schedule to maintain." Harry found himself suddenly immobilized, his body rigid though no visible spell had struck him. Wormtail dragged him to a large marble headstone and bound him to it with conjured ropes, his wand falling uselessly to the ground nearby. What followed was a nightmare made real, the massive cauldron bubbling with potion, Wormtail's tearful self-mutilation as he cut off his own hand, the bone taken from the grave Harry stood upon. And finally, the knife at Harry's arm, slicing open his flesh to take his blood. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe," Wormtail intoned, adding Harry's blood to the cauldron. The potion turned a blinding white, illuminating the graveyard with harsh light. Wormtail dropped the bundle containing Voldemort's rudimentary form into the cauldron, then collapsed to his knees, cradling his bleeding stump and sobbing. Through the pain in his arm and the terror of his situation, Harry forced himself to focus. Sunset was approaching rapidly, he could see the last rays disappearing behind the distant hills. The binding ritual at Hogwarts would be beginning soon, requiring his participation as the marked one. Somehow, he needed to escape this graveyard and return to the castle. The sparkling vapor rising from the cauldron suddenly formed into the tall, thin figure of a man, who stepped out onto the grass with inhuman grace. Lord Voldemort had risen again. His skin was whiter than a skull, his eyes red with slitted pupils, his nose flat with snake-like nostrils. The face from Harry's nightmares, now horrifically real before him. "Robe me," Voldemort commanded, and the whimpering Wormtail, still cradling his bleeding arm, managed to one-handedly pull black robes over his master's head. Voldemort examined his new body with satisfaction, flexing his fingers and running his hands over his chest and face. Then his red eyes fixed on Harry. "Harry Potter," he said softly. The boy who lived. How fitting that your blood should resurrect me. And now, you'll serve one final purpose before you die, you'll help me claim the power beneath Hogwarts. The binding renewal requires my willing participation, Harry managed to say through his fear. You can't force it. Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound devoid of humor. Willing? No, Harry. The ritual requires your participation, but nowhere does it specify willingness. Your blood, your magic, your connection to me as Slytherin's heir, these are what matter. And I now possess your blood, which carries the protection your mother once gave you. He approached Harry, reaching out one long, white finger to touch his scar. The contact sent excruciating pain through Harry's head, but through it, he felt something else, the magical connection between them, stronger now that Voldemort had used his blood in the resurrection ritual. A connection works both ways, Wednesday had said. The thought gave Harry a desperate idea. While Voldemort gloated and summoned his Death Eaters to witness his return, Harry focused inward, concentrating on the magical link between them. If Voldemort could access his thoughts, perhaps he could reverse the process, not to read Voldemort's mind, but to channel something through the connection. Drawing on everything Wednesday had taught him about magical conduits and energy transfer, Harry visualized the connection between them as a pathway, a channel that could carry more than just thoughts and emotions. He recalled one of the wandless exercises they had practiced, the ability to project a pulse of pure magical energy, something Wednesday had described as magical disruption at its most fundamental level. As Voldemort addressed his assembled Death Eaters, explaining how Harry's mother's protection now ran in his veins as well, Harry continued his internal work. He gathered his magic, concentrating it into a dense core within himself, preparing for the moment to strike. That moment came when Voldemort turned back to him, raising his wand. And now, Harry Potter, I will demonstrate that your famous protection is gone. There is no Dumbledore to help you here. No escape. I can touch you, and I can kill you. Crucio. Voldemort cast, and pain beyond anything Harry had experienced engulfed him, seeming to set every nerve ending on fire. Through the agony, Harry maintained his focus on the magical core he'd built. As the curse lifted, leaving him gasping and twitching, Voldemort moved closer, raising his wand for the final curse. Any last words, Harry Potter? He asked, red eyes gleaming with anticipated triumph. Harry looked up, meeting those terrible eyes directly. Just something my friend taught me, he gasped, and released the concentrated magical pulse directly through their connection. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. Voldemort screamed, staggering backward as if physically struck. The magical backlash severed Harry's bonds, the ropes disintegrating as excess energy discharged around him. Not waiting to see more, Harry dove for his wand, snatching it from the ground and rolling behind a gravestone as curses from the startled Death Eaters flew past him. Voldemort was still howling, clutching his head as the magical disruption wreaked havoc through their shared connection. Harry knew he had only moments before they regrouped. Sunset had already come, the binding ritual would be underway at Hogwarts without him. He needed to return immediately. A desperate plan formed in his mind. Dodging spells, he sprinted through the graveyard, heading for the spot where they had initially arrived with the portkey. The cup was gone with Cedric, but portkey magic often left residual traces. Stop him! Voldemort shrieked, recovering enough to direct his followers. Do not let him escape. Harry reached the arrival point and dropped to his knees, pressing his hand to the ground where the magical residue would be strongest. Another of Wednesday's lessons came to him, how to detect and interact with lingering magical signatures. Focusing his will and magic, Harry attempted something he'd never tried before, reactivating dormant portkey magic using his own power as a catalyst. Portus Revelio, he cast, channeling magic through his wand into the ground beneath his palm. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, as Death Eaters closed in from all sides and Voldemort himself approached, wand raised, the air around Harry began to shimmer with blue light, the remnants of the portkey magic responding to his desperate spell. The last thing he saw before the transportation magic seized him was Voldemort's face contorted with fury, a killing curse forming on his lips too late to reach its target. The world dissolved into the now familiar whirlwind of Portkey travel, but something was wrong. The journey seemed longer, more turbulent than it should be. Harry felt as though he was being pulled in multiple directions at once, his improvised spell creating an unstable transportation effect. When he finally materialized, it wasn't on the Hogwarts grounds but in a dimly lit stone chamber he recognized immediately, the binding room beneath the castle, where the renewal ritual would be taking place. The scene before him was chaotic. The circular inscription on the floor glowed with pulsating blue-white energy. At its center stood Wednesday and Gomez Adams, both chanting in a language Harry didn't recognize. Around them, the rest of the Adams family maintained positions at specific points of a complex magical diagram drawn on the floor. Dumbledore stood at what appeared to be the head position of the circle, his wand raised and emitting a continuous stream of golden light that fed into the central pattern. But something was clearly wrong. The pattern of light kept fluctuating, sections darkening momentarily before flaring back to life. In the center of the room, above the ancient pedestal, a disturbance was forming, a swirling vortex of what looked like liquid darkness that periodically pulsed with hungry red light. The marked one is absent. Morticia called out, her voice maintaining its usual calm despite the obvious crisis. The binding weakens by the second. Harry Potter has encountered interference, Dumbledore replied, his face showing rare strain as he maintained the golden light from his wand. We must adapt the ritual to compensate. Wednesday, still chanting, briefly met Dumbledore's eyes and gave a single, sharp shake of her head. Impossible, she called, pausing her incantation momentarily. The triumvirate is essential, Adam's blood, Hogwarts magic, and the Slytherin mark. Without all three, containment fails. As if responding to her words, the swirling vortex expanded suddenly, tendrils of darkness reaching outward like probing fingers. Where they touched the glowing ritual lines, the light dimmed alarmingly. It's breaking free, Gomez announced, his usual exuberance replaced by focused intensity. The devourer senses the incomplete binding. Harry stepped forward into the light of the ritual circle. I'm here, he called, his voice echoing in the chamber. All eyes turned to him, relief, shock, and in Wednesday's case, the barest flicker of what might have been genuine emotion crossing her features before her usual composure returned. Harry! Dumbledore exclaimed. How did you? No time, Harry interrupted, moving quickly to the position in the ritual circle that Wednesday had shown him during their preparations. Voldemort's back, he used my blood in a resurrection ritual. I managed to escape, but he knows about the binding, about the devourer. This complicates matters, Dumbledore said grimly, maintaining his golden stream of light with visible effort. If Tom has used your blood, the connection between you may affect the binding ritual. It already has, Wednesday observed, her eyes darting between Harry and the expanding vortex. The devourer recognizes the Slytherin heir's essence now present in two vessels. It's creating instability in the containment matrix. As if confirming her assessment, the vortex pulsed violently, sending a shock wave through the chamber that staggered everyone except Wednesday, who remained perfectly still, her dark eyes fixed on the writhing darkness. We need to modify the ritual, she announced calmly. Incorporate the dual essence rather than fight it. Is that possible? Dumbledore asked, genuine uncertainty in his voice. Theoretically, Wednesday replied. The original binding didn't anticipate this specific scenario, but Adam's ritual magic specializes in adaptation. Father? Gomez, looking more serious than Harry had ever seen him, nodded sharply. We'll need to invert the tertiary containment sigils and reroute the essence flow through a double helix pattern. Risky, but our best option. The power requirements will increase exponentially, Morticia warned from her position in the circle. The magical drain could be significant. Worth the risk, Wednesday stated flatly. If the devourer escapes, it won't just consume magic from the castle, it will spread, growing stronger with each wizard or magical creature it encounters. Dumbledore made the decision. Proceed with the modification. We trust the Adam's expertise in this matter. What followed was a masterclass in improvisational ritual magic. Gomez rapidly redrew sections of the floor diagram while Wednesday altered the incantation, seamlessly switching between languages as needed. The other Adams family members shifted positions, forming a new pattern around Harry. Your position is now doubly crucial, Wednesday informed him as she quickly traced a series of symbols on his forehead with what appeared to be ash mixed with some dark substance Harry preferred not to identify. You'll serve as both conduit and container, channeling the Slytherin essence while simultaneously helping to redirect the Devourer's energy. Will it hurt? Harry asked pragmatically, preparing himself. The ghost of a smile touched Wednesday's lips. Intensely. But you've endured worse. Positions. Gomez called out, completing the modified diagram. The vortex reaches critical expansion in 30 seconds. Everyone moved to their assigned places. Harry stood directly opposite Wednesday across the central pedestal, the swirling vortex of darkness between them growing more violent by the second. Dumbledore maintained his position at the head of the circle, his stream of golden light now joined by similar contributions from each Adams family member, creating a complex web of energy that flowed into the modified floor pattern. Begin on my mark, Wednesday instructed, her voice perfectly steady despite the chaos around them. 3, 2, 1. Now. They began chanting in unison, a strange melody with words that seemed to slide around Harry's comprehension even as he spoke them, having memorized the phonetics during their preparation. The effect was immediate, the lines of the floor diagram blazed with renewed intensity, and the web of golden light contracted around the vortex, containing its expansion. For a moment, it seemed to be working. The vortex stabilized, its violent pulsing subsiding to a more rhythmic fluctuation. Then, without warning, a tendril of darkness shot out directly toward Harry, moving faster than seemed possible. Wednesday reacted instantly, interposing herself between Harry and the tendril. It struck her squarely in the chest, lifting her off her feet and suspending her in the air. Her face, normally so composed, contorted in pain, though she made no sound. Wednesday! Harry shouted, instinctively moving toward her. Maintain your position. Gomez called sharply. The ritual cannot be interrupted. With supreme effort, Wednesday raised her head, meeting Harry's eyes across the chamber. Continue, the chant, she managed through gritted teeth. Don't, stop. Harry forced himself to resume the incantation, though every instinct screamed at him to help her. The tendril connecting Wednesday to the vortex began to glow with an eerie purple light, and he realized with horror that the Devourer was feeding on her magic, draining her life force. It's consuming her magical essence, Morticia observed with clinical detachment, though her eyes betrayed genuine concern. At this rate, she has perhaps 2 minutes before complete magical depletion. We need to accelerate the binding, Dumbledore decided. Gomez, can the tertiary containment be activated early? Theoretically yes, Gomez replied, his usual bombastic tone replaced by focused precision. But it requires a catalyst, a willing sacrifice of magical energy. I volunteer, Harry said immediately, not breaking the rhythm of his chant. No, Wednesday's voice came weakly from where she remained suspended. Your contribution is already defined in the ritual. Cannot change roles. Then I shall serve as catalyst, Dumbledore announced. With a complex motion of his wand, he altered the stream of golden light he had been maintaining, redirecting it to form a secondary connection to the vortex, parallel to the tendril holding Wednesday. The effect was immediate. The vortex's grip on Wednesday weakened slightly, dividing its attention between the two magical sources. She dropped to her knees but remained connected to the Devourer by the thinning tendril of darkness. The tertiary binding activates on my command, Gomez instructed, his hands moving rapidly through a complex sequence of gestures. Everyone, channel maximum power into the containment sigils. This will drain your magical reserve significantly, be prepared. Harry focused his will, channeling as much magical energy as he could muster into the glowing lines beneath his feet. Around the circle, the others did the same, the combined power causing the entire chamber to vibrate with magical resonance. "Now!" Gomez shouted. The floor erupted with light so intense Harry was momentarily blinded. When his vision cleared, he saw that the vortex had been completely encased in a sphere of pulsating energy, the tendrils connecting it to both Wednesday and Dumbledore severed. The Devourer arrived within its new containment, its darkness occasionally pressing against the barrier but unable to break through. "The primary binding is re-established," Wednesday reported, her voice weak but regaining strength as she climbed to her feet. "Initiated tertiary containment protocols. Excellent work, everyone," Gomez exclaimed, his irrepressible enthusiasm returning. "A textbook example of Adam's crisis management." Well, if textbooks covered potentially world-ending magical containment failures, which they absolutely should. The sphere containing the Devourer began to shrink gradually, compressing the entity back into its proper prison beneath the ancient pedestal. As it did, the floor diagram rearranged itself, forming the final seal that would maintain the binding for another 1,000 years. "It is done," Dumbledore announced as the last of the light faded from the chamber, leaving only the gentle glow of their wands to illuminate the space. "The binding is renewed." Harry immediately crossed to Wednesday, who was being examined by her mother. "Are you all right?" he asked urgently. "It was feeding on your magic." "Temporary depletion," Wednesday replied, though her usual pallor had taken on an almost translucent quality. "Magical reserves will regenerate within approximately 72 hours. No permanent damage." "You stepped in front of it," Harry said, still processing what had happened. "You put yourself between me and the Devourer." "Why?" Wednesday's dark eyes met his, and for once, her expression was not entirely unreadable. "Tactical decision," she stated, but something in her voice lacked her usual conviction. "Your role in the ritual was essential. Mine was adaptable." "That's not it," Harry pressed, recognizing the rare opportunity to glimpse behind her carefully maintained facade. "You acted instantly, without calculation. That wasn't strategy. That was protection," Morticia supplied smoothly, a knowing smile touching her blood-red lips. "A most interesting development, Wednesday darling. Your father will be thrilled." Wednesday's pale cheeks colored slightly. "Merely practical crisis management," she insisted, though the effect was somewhat undermined by the way she allowed Harry to help her to her feet, her hand remaining in his perhaps a moment longer than strictly necessary. "A most successful binding renewal," Dumbledore observed, diplomatically changing the subject. "Though I fear our larger crisis remains." "Harry, you mentioned Voldemort has returned." The gravity of the situation reasserted itself immediately. Harry explained everything that had happened in the graveyard, the ritual that restored Voldemort's body, the gathered Death Eaters, and his narrow escape. "Cedric made it back with the cup," he concluded. "But he was hit with some curse just as he disappeared. I don't know how badly he was injured." "Mr. Diggory arrived safely, though indeed injured," Dumbledore confirmed. "He is being treated in the hospital wing. His testimony, combined with yours, provides irrefutable evidence of Voldemort's return. Which the Ministry will promptly refute," Wednesday predicted flatly, her strength visibly returning as she straightened her black dress. "Fudge has demonstrated consistent patterns of reality denial when confronted with inconvenient truths." "Indeed," Dumbledore sighed. "The coming days will be challenging politically. But for now, our immediate concern must be your safety, Harry. Voldemort has overcome the protection your mother's sacrifice once provided." "But I have new protections now," Harry said, looking around at the assembled Addams family and then finally at Wednesday. "Different kinds of protection." "Indeed you do, my boy." Gomez agreed enthusiastically, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "The Addams family doesn't abandon its own. Which reminds me, we really must discuss summer arrangements. That Muggle home of yours is completely inadequate from a security perspective." Our mansion has 17 different magical defense systems, not counting the sentient topiary and the moat creatures. The conversation continued as they made their way out of the binding chamber and back toward the upper levels of the castle. Harry walked beside Wednesday, who moved with deliberate care, still recovering from her magical depletion. "Thank you," he said quietly, for her ears alone. "For everything this year. The training, the preparation, stepping in front of that thing." Wednesday glanced at him, her dark eyes inscrutable yet somehow softer than usual. "The project continues," she replied simply. "Though perhaps with modified parameters." "Modified how?" Harry asked. The faintest suggestion of a smile touched her lips. "Less clinical observation, more collaborative development." Harry grinned. "Is that Wednesday speak for friendship?" "An oversimplification," she corrected. "But not entirely inaccurate." As they emerged into the entrance hall, they found the castle in controlled chaos. The conclusion of the Triwizard Tournament had devolved into confusion and crisis with Cedric's dramatic return and proclamation about Voldemort's resurrection. Ministry officials argued with teachers, students gathered in whispering clusters, and through it all, the formidable presence of the Addams family created a small island of eerie calm. "Quite a year," Harry observed as they paused, observing the scene. "Indeed," Wednesday agreed. "Though next year promises to be equally interesting. Voldemort active, Ministry in denial, and..." She hesitated almost imperceptibly. "Us." "Us?" Harry repeated, a question in his voice. Wednesday tilted her head slightly, considering him with that penetrating gaze that had once made him nervous but now felt reassuringly familiar. "Projects evolve, Potter," she said. "Sometimes into unexpected forms. I find I'm not displeased with this particular evolution." Coming from Wednesday Addams, Harry realized, this was practically a declaration. He smiled, feeling a warmth that had nothing to do with the summer evening and everything to do with the pale, solemn girl beside him who had faced down death, darkness, and an ancient magical entity without blinking, but who had just admitted, in her own unique way, that he mattered to her. "I'm not displeased either," he replied, matching her formal tone but unable to suppress his smile. "Not displeased at all." Together, they walked forward to face whatever came next, Voldemort, the Ministry, or the continued mystery of what exactly they were becoming to each other. Whatever challenges awaited, Harry knew one thing with absolute certainty: with Wednesday Addams at his side, those challenges didn't stand a chance. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.